previously on our walkthrough, we found a blood-like stain pattern in the garage on the floor that appeared to be glove print. And the print.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late. I had to get my hair trimmed.
Somewhat similar to.
Anyway.
And the 16 is that? What is that?
Running a little bit late today. Hopefully John would be able to join us. But we'll just,
17 is the box of heavy trash bags.
Looks like
Did you make the decision
is
to see those, sir? Why?
cleaning aids.
Just
I got the
because
mess of
we
it.
found what appeared to be evidence of cleanup inside the garage. So we assumed that possibly one of these trash bags may have been used. And if found, maybe they could match it back to that box.
What day did you collect this evidence?
This was collected on May 23rd, 2019.
Thank you. Anything else in the kitchen that you seized or swabbed that day?
We found another blood-like stain up on the edge of the countertop.
States 15. What does that depict, sir?
Again, that's the this blood-like stain here. That's discoloration.
And what did you do, if anything?
We field tested it for blood using that KM test. It was positive, and then we collected it using that same swabbing method.
2 swabs as well?
2 swabs.
Okay. I want to show you what's marked as states 16. I'm sorry, it's actually states 9, file 3, states picture 16. What is that?
This is a toothbrush.
Good morning.
Found in the master bathroom upstairs on the 2nd floor.
Okay,
And
I'll be
there's a
here.
yellow placard 31. What does that mean?
We see that as State Police Exhibit 31.
Why did you seize a toothbrush?
In missing person investigation, we attempted.
Good morning, whoever just jumped in. Good morning, good morning. Sorry I'm late. It looks like the sergeant is back on the stand talking about cleaning aids that they found. Electric toothbrush. What could that be
By missing
for?
person, do you mean Jennifer Farber Dulos?
Yes, ma'am. Jennifer Dulos.
Teeth cleaning?
On May 25th, 2019, did you collect anything
Meeting
else
of hair.
in the house?
Yes, several other items.
You can have a seat, sir. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 17. Actually, it's 9, file 3, picture 17. What is that?
That is a hair that we found on the garage floor.
Now, you indicated you did not process the garage on 525. Did you take this out of the garage on 525?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why this item?
Because the hair was loose and it could have easily blown away.
Again, I'm just going to scroll up. Is the hair depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Now, with respect to, actually, I apologize, strike that. And I'm going to show you what's marked as picture 18.
Okay, detective.
That is one of the seals that we use.
Back on the stand is Detective Matthew Riley.
Seal up the house at the conclusion
He's
of
a
processing.
retired Connecticut State Police sergeant.
Appears to be the central garage.
So it looks like he is taking us
That
through
red
some
tape
cleaning
that's depicted
items.
in the center part of the photograph. Did you put that anywhere else in the house?
Yes, on the garage bay doors and the front door and.
Do you recall any other ones?
Not off the top of my head, ma'am.
The audio is better.
With respect to, oh, yes, actually, right above the red tape, right, that the gray marking, what is that?
That's a garage door remote.
And did you take any action with respect to that?
Yes, on the 25th, I swabbed that in an attempt to collect any latent DNA material that may have been on it.
Okay, did you use that same 2 swab process?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 25th, did you,
Okay.
again, why didn't you process the scene, the garage on the 25th?
Our plan was to call in a bloodstain expert to come in to process the garage with us.
And who did you call?
It was then Lieutenant Mark Davison.
And what day was he scheduled to process the scene with you?
Objection irrelevant with this witness.
Well,
And
the
here's-
question is, on what day was he scheduled to process the scene? And the objection is relevant, overruled.
He was scheduled to come on the 27th, which was Monday.
Now, did you go anywhere else on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
In the morning, I went to Lapham Road in New Canaan.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna have you take a look behind you. This would be States 9, File 5, Photograph 1. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That's an overhead view of the area of Lapham Road that I visited on the morning of the 25th.
If you could, would you mind standing up and just pointing to the area that you visited that morning?
It was generally in this area here.
Why did you go there? You can have a seat, sir.
Well, before you proceed, counsel, would you just indicate for the record what quadrant of the photograph
Oh,
the witness pointed to?
I apologize, Your Honor. For the record, that would be the middle to lower center right area. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, why did you respond there?
We learned that the New Canaan Police Department had located Jennifer Dulos's Chevy Suburban on that road, and that they were going to be in the process of towing it back to their police department. We wanted to go there first to take a look at the outside of it, photograph it before it was loaded onto the tow truck.
What time did you go to Lapham Road that day?
It was in the morning, approximately 7 o'clock.
What did you do when you arrived on scene?
I looked at the outside of the vehicle and then photographed 4 sides of it.
Did you walk around the entire vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
And with respect to, well, if I can, I'm going to show you, you take a look behind you. This is again file 5, States 9. Picture 2, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the photograph of the Chevy Suburban I was speaking about.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
Now, with respect to walking around the vehicle, how close was it to the
Good morning.
this foliage and trees next to it?
Whoever just
I
popped in,
believe The right-hand side of the vehicle was right up against. the
whoever just
bushes.
popped in, we have back
And
on the
the right-hand
stand
side,
is
would that be the driver's or
Detective
passenger side?
Matthew
I'm sorry, the,
Riley,
passenger side.
and he is a
And
retired
the
Connecticut
direction
State
of the
Police
vehicle,
Sergeant. And it looks
sorry,
like he is
yes,
going
is that,
through some items, some
actually,
cleaning
I
items.
can just go back
So-
briefly to picture 1.
Or
Sir,
what?
do you know what road is on the bottom here going from left? to right?
Apologize for being
That's
late.
where
I had to get my hair trimmed.
315.
And with respect to the vehicle, how it was parked, do you know which direction it was facing? Was it towards or away from the Merritt?
It
Parkway?
was facing the Merritt.
Now I'll show you picture 3. What does that depict?
That's the left or driver's side of the vehicle.
And picture 4.
That's the rear of the vehicle.
Now, were you able to walk around the vehicle over here on the right side? You can see my cursor.
Not completely. I really just kind of had to look from, where I could access.
And did you find anything on that vehicle that you took note of?
I found some blood-like stains on the outside of the vehicle.
Where?
On the outside of the vehicle.
Okay, and where on the outside of the vehicle?
I believe it was on the rear bumper.
Did you photograph them?
Yes, I did.
Or I should say, I'm sorry. 5, states 5, what is that?
That's one of the blood-like stains I found on the vehicle.
Now, if I scroll in, it does not have, this photograph doesn't have a writing here. Did you put that white, I guess, measurement marker 13?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's nothing written on it. Is there a reason why?
I just included in the photograph for scale.
Did you process or take any action with the vehicle as it remained on scene?
No.
And what does 6 depict, please?
Again, that's another view of that same stain.
Now, so I'm going to draw your attention back to May 27th. Well, actually, before I go there, I'm sorry, strike that. The evidence that you collected on May 25th, I think we went through some of them, the swabbings, the 13 through, I forget the number now. What happened to the evidence after?
Good morning, Giselle. That's okay. I'm a little late myself. I just got my hair trimmed.
The evidence was sealed, and I labeled them
Thank you for joining me.
appropriately per our protocol.
A little bit of
Some of the
change
electronic evidence
on my
was turned over to the
today,
New Canaan
John
Police
has
Department,
no
so they could
idea.
pursue those items, examine those.
With respect to the items that you were shown photographs of, what
Yes.
happened to those?
I secured those in the major crime van. And at the conclusion of processing, I drove those up to our headquarters in Litchfield, secured them in the evidence room. And then on the 27th in the morning, I returned to Litchfield, took them out of the evidence room, put them on the major crime van, and drove them back down to New Canaan.
Why did you do that?
Because they were still in our custody.
Okay, and was it a state police case at this point?
I'm not sure when that changed, ma'am. We wanted to keep the evidence together, and normally we turn over evidence to the local police departments when we do an assist all at once.
Okay. And on the 27th, did you drive the van to 69 Wells that day?
Yes.
And in the van, is there a place to store the evidence?
We
Oh,
usually keep it
wow.
in a banker's box on the floor.
You're ambitious.
And when you arrived at
I need to
69
get back on the
Wells
treadmill
Lane
myself.
on May 27th, who was there?
A lot of the same crew from the 25th was there, with the addition of Detective Jamie Pierston and Lieutenant Mark Davison.
And between 525 and, well, strike that if I can, that photograph we showed you with the red tape
Yes.
on the doors, was that
Yeah, it was a long
in
break.
the same location when you arrived back on 527?
Yes.
Was anyone from New Canaan Police Department on scene on 527?
They had posted a uniformed officer in the driveway.
Did you see anybody from New Canaan Police Department go into the residence with you that day, or not with you? Did you just see them?
Yeah, they were just in the driveway, ma'am.
Did they enter the garage?
Not while we were processing.
Now, on May 27th, did you process any other area other than the garage?
Yes.
Not on the stage, on the stand.
Again, continued to look through the rest of the house. In addition to the garage, we also did a latent print exam in various areas of the house.
Did you do that before you processed the garage or after?
It was It was pretty much ongoing. However, the latent print exam was probably one of the last things we did.
Why do you do that as part of the last thing to do?
Because we use standard fingerprint powders and it really makes a mess.
All right. Was in the processing of the garage, was the garage, I guess, divided up?
Yes, we came up with a grid system just to make documentation easier. We laid out a grid with yellow tape similar to masking tape that has measurements on it. And we gave them letter.
Oh, really?
designations
Karen
to
Reed,
use
when is that going to be
all the
starting?
way up to G.
You mentioned Detective Pearson was present with you on 527. What was her assignment?
Her assignment was to create a sketch map of the garage.
Have you reviewed those?
Really?
maps, sir?
Yes.
I'm gonna draw your attention to the screen behind you. I am in States 9, File 6. And actually, from A. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen behind you, sir?
Yes, that is one of the finished maps that Detective Pearson created.
Did you have a particular process or procedure you conducted throughout the garage that day?
The garage was examined, for evidence along with the documentation done by Lieutenant Davison. We kind of worked it together.
Okay, I just remember that.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, starting with garage A.
Yeah,
marked A.
yeah, I remember
If I
seeing
can.
some trials. Yeah,
Do you recognize
Hearing, I
the
mean. Hearings.
map behind you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the
Yes, there was a
letters
motions
and
going
numbers
on,
that
right?
are
Now I remember what it is.
printed inside of A, for instance, A18, A17, A16, what exactly are those supposed to designate?
Those numbers are for individual stains that Lieutenant Davison designated for his examination.
And the EX numbers or the EX letters?
Right, so those were samples that I took for DNA identification purposes. So Lieutenant Davison was examining the blood stain patterns, and in his examination, he selected stains, gave
Yeah,
them
for
those
sure.
letter
Dive
designations.
into that one
And
too.
from each stain pattern, I chose one and collected it.
Why did you only choose one?
Really, it's just to get a representative DNA profile from that stain pattern or region of the garage.
And as you say, you chose one, what did you do? I mean, if you could walk us through the process briefly.
Using the same method that I used on the previous blood-like stains, I field tested it with a KM test. Noted that, whether it was positive or negative, and then using that two swab process with swabs moistened with sterile water.
Yeah, it
I
sounds like
collected,
it.
The stains.
I can just have a moment.
I think this is bananas.
Sir, just a couple questions if I can. If you can take a look behind you. Showing the map on the left, but on the right side, it's photograph 2 out of file 6 on stage 9. What does that depict?
That depicts the photograph, an overall photograph of area A, and corresponding overhead view on the sketch map of area A.
Was that prior to processing?
This was in the process. This was the beginning of that examination.
And can bring that back down. Okay. Picture 3 of that same file. Sir, what does that depict?
Again, that's just another view of Area A.
If I can, just draw your attention and ask you some questions about these. There's a sort of like an upside down L-shaped file. What is that there for?
That's to help give scale to, may I approach the
If you
screen now?
can, thank you.
So you can see this discoloration here, that appeared to us to be white mark, where this flood-like material was on the floor, and there was an attempt made to wipe it up.
Can't hear.
I'm sorry, sir, if you can, just move that microphone behind you, maybe up a little. The one. Thank you. And the yellow arrow up on the upper middle part of that photograph, what does that depict?
That's usually placed by the photographer to denote north.
So it's directional.
It's directional, but
And this yellow marking, is that the yellow marking you were talking about
That-
before?
correct, that's that yellow masking tape that was talking about.
Now, with respect to these 3 items, did you put those down?
No, I did not.
And over here on the right-hand side, we have that same, I guess, ruler marking. What does that depict?
That's, that same L scale is being used to denote another stain pattern found on the garage floor.
And is
close
that,
to the wall.
oh, I'm sorry. Is that for documentation?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the rest of the garage floor, there's these little dots here all over. I'm gonna push the photograph up if I can. All these little markings. What are those?
I mean, it's a garage floor, so you have plant material, you have, you know, other types of vegetation, you have sand, road salt.
Now, I'm going to show you picture 4, sir. In that same file. What is this?
This is part of Lieutenant Davison's examination of the garage floor.
Were you present when these markers were placed down?
When they were placed down, no, but I was, I observed these in place.
And just to, and what do they read, please?
They read A12, A13, A14, and A15 with my marking of State Police Exhibit 40.
And this is this corresponding on the map on the left-hand side of the screen?
Yes, in this area here.
Okay. And with respect to states 40, did you utilize that same 2-swab process in swabbing it?
It's the same process. It's first KM tested and then collected with the 2 swabs.
And the KM test?
Was positive.
And just to clarify, this is which one is what is this depicted?
That is stain A12.
Okay, if you can, so I'm just going to show you a series of photographs. If you can just point to the sketch map just to correspond where they are located. You can.
A12.
Thank you. Now state 6.
A13.
Back.
State
My
7.
brother wanted to
14.
bug me.
And state 8.
It's A15 where Exhibit 40 was sampled.
And is that the area that you swabbed that day, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. That's state 9. With respect to these areas, did you mark these?
Yeah, we
or
should mention it
delineate
to
these in any
John.
way?
I did not place those scales.
Now, with respect to this area, if you could tell me what this is?
This is a photograph taken overhead of stains denoted as A16, 17, and 18, along with exhibit 41, which is in this area here.
Please. Now, just briefly, if I can, I just want to be clear. With respect to A16, 17, and 18, do you recall viewing those that
Yes.
day? Okay. And you took a swabbing off of which one?
Off of stain A18.
Okay, which is up here, right?
Correct.
Who took the photographs that day?
It was Detective Kate Keppel and Detective Bontesi.
If you can, sir, same question, series of photographs, if you can just point to the screen where.
This
it
is stain A16, A17, and A18.
Do you recall, by the way, this is kind of leaning, I guess, angled one way. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the preceding two photographs, 17 and 16. Actually, I'm sorry, it's photographs 12 and 13, but A16 and A17. They're leaning the other way for the photographs. And the overview has them this way. My question is just, which way are they supposed to be?
The scales were not moved, if that makes things easier. The photographer was probably just standing on one side of the stain or the other.
In the course of the photography and processing scene, did the scales ever move?
Not on the garage floor in this case.
And I believe we went. And actually, did you review the part designated as garage B?
The impression of the crime was really heavily into the garage.
And if
The
you
way
can,
they're
sir, do you
going-
recognize what
I
is
spent a lot
depicted on
of
the
time
screen
with
there?
this. So whoever popped in, thank you for.
Yes, that is another.
Oh, I apologize, I hit the wrong.
Sure.
This is on the stand. He's back
And that is the.
from where
another
we
part of
left
the-
off.
the left side garage bay. In the center of the garage.
Is the photograph one on states 9, file 7, photograph 1, is that area depicted on the, or is, I should say, the map, a depiction of an area on that photograph?
Yes,
If you could just point it out on the photograph, please.
it's this area here. You can see the B placard right there.
And for the record, that was the middle portion of the
The
photograph.
middle, correct.
Okay, now on this, we have, on the map portion, we have the numbers ranging from B3 all the way up to B11. Is there a B1 or 2?
That I don't know.
And states picture 2, does that depict an area depicted in the map?
Yes,
And states 3.
yes, that's the right-hand side of the map.
Okay. Stage 4, what is on that photograph, please?
That's a fragment of paper towel that appeared to have blood-like stains on it that we found in area B of the left-hand side of the garage. And it's located right there on the sketch map. It is exhibit 42.
For the record, you're pointing to the middle portion of the garage. Question about the, well, sorry, withdraw that. With respect to the 42, that paper towel, can I ask you to describe some of the, I guess, dots that are contained in the 42? What exactly did that appear to be to you?
Yes, this material here appears to
Hi,
be
Mommy.
plant-like, part of seeds or.
Did you take any swabbings of 42?
I did not.
Why not?
Because
Welcome
I
back.
just used the entire.
That's all right. Just keep popping in and out. I'm doing
How did
stuff,
you
and
seize it?
I'm sorry.
I put it in either a paper bag or a paper envelope.
A little antsy today. I don't know
Did you seize
why.
anything else out of that area B?
Yes.
What did you seize?
There were two stains. B3. I took a sample.
Yes,
of Exhibit 38.
indeed. It
B11.
was safe, but I had to do it.
I took
I had to
swabbings
support my
in
candidate.
39 and Exhibit 43, which I
And it was a
believe was
success.
another paper
Support. So we'll figure out who it is.
What does that depict, sir?
towel. That's another paper towel. It's a larger paper towel fragment with apparent blood-like stains.
Well, thank you so much for saying that, Mommy.
Reddish stain here.
It was a cold night.
What did you do, if anything?
Burr,
with
burr,
the
burr.
43?
Sure, it was photographed, sketched in.
But that's what winter calls
and
are
I
for.
seized in a similar manner as 42.
Did you take any swabbings?
I did.
Sorry, guys, we're confusing you. For some reason, John's tied up, and I am
And
putting up
if you
sports
can, sir,
on my
please,
channel,
what's
but I
on
just didn't
picture
relate.
6 depicted on the map as well?
This was the stain designated as B3 that I took swabbings of as Exhibit 38.
And did you do any testing on Exhibit 38 as well?
I did a KM test,
And the results?
positive.
Now, what does this depict, sir?
That is stain B4, located there.
And for same questions for the next couple,
Yeah,
if you
was
wouldn't mind
great.
just pointing out where it appears on the map, corresponding with the picture. So picture 8, B5,
B5 is here,
picture 9, B6,
B6,
picture 10, B7 and B8,
B7, B8,
picture 11, B9,
B9,
picture 12, what does that show, sir?
it is very.
So that is stains B9, B10, and B11, which is up in this area here. A sample of B11 I swabbed as Exhibit 39.
And that is, if you, okay, and the same swabbing process, same every,
Same swabbing process that was also tested with the KM test was positive.
now, picture 13, what is that, sir?
That is, appears to be one of those blood-like stains, that swink mark that we saw up in area A.
Be right
And
back. I gotta put
Is
something away.
this depicted on the map in any way?
I don't believe so.
Was that contained in area B at all?
Without seeing an overall shot, I really can say that.
Okay, let me see if I can. Here's the overview. Does picture 1 assist you in any way? And if it doesn't, that's,
It's,
if you could just say
it's
that to me.
hard to say.
Good morning. You're just popping in. Hello, hello.
Now, I'm going to ask you if I can, about the bottom part of that garage side. You could take a look. Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map for C?
Yes, this is the portion of that left garage bay closest to the door.
So this is just part of the testimony that's kind of boring. We're
And for the record, I'm going
looking
states
at the garage.
9
Okay, we all know there
file
were
8.
blood at in the garage, right? Really learning nothing new, I don't think. But
File 8, picture 1. What does that
Gotta
look
have-
like, sir?
gotta have this.
That depicts that left garage bay. And area C is kind of the closest to the driveway. It's this area here.
Okay. And for the record, he's pointing towards the middle bottom portion of the photograph. Picture 2. What is that a picture of, sir?
Those are some more of the blood-like stains we found on the garage floor.
And the yellow arrow again?
Again, denotes north.
Picture 3. What does that depict, sir?
That is area C with some of the stains and exhibits marked up.
We have the 68 placard right here. What is that supposed to designate?
That designates another fragment of paper towel.
Is that depicted on the photograph?
Yes.
What did you do, if anything, with 68, please?
I collected it in the same manner as the other fragments of paper towel. It was packaged in paper.
Did you take any swabbings?
I did not.
And if you can, sir, picture 4. And if you wouldn't mind, the same thing, just if it is reflected on the map on the left side, if you could.
What has just happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that, of course, the entire proceeding is recorded. The recording system just went down. So what we would ask you to do is just return to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss.
Ooh. Oh, wow. This is when we wish John was around with the legal thing. But hey, I'll. Okay, everyone, here we go. Gotta remember, this defense attorney does not
We're gonna
like
take our morning
blood
recess at
stained
11:30.
evidence in there.
11:30, Mr. Marshall.
Okay.
All right.
All right. All right. The jury is going to go into the deliberation room. But let's hear what the arguments are. Can everybody hear this okay? Yes? No? Okay. No issues. All right. So they went to the deliberation room. And it looks like something's going on. Okay, it's okay, what is going on right now is a 20-minute break. I just looked down long crying. So I thought it was going to be a discussion, but I guess it's going to be a break. So everybody grab their drinks, comfort break. Okay, I just heard from John. He is tied up right now. I'm assuming with a client, so we're just gonna hold the fort. And he said he will be done within an hour or so. All right. So anyway, there it is. We'll see him later on today. So I am going to hold up the fort with this case. Now, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I apologize for being speechless. Right now, it's just really not the exciting things about the case, because how many times do we have to go through blood in the cement? So anyway, yeah, 20-minute break. And so far, what we have learned. You guys, what have we learned? Not much so far. No wonder this trial is going to take forever. Not really much we have learned so far. All right, roll call. Who's in here? Just honestly, I know nothing either. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's not even picking up. To me, I'm bored. I mean, I just like looking at that, trying to make sense out of it, trying to make any kind of notation, but I notes or whatever. And of course, I would not. Yeah, I am. Mm-hmm. We can't get enough of the Adelsons, can we? Giselle, let's talk about that. Do you have any updates? Are you changing your tune? Hello, everybody. Good morning. And right now we are on a 20-minute break and we're just talking about other stuff, about other cases. And we'll also talk about the Donna Adelson case. They can turn that into a reality TV show. That would be interesting. I'd watch it for sure. Do we still think Charlie Adelson, you guys are holding up to it? It'd be interesting. Yeah, Charlie is a complete dumbass. I mean, he fell right into that, didn't he? Charlie had one thing in mind, and I'll leave that to your imagination. Yeah, I did get a text from John. He'll be on in an hour. Yeah, there's just so many things. And, the thing is with these trials, I think it'd be fun just to talk about things too, like maybe off when we're just not following the trial. Yeah. But does anybody know when Donna's trial is actually going to be on? That's really soon. I don't think she's been arrested just last year. I think she's been arrested not just shortly after Charlie was found guilty. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we got to keep up with the Adelsons. That's just a given. Good morning, Lori. Yeah, that is. Excuse me, but I got to put this on my lap. Gosh, you guys, I just can't wait till we warm up here in Iowa. Yeah, I mean, you know. She wants a speedy trial. Huh, that will be interesting. A speedy trial. Let's just hurry up and get it over with. Yes. I think Charlie was just stupid enough to play in everybody's hand at this moment. Do I think he's guilty? I think he's guilty for being stupid. I also feel like he's guilty because he let everybody else talk him into stupid shit. Oops, sorry. Well, anyway, I'm not here for money, so who cares? And that's what I feel. I feel that way. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he is guilty by association. Now that I think about it, now that the case has no, I got myself far away from it, but yeah, he was gullible, super gullible. Yeah. No, I think yes, he is like his mother. And I think what Charlie did, Charlie was so close to his mother that he was just so tied to her apron strings that he just had to do whatever she says because she was that controlling. No, guilty from conspiracy. I didn't think so at first, but now I'm kind of seeing that, folks. He got himself involved in it. He did. He did. He got himself involved in the whole situation. Do you really think Wendy was a ringmaster? Is that why? God, this is just still interesting, isn't it? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to add in the notes. And oh my gosh, you think Wendy was the ringmaster of it? The family is a crazy family. Yeah. Hey, Moonfox, we're gonna give you the floor. Why do you think Wendy was the leader of all this? Is there a reason why you think she is the leader? Because she went, no. But I'm really, really interested in Moonfox take on this. I'm really interested why she thinks that Wendy was the leader of this. Because I keep remembering that dinner they had and how they were talking and she suddenly got sick. What was really said at that dinner? Yeah, that she was controlling it. Everybody had to help her. We now know the seal of Connecticut's, the state of Connecticut's seal. We have it memorized just like Florida's. Well, I think that it is controlling. Everyone had to help her. I think the mother had so much hate towards Dan, and Wendy probably contributed to some of the hate. And I think she probably did whine about it to Charlie. And then Charlie and the mother, and, then she had these other guys involved. She had that little patsy guy, Jeff. No, it doesn't, the whole case doesn't stir up right. No, it doesn't get me there either, Moonbox. I'm like Giselle. I'm not there yet. I mean, I have to do some more digging with this because there's people that think she's next. There's no evidence. I mean, there's a whole bunch of attorneys are saying that there's not enough to get her involved in this web. I don't know, just the general consensus that I get around the community. A lot of people do feel the way you feel, Moonfox. People do think that Wendy was involved in this, in the conspiracy of killing Dan, but I just don't see where. For some reason, I can't see it. I don't know. Poor, poor, pitiful me, Pearl. Mother used to say that. You know, poor me. Oh, what did Dan do this time, Wendy? I'm sorry. If you're just joining us, we are kind of like rehashing the Adelson's case. And we are talking about Donna Adelson and the whole thing. Just kind of, we're doing this because, hey, we're waiting for the court to come back because that's what they like to do. They like to take these 20-minute breaks and turn into 30 minutes. Hopefully, it's not an hour. Was a part of it. Hey, I'm going to put this up so we can all read it together. Was it part of it? Yeah, she did most of it. Likely want him to gone. Yeah, she probably wanted him gone. But her saying her husband is abusive and divorce was terrible doesn't personally sway me completely to her to being the leader. Right. And planting the seed. But definitely the leader was the mom, hands down. All right. Anybody? Okay, let's say mom. Okay, whoever thinks mom is the leader is 1. Who thinks that Wendy is a leader is 2. I go with 1, personally. Here, I'll vote 2. She tried to set up Jeff. I have heard that. I have heard that she tried to set up Jeff. He was a little patsy. I have to agree. 2, Wendy. I don't like Jeff either. I think he was just kind of wishy-washy. I want to get her because I'm still in love with her. I still have the hots for her. So did I say 2, Wendy? Yeah, I did. Oh God, I forgot my own. I forgot my own voting. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. Maybe some night we can just talk about this. Yeah, he really did sound salty about it. And he did have sour grapes. And after he knew what was going on, he still wanted her back. Yeah, you could tell of that in the testimonies. And I don't really trust him. I I don't either. He wasn't somebody I would trust. No, I agree. All right, you guys, we're back. We're back to this mess. Okay.
No matter how much do we know what happened?
We do not know.
Oh, it's really kind of boring anyway right now. So let's continue this. Just sounded really salty. Okay, I think I already did that.
Bring the jury in, please.
Quickly, I also think that Wendy was
Check Riley outside.
Kate.
Call him back in.
Wow.
And before the jury
Let me
comes out, I
chunk
just
on
wanna
that
add
one
to
for a
my
while.
comments about
Let me just absorb what you
the
just
use
said.
of inositol, since we haven't got to those pictures yet. One of the things the court hadn't.
Well, the
Oh
jury's
my
gonna
God.
file out. while
We
you-
should just have a live stream to talk about this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Huh. Interesting. Look at her. Okay, let's come. Ooh, zoop. Now we're back to this trial. I like the way they do this. Oh my gosh, look at her. There's something about this woman that just does
Counsel
not have
stipulates the
positive
presence of all of
vibes.
the jurors.
You know what I
Yes,
mean?
Your Honor.
My body camera, my body watch.
You may be seated.
Oh God.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wonder how I come up with this.
You
Yes,
tell
it was
Riley
mostly
if
Donna
you wouldn't
and
mind
those
keeping
3.
the
I agree.
stand next to the TV
All right.
again. And
We can
just
talk
to
through this boring stuff if you
back
like.
up a few of my questions.
It's our
With respect
channel, right?
to
We do what
states
you
9,
want.
file 8, picture
Okay.
4, I believe. If you could you just is what's shown in that photograph on the map on the left-hand side?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
The stain mark G20. He did not take it on.
Mm-hmm.
What area is that stain attributed to?
There's
Area
something
D.
about that.
And so the yellow
Yeah.
numbered
Just doesn't
ruler in
cross
the,
that right in
I
my
guess, the middle
gut.
portion of the photograph?
It would be this one here.
Picture 5, actually.
Is stain C0?
Now, with respect to the way the photograph is that how it's depicted on the map? If I can, I would go back to stage 4 and draw your attention to the line again. Where is C0 on stage 4?
It's here in the center of the photograph.
Please, oh, if you can,
Yep, it's in the center of the photograph.
thank you. And this is picture 5 again. Picture 6, if you could just identify that in the map as well.
Stain C1.
And picture 7.
Stain C2 in the center of the sketch map, from which I see is exhibit 30.
Like on the stand, I meant to say.
Same process as you indicated before with the swabbing
Same testing and swabbing process, correct?
Stage.
and the
Yeah,
test
very
results.
neat.
Positive.
Now, picture 8, sir, what does that depict?
Okay.
Picture 8 depicts the interior face of the left garage bay door.
Can. Did you seize anything for evidentiary value on the garage bay door?
Yes, I seized a sample of flood-like stain. It's on the inside of the garage door.
States 9.
Yep.
Actually, I'm
sure
sorry, if I can go back to states 8. Where on the door, if you could please point, did you seize that item?
It's in the center of the photograph, slightly to the left-hand side.
Okay. For the record, he's pointing to the middle, essentially the middle left of the screen. And states 9, what does that depict, sir?
That is the stain,
And-
sample of which I seized is exhibit 67.
And the same process,
Same swabbing process, same testing process.
and the results?
The test was positive.
Did you process the right side of the garage in the?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map for zone G? I mean, I'm sorry, D,
Area D.
area D. Yes, thank you. For the record, this would be states 9, file 9. And I'll show you photograph 2. Do you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, this is a overall photograph of area D, the right-hand bay of the garage. Out of frame to the left would be the mudroom door. Give you a little orientation.
And are there areas below area D?
Yes, you can see the marker for area E and area F, which would be by the overhead door.
I'll show you states 1 out of that file. What does that show, sir?
That's overall the right-hand garage bay with area D
Mm-hmm.
at the top of the
That's
photograph. Area E in the middle and area F at the bottom.
States 3, or picture 3, I should say. What does that picture depict?
That is a photo of a blood-like stain we found in area D.
And the 56, what does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I designated this as State Police Exhibit 56. However, it's the photograph, the exhibit is going to be the photograph of what we thought was a footwear impression or shoe print.
If I can, sir, just a couple questions. Is that depicted, Exhibit 56 depicted on Zone D map?
Yes. 56 here in the approximate center.
Okay, and with respect to photograph 3. if you
So
could,
basically what this is saying to me is that, yes, indeed, there's blood,
Drew your attention to this area.
allegedly blood.
What
And that's he's telling paint a good picture of the garage
Could you
where
see
the
the pattern in
crimes
that
allegedly
photograph?
were
Yes.
conducted. So,
Here, I'll scroll up.
yeah, it's really, yeah, the kids, that's the most
For the
tragic
record, you
thing
would
with
say
this
the middle part
situation.
of the photograph?
Yes.
Yep, I agree wholeheartedly, 100%, 120%.
Again, that's a stain pattern located here in area B of an apparent footwear impression.
And if you could just point to where that appears on the picture 4.
It's here in the center of the photograph.
Picture 6.
It's another stain pattern,
And where does that depict on the map?
exhibit 7.
And if you could please, picture 6, point to what you are describing, please.
In the
Kind of the lower portion, the center of the photograph.
Actually, I'm gonna scroll up, oops, sorry. If I can go back to 7D. With respect to Exhibit 7D, when you were pointing, if you could point to the area now that it takes over the whole screen, what you were describing.
Sure, it's a blood-like stain on the garage floor. You can see a partial distinctive pattern within the stain itself.
How did you place that 7D marker on there?
I did, yes.
Okay. How do you document this or seize this as an exhibit?
Well, the hard way would be to jackhammer up the floor and send that to the lab, but that's not too practical. So what we decided to do is photograph them properly, 90 degrees with scale, and send the photographs to the lab as Exhibit 70 for identification and possible comparison.
Thank you. And 71, is that depicted on Zone D map as well?
Yes, it is Exhibit 71 here.
And why did you seize that item, sir?
Again, this is another blood-like stain on the garage floor. You can see, that a similar pattern in it, but you can also see the swipe marks through it.
Picture 8, what does this show, sir?
Picture 8 is it's another area of blood-like staining that appear to be wipe marks.
And was this all contained in Area D?
Yes.
And picture 9?
Yeah, it's the additional stain pattern found in area B.
If I can, I'm gonna scroll. Oops. Up here, this marker, I guess L-shaped marker again. What is that?
Again, it's another blood-like stain on the floor with a similar pattern, but a lot less detail to it.
And with respect to these items, just around, and if you could follow my cursor, sir, they're little dots.
Hello, welcome to our
What are
channel.
It's pretty be vegetative matter, plants.
And anything, actually, picture 10, was this contained in area D?
Yes, right here at the, almost at the border of area E.
And is this the same item that you seized on 525?
This is correct. This is the error.
Now, with respect to states 9, file 10, so are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map for area E?
Yes.
Sir, photograph 1 out of that file, what does that depict?
It's an overall view of, again, that right side garage bay. Area E is here right in the center.
Photograph 2, what is that, sir?
This is a bug-like stain pattern that we located in area E. It's located here kind of top center of the area. And I took a swabbing of this area to sample the blood-like stain. It was on the garage floor.
Was that designated as a exhibit?
Yes, exhibit 51.
There is a pink arrow. On the left side. Do you see where the pink
Sorry.
arrow is?
Yes.
What exactly is that?
That, in this large stain pattern, the arrow depicts exactly where I took the sample from.
And same process, 2 swabs?
2 swabs, yes.
Did you test it
I did.
and the results?
Again, every now and then, just make the same objection regarding any quote results.
And you overruled.
The test result was positive.
Thank you. Sir, picture 3,
It's a similar stain pattern. Another blood-like stain appeared to be a white. It's located here at the left-hand side of area E. And again, I sampled this using that same swabbing technique, same testing technique. And I took the sample from this area here.
and the test results?
Test results were positive.
Picture 4,
Picture 4 is another blood-like stain we found in area.
Hey,
E.
everyone, don't forget to hit the like button. It helps me out.
And the stain
No.
pattern itself
Yeah.
appeared to us to be a textured glove.
In a personal way, not the other way, just
You can
personal.
imagine, 3 fingers here.
what exhibit was this marked at?
I marked it as State Police Exhibit 55.
Thank you, Giselle.
And states 5. What does that show?
Appreciate it.
That's an overall view.
Subscribe
of
and you
area
are.
E,
I know you
taken
are.
from, kind of with your back to the mother
It's always
door.
good to see all of you.
So you can see Exhibit 55 here. That swipe mark.
And picture 6,
It's a off-kilter view of area E and the right-hand side of the garage.
thank you. I'm going to draw your attention now to states 9, file 11. Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map concerning zone F?
Yes, I am.
Picture 1 off of states 9, file 11. Sir, what does that depict?
It's an overall view of the right-hand side of the garage. You can see area is down here. This is the kind of the threshold of the overhead door. And area is up in this area. Takes up center all the way down to the bottom of the photograph.
Thank you. Picture 2.
It's another flood-like stain pattern we found on the garage floor. Again, this is the threshold of the overhead door.
I'm gonna scroll in a little bit. So that yellow arrow again, what does that depict?
That denotes north.
Picture 3.
That is, again, another floor-like stain pattern we found on the floor. Again, there's more detail inside this pattern. So we designated it as State Police Exhibit 54, photographed it in a similar manner as the others.
And is that depicted on the map?
Yes, it's located on the left-hand side of area F.
Picture 4.
Picture 4 is another glow-like stain pattern found on the floor.
And picture 5.
That is blood-like stain that I tested and sampled as Exhibit 52.
And with respect to the swabbing process, same swabbing process?
Correct, same testing and swabbing process.
And the test results of this one?
Good morning.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your exhibit report?
Yes.
I can, Your Honor, just to put the clerk on smart ID.
Oh, come on. Let's get done with this
Would it
wetness.
refresh your recollection?
It's almost lunchtime anyway.
Yes, it would.
I'm going to hand you and draw your attention to page 3. Please take a moment, do not read that out loud, and look up to me when you're done.
Anyone, what are we learning right
Would it
now?
refresh your recollection, sir, as to
Nothing.
The results of the test?
Yes, it did.
And what were the results of the test?
That KM test was negative.
Thank you. And is that depicted on the map as well?
Yes. Exhibit 52 is there.
Thank you. And state 6, or picture 6, I should say. What is that?
Yeah, that's another overall view of area F.
Yeah. For the last 3 days of trial. That's how we learn.
Are you
Potential
familiar with
blood
area G,
stains.
sir?
Yes.
And now states 9, file 12. Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map?
Yes, I am.
And here's our car again.
Photograph 1, sir, what does that depict?
That is a photograph of the center garage bay, 69 wells.
And is area G contained in that photograph?
Area G is in the area which the Range Rover is parked, so it's in this area here.
Photograph 2,
Photograph 2 are some flood-like stains found in area G up in this area. And for orientation, this is the step into the mudroom.
now. What are the were exhibit numbers given to each of these stains?
The stains that I sampled, yes.
With respect to exhibit states picture 3, what is that, sir?
That is a stain we sampled as exhibit 47.
Is that reflected on the map?
Yes.
And when you say sample, did you conduct the swabbing process that you
I-
testified to earlier?
I did.
And the test, any test?
I did test that, and there were some stains up in this area that tested negative. And just from this, I don't remember which ones were which.
Would it refresh your recollection? Take a look at your exhibit report again,
Yes.
if I may. I'm going to draw your attention to page 2 of your exhibit report. If you could please just take a look. Sir, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And with respect to the presumptive test that was performed on exhibit 47, do you recall what the results were?
The KM test was negative for this thing.
In 48? Sorry.
48 was another blood-like stain in the same general area. It's right here by the stairs. Again, I sampled that and tested it and sampled it in a similar manner.
And the results of that one?
Yep, I'm not sure of either.
If I can, I may just have a moment. Your Honor, if I can, I'm just going to provide Detective Riley with 11A, or I'm sorry, 11 for IV, which is the exhibit report. Sir, if you can just take a minute and take a look at that, if you can, to refresh your recollection with respect to the results of any testing performed on exhibit 48 on 527.
Yeah, the KM test for exhibit 48 was positive.
49,
49, another blood-like stain located up here in the same general area. It was tested and swabbed, collected in the same manner as the others. And-
Morning. Don't forget to hit the like button.
and the test
Hello.
result for this thing was negative.
I really appreciate it. It warms my heart.
and picture 6.
Again, another blood-like stain on the garage floor, located here.
And popping in to say hi warms my heart
Sampled
too.
it, tested and sampled it in the same manner. When the, and the
Good morning,
test-
everyone.
Picture 7.
Is a fragment of paper towel found under the left front tire of the Range Rover. See it, it's located here.
Did you take any action with respect to that?
After it was photographed, I just collected it.
Picture 8.
Is a photo of a blood-like stain. Again, it appears to be a swipe located in area G. A sample of which was seized as exhibit 45. It was tested and collected in the same manner.
Do you recall the results?
The test result for this stain was positive.
Picture 9.
That is a stain pattern. It was designated G20 for a blood-like stain. A sample of which I seized is exhibit 36. I tested it and swabbed it, collected it in the same manner.
Back on
Test result
the
was
stand, not stage. Just FYI.
Picture 10.
As the stain marked as G19, located in area G, that I tested, swabbed, and collected in the same manner. The KM test result for this was positive.
Picture 11.
That's the, this is a picture of the stain pattern found in area G after.
Okay, so we keep
I'm sorry,
hearing
stain
about the
pattern
stain
found in area G.
pattern over
And this
and
photograph was
over
taken
and
after,
over
the Range
again.
Rover was removed.
No wonder people coming in and out. They're bored.
And what does this?
How many times have
relate
we seen this
to
picture?
618?
Anyone?
This was photographed
Gosh.
at the process of Lieutenant Davison's examination of the blood-like stains on the floor.
And if I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
From the council.
Yeah, no kidding. Me too. Yeah. This trial should not last more than 3 or no, this trial should not last more than 2 weeks. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, have on a separate disc 10, states 10, I believe, there's no objection to it. If I may just have a moment to switch it out.
No objection, Attorney General.
No objection, that's correct.
State 10 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Sir, were you present when the Range Rover was removed from the garage?
Yes, we're still looking at blood on
And did
the
you
cement
conduct
in the
further processing
garage,
of the garage
allegedly
scene
potential
with the
blood.
Range Rover removed?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that word better. Potential blood. This is all the content I can give right now.
And just take a look behind you, sir. This is
I would like to juice it up.
10, filed 16. Can, what does?
I don't know how many times I've seen this garage. I think. Oh, stick around. Maybe I'll get better.
And it appears to be a blow-like stain, that swipe pattern, sample from area G. We pull up the exhibit number. Yes, this was.
Waiting for,
tested sample
God, I think you're right,
from
Giselle. This is all the state has. Wow.
And just to be clear, the same process, same everything?
Yes,
Okay, results?
the test results for this was positive.
And at some point, the Range Rover was removed. Who removed it from the garage?
I believe we just towed it out of the garage, winched it up on a flatbed.
Okay. And did you continue processing the garage floor after the vehicle was removed?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to the photograph 2. What does that depict?
That depicts the.
All right, guys, don't
two stain pattern.
forget to hit the
that
like
would have
button.
been
It
underneath
warms
the
my
Range Rover.
heart. It really does.
One here in the lower part of the
It's all
photo.
fuzzy inside,
and
but I
then,
haven't
a
actually
little
been
bit higher.
watching my channel.
Can just scroll.
I'm not here for the money.
Is that
I'm not
the
going to ask
higher
you for any
one on
money
the-
for to become a member because we're all members. If you pop in here, you're automatically a member. Thank you. Subscribe. Again, it warms
What
my
does
heart.
picture 3 do?
That is
Yeah,
the
we're
selected
having blood
stains
stains
that
on
were
the garage.
designated as
In the garage.
GW1,
Not all the garage. In the garage.
GW2, GW3,
Does my distance.
GW4,
Just pops.
and GW5.
And sir, what does GW mean?
Area G, I'm not sure what the W stands for. That would be Lieutenant Davison's.
No one has input what's going on right now, do they? Except potential blood
And were these the? I'm
in the
gonna show you, sir,
garage.
the
In the
photographs.
garage.
You just indicated some numbers. Are these the ones that correspond to the numbers that you marked?
Correct.
Okay, that would be for the records for photo, sorry, 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Are photos 4 through 8 depicted in photo 3?
Yes.
Now, photo 9, what is that, sir?
This is that upper stain pattern in area G. It was seen in the overall photograph. Here you have stain GE1,
Another stain.
GE2.
And another stain.
GE3, GE4.
Already knew. And another stain.
And just briefly, you could take a look at.
We don't,
10.
nobody knows anything.
What does that depict, sir?
That
I know
stain,
nothing.
Designated as GE1.
Could you point to the, okay. And for the record, it's the middle of the photograph.
Center of the
This
photograph.
case is really frustrating me.
Picture 11.
This is stain GE2 in the center of the photograph.
Is this oriented like this picture? Sir, if I can.
If you don't like this channel, I don't blame you because look what it's showing. Nothing.
So you can see the elongated stain here,
How many YouTubers say that?
So
the elongated stain here.
Good morning.
which
If you're
way
just
is
coming
it
in,
on
we're looking at
the
part of the
floor?
garage
Is
again.
it
Yeah.
perpendicular or I guess
We
parallel?
are.
So if you turn this photo.
If you're bored, I'm sorry.
Clockwise, they would align.
Okay.
It was just taken from a different angle.
But this is what the states do, and this is all their evidence, right, Giselle?
Stain
That's not
GE3
funny.
in the center of the photograph.
Oh,
Stain
and
G.
I apologize. Same question with respect to GE3.
Similar, the scales did not move.
Okay. And GE4.
G4, again, the stain in the center of the photograph. And
I've
the
just been
scale did
staring
not
at this for a long time now.
And GE5.
Nothing. Yeah,
G5, similar.
mommy.
Is this elongated stain here? And again, it's oriented to.
Yeah,
position.
exactly.
Just safe to say it's the way the photograph was done.
I know. This is what I've been complaining about all along.
And picture 15, please.
People, I get it if you don't want to watch this. It's the only
Is
thing
a
I know.
photo of
Right.
a stain on the garage floor.
You guys, we should be further than this.
Thank you.
This is for like 3 days of trial.
Mayor of the United States going back to states 9.
I'm having a coffee snap. No, no, no more blood. Pictures on the cement. I already know. I already know. Yeah, right? Yeah. And this is really kind of hard for people like me to really keep people involved
States 9,
in their
5,
channel.
13.
I can't keep people involved in this channel.
Sir, what does
Well,
that
they're-
depict?
no, oh, we get garbage cans now.
These are the garbage cans that were found.
Oh,
inside,
new.
the garage at 69 Wells. They were in the corner
You know,
of
how do I-
the right-hand
I'm
bed.
just looking at the garage,
The garage door would be on
cement or
the right-hand side. of the
cement and looking at garbage cans.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value on the garbage
Oh,
cans?
this is-
Yes, there were blood-like stains found
Got
around the lids on both garbage cans.
Yeah,
2, what is that?
That is a photograph of the left garbage can.
And
yeah, pretty much. Hi, mommy.
Yeah,
Mommy
that
was-
appears to be
Mommy,
the
don't you
left,
think pretty much?
Garbage can. And you can see the blood-like stain.
We get garbage can blood stains.
And
Ooh, new evidence.
photograph 4.
Something
that
new to
is
look
a
at.
photograph, I refer to my report to get left to right.
If it would refresh your recollection,
Yes.
please.
Trying to keep the troops entertained, sir. Come on, move right along. Come on.
That's a photograph
Hot
of
coffee
the
says you're done.
left-hand, garbage can.
Coffee's
So,
not hot anymore, but hey.
This was taken during the evidence collection process. And it was tested, swabbed.
When we
collected
get
for
excited
safety
about seeing garbage
security
cans.
6 from this area here.
Were there
You know,
other
actually,
bottles that were taken
Yeah,
out of the garbage cans?
I worked for a
On
customer
the,
service rep one
right-hand
time
garbage
for
can.
a garbage company.
So
Yeah,
that's a right-hand garbage. can.
garbage. Oh, I can't
Again,
stand this.
in a similar
Stop.
area, found a little like stain.
Yeah, pretty much to say. There is
And
alleged
with
blood
respect
stain
to,
on the garbage
the
cans now.
How many stain or spoons
Woo!
did you take in all of the left garbage can? If it could refresh your recollection to go to
Oh,
your
how do
report,
I
please.
pick these?
Still the same, 2 swabs.
And with respect to the right side garbage can,
2 swabs.
Oh my gosh, I bring you guys a cake.
and were those also tested
Yes.
and the results?
Oh, it could be fasting if we all knew the point of it. You are absolutely correct.
Now, sir, did you all have an opportunity to examine the
That's a cute cat. Oh,
Chevy
yeah.
Suburban that you, or be part of the processing of the Chevy Suburban that you earlier in the day had gone to Lapham Road to
Yes.
examine? You can have a seat, sir.
Yeah, relating to the girlfriend. How did she have anything to do with this?
That was on June the 28th, so it would have been the Tuesday after Memorial Day.
And actually, prior to leaving 69 Wells that day on May 27th, 2019, you testified earlier about latent prints. Did you conduct any latent print documentation?
Yes, we did.
I'm actually going to go to States 9, File 4. Where did you take latent prints from?
Well, we searched for latent prints around the points of entry. And
How everybody prints.
Okay.
Well, the question is, where did you take latent prints from? And the answer was, we searched.
Oh, mommy, thank you.
There's
Appreciate
none.
anytime you're
I will
here.
ask some foundation.
All of you. Just to support
What
alone,
exactly is a
y'all.
latent print?
it's a, lack of a better
The rate
term,
we're
an
going,
invisible
mommy, I
finger-
don't think you'd be
a
missing
fingerprint,
much.
that's deposited on a surface that needs some sort of development to make it visible.
And is there a process that
Yeah,
you
that's true.
utilize in searching for these?
Yes.
What is that process?
Process is visual observation, utilizing side lighting, different lighting techniques. And then in this case, it was the application of just standard fingerprint powders.
And how does fingerprint powder allow you to search for latent prints?
The fingerprint powder is extremely fine and it adheres to the fingerprint residue and makes the print visible.
And did you conduct that process at 69 Wells?
Yes.
At what locations?
Various locations throughout the house, the first floor, in and around the points of entry, around the mudroom door, around that the kitchen island.
I'm going to show you some photographs, sir, if I can. If you could take a look behind you. States 9. This is file.
I already knew
4.
all this.
What
The
do you see,
evidence were.
sir, depicted in that photograph?
That's an overall photo of the door leading into the mudroom.
Yeah,
from the garage,
right. Yeah.
After latent print processing and prior to the collection of the prints.
That's an interesting question.
And well, actually, I'm
If we
sorry.
could tie this to Michelle,
If you could, would you mind standing up?
Yeah.
Going back to the screen. Thank you.
the fingerprints on
Couple
You're
questions, sir. Where is
jumping the
on
gun,
that
please tell me that the
photograph,
fingerprints
if
on the
anywhere in
can
the
are
photograph,
Michelle's.
you mentioned the black powder, fingerprint powder. If you could just describe it for the record, please.
Right, it's all, it's this dark colored smudges all over the white door.
Did you put that on there?
Yes, I was one of the people who searched for latent fingerprints with.
I'm going to check as non-responsive. Either he did it or it was one of the people.
Well, question was, did you do that? He said he was one of the people. The court understands parenthetically who did it. Overruled.
What is the process for putting that fingerprint powder on a door such as this?
We have special brushes that we use, that we put the fingerprint powder on and apply it to the surface. And sometimes fingerprints readily appear, become visible. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work to clean up smudges and things like that with the brushes.
And how would you do that? Clean up smudges, or what do you mean by that?
Oh, you just, if, to get more detail out of the print, you'll work it with finer brushes, smaller brushes, and try and clean out the fingerprint powder from in between the ridges that you see on the print.
Did you develop any latent prints out of the mudroom door?
Yes.
Where?
Right here above the lock cylinder.
Show you what's been marked as states. Picture 2. Sir, what does that show?
So this is the latent prints prior to collection, prior to lifting them.
And what do you mean by that?
So we will take photographs of detail, and then once that's completed, we'll go ahead and take adhesive lifters. Usually it's adhesive clear acetate, almost like tape. In this case, down here, we used a gelatin lifter, which is a thin layer of gelatin on a rubberized back. It's just used for different surfaces.
And the markings.
Oh,
on
you're
the
crocheting a
measuring
nightcap.
tape or the white.
I'm
sticker
at
says-
crochet too.
What exactly does that
I
mean?
love crocheting.
So the LP stands for latent print.
All
So
right.
we run them sequentially, so this would be latent.
Whose
Again,
fingers
I'm gonna
prints
check, unless
are
you put
these?
yourself in the Plural, I would ask that he at least clarify whether he did this or someone else did it, just for clarification.
So the question, as the court understood it, is not whether he did it. He was asked to explain what those designations mean, if the court understood.
I agree, Judge.
That was the state's question, yeah.
Overruled.
So this is my handwriting on the markings. So LP stands for latent print. Latent print 7, which is also designated as State Police Exhibit 82.
Oh, good
Here,
idea.
LP 8.
I was thinking about doing prayer shawls.
Exhibit 83.
Did you go anywhere else in the
I
house?
think I will,
uh,
matter of
and
fact.
Conduct this process?
Yes.
Where?
Nobody needs prayers.
The kitchen of the
Make you
residence.
feel godly.
And with respect to the mudroom door, is this the side going into the garage or the side going into the kitchen?
So this is what we designated as the exterior side. So this is the garage side of that mudroom door.
Okay.
Picture 3, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is the area around the inside face of the mudroom door. You can see down here where I had removed the doorknob. So this is one of the casings. You see LP1, latent print 1, exhibit 73. Above that, latent print 2, exhibit 74.
Good idea.
And down on the wall, exhibit 75, which is latent print 3.
The blue writing, is that actually on the wall?
Yes, I did that with a grease pencil and China marker.
Why would you do that?
That designates which one I'm actually looking at, or what the actual lift is. So, and it just depends on the amount of detail in that print. So in a photograph, if I just put up a scale, I don't know which one of these is the exhibit. That's why we, circle it with the China marker, and the arrow just orients the print. And then sometimes that gets picked up on the lifter itself. So it's more for the examiner.
Oh
Did you
God, what a cute
Search
thing.
for latent prints in the kitchen area.
Dragon.
Yes, I did.
Where?
Mainly around the kitchen island, where I found those other exhibits.
Show you what's been marked as picture 4. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, that's the inside of one of the cabinet doors.
Okay, I gotta see this closely. I'll be right back. I want to see this
And
closely.
if you can,
Oh,
that same blue writing is on there. If you could explain that, please.
Correct, that's, I marked out the print in blue China marker and designated it as latent print 4, exhibit 76.
This is the
Marked
door.
States 5. What does this photograph depict, sir?
That is on one of the entry doors. May I refer my report to?
If it would refresh your recollection, please.
Okay, this is the French doors leading out to the backyard, the rear patio.
And if you could walk me through, did you do this one?
I'm not sure if I dusted this, but I designated it and marked it up.
And if you could just walk me through what you did.
Okay, so after the latent prints were developed, I go around, people tell me where they found prints, and I will go around with a magnifying glass,
no, tons
pick
of
out the
yarn.
prints with the best detail,
Stash is like
mark
start
them,
using.
and label them in similar manner, then notify the photographers.
I crochet Barbie doll clothes.
So they can be properly photographed.
Yeah.
Prior to
Little
collection.
tiny things are so cute. Gosh,
And picture
better
6,
than a
please.
name.
That is off of a
Mini
exterior door handle.
Barbie doll.
And if I
Girl
can refer to my
clothes.
report, I can get you the correct door.
If you can, thank you.
Okay, so whose fingerprints are we seeing on here? Anybody?
Okay, that's the same set of French doors that we took prints off of.
Yeah,
in the
mommy.
photograph.
I agree.
And this is. one of the
Whose
exterior
fingerprints are
handles.
on here? Am I missing something in my blonde hair?
I remember developing this, and then I went ahead and marked it. It was exhibit 80, latent print number 6.
Thank you, sir. You could have a seat.
Oh, God.
Now, I asked you previously about the Chevy Suburban. If you can, just briefly, and did you have an opportunity to process the Chevy Suburban at a later date?
Yes,
What day was that?
it was the 28th of May in 2019.
Where were you located?
At the New Canaan Police Department, the vehicle was located in their Sally Port.
And who was with you during that processing?
It was Sergeant Joe Duva was our supervisor. It's myself, Detective McGavin, I believe Detective Pearson, Detective Keppel.
And if I can, sir, I'm going to draw your attention just to take a look behind you. This is under States 9, File 14. Picture 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, that's the Chevy Suburban prior to our start of processing.
Picture 2.
That's the rear of the Chevy Suburban.
Picture Picture 3.
That's a view of one of the running boards of the Chevy Suburban.
And if I can scroll in a little bit. Sir, what is depicted in the white marker and the, I guess, pink arrow as well?
Right, so that's a blood-like stain we found just above one of the running boards. It was designated, tested, and swabbed and collected in the same manner as we did in the house.
And with respect to the results
The test results were positive.
and the swabbing, did you conduct that in the same process as you did the 2 swabs? and
Yes, 2
every-
swabs, same collection.
Now, were you wearing gloves and protective gear in the course of processing the vehicle?
Yes, just gloves.
By the way, what was your assignment with respect to May 28th processing the vehicle?
I still maintain the position of evidence collection officer for this.
Picture 5, sir.
You like
That is
plastic
a
hooks? So do I.
blood-like stain pattern found on the lower edge of one of the doors.
And picture 6.
That's a sample from the stain pattern. I tested, collected as State Police Exhibit 106. The arrow denotes the stains that I took.
The stains that you took for what?
I'm sorry, that I swabbed and collected as evidence.
State 7.
Again, those are additional stain patterns found on the door of the Suburban.
And states 8.
And another blood-like stain pattern.
And same questions, same.
It was tested, collected, and marked in a similar fashion, collected with the 2 swabs.
States 9.
That's the blood-like stain that I first saw on the bumper on Lapham Road. And again, I tested it, collected it, and marked it as
I know, me
State
too.
Police Exhibit 105.
I usually
And,
don't get distracted.
test
I
results
usually
are positive.
am really into these. I know it's interesting, but right now it's just like,
That is blood-like stains that were found on the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban.
And same question, sir. Did you?
Same collection method. It was tested.
But
test
I'm just
results were
trying to figure
positive.
out whose
It
fingerprints
was
are those. Did I miss
swabbed and
something?
collected as
Was I
State Police
spacing
Exhibit
out
118.
when he's
Were there also any swabbings done further of the inside of the vehicle?
Anyone?
Yes.
Where?
I do believe we did DNA swabs of the various parts of inside the vehicle in an attempt to collect DNA. So we choose these areas based upon the areas that people touch when they're driving. So the insides of doors, steering wheels, top and bottom, gear shift, areas such as that.
States 11. What does that depict, sir?
Yeah, I hope it's hers
That's
too.
the rear cargo area.
Oh, good, thanks.
The, Chevy
I'm not the only one
Suburban.
who's like,
The adhesive scales in the pink arrows denote areas where blood-like staining was found.
Specifically, I'm going to ask you about states 12. What is that?
That is an area of blood-like staining. It's hard to see with the dark carpet. And that was found in the rear cargo area. It was tested, collected and seized in the same manner as all the
But I'm
other
about ready to get my
swabbing
crochet hook
blood-like
out.
stains. It was denoted as State Police Exhibit 121.
And the test results?
Test results were positive.
Oh, one more, sir. What is that?
That's a blood-like stain found on, I believe it's the driver's side wall of the rear cargo area. This also field tested positive for blood and was swabbed and collected as exhibit, State Police Exhibit 120.
Your Honor, with respect to the next few photographs the state intends to introduce, I know the court's ruling previously, but if I would, perhaps now would be a time to excuse the jury for a few minutes, or the state can go into it.
Huh? Let's get back
The
to
court
chambers.
does not
What?
expect 10 minutes worth of argument.
No, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will excuse you for a brief period. There will be some discussion of the next exhibit. And so we ask that you retire to the deliberation room and please do not.
Yeah,
discuss.
exactly. Good point.
Oh, there's three. Okay. Next.
Ew, something about her just creeps me out. Okay, guys. Here we go.
Would
Your
you
Honor.
put those up on the screen, please?
Sure, Your Honor. If I may, I believe it is. This would be picture 14, picture 15, and picture 16.
Thank you. Easiest way for the court to probably do this is just
If I
a
may.
brief offer of proof as to
Yeah,
how
would be my guess.
exhibits are going to be explained.
If I may, Your Honor, may I just
Yes.
inquire of Detective
Yes.
Riley? Thank you. Detective Riley, I'm going to have you draw your attention to photograph 14 behind you. What does that depict, please?
That's a photo of the rear cargo area. It's a time exposure. So the photo's taken over a longer period of time after the application of a chemical called luminol.
Okay, a couple questions about what you just said, okay? With respect to the content of the photograph, you said rear cargo area, is that of the Chevy Suburban?
Correct.
Okay, now with the, were you present when this happened?
Yes.
Okay. You used the word luminol. What does that mean?
It's a chemical that we use to detect latent blood, that is blood that's not readily seen. We use it as a search tool. It's not, we don't use it as a presumptive. We use it to search for blood that's not readily visible. If we find stains of or areas of interest with the luminol, we'll go ahead, conduct further observations. We utilize the KM test, and if the KM test is positive, then we'll take evidentiary samples from those areas.
And with respect to a luminol, does that give it any presumptive, wait, you said luminol for blood that's not readily available. How does that work? Or readily seen, I guess is the way you said it.
Correct. Yeah, the blood,
Yeah,
we use it to search for latent
Yeah,
blood.
you're right.
So the luminol reacts, it glows blue
Oh, there's captions on
due to the iron present in blood. However, it reacts with substances that contain iron, along with several other different substances. What we do is once we mix up a batch of luminol that we're going to use on scene, we'll apply it to our known blood sources, the horse blood, the pig blood, and see how that reacts. and then we'll use it on an area of interest and see if we see any similar reaction.
So is it really the detection of iron? Is that what luminol is looking for?
Well, that's what luminol reacts to in blood.
And with respect to the fact, well, strike that if I can. You said you mix it up on scene.
Yes.
Walk me through that process.
So we get our luminol from a forensic supply house. It comes with a solvent, a bottle of solvent, and the luminol comes in powder form. We follow the instructions, we mix them together, we attach a spray head, and then we'll apply it to a surface.
Is this something that you're trained in?
Yes.
Okay, those of you
I
are
remember one
and the
class.
jury is not present. They're going over this
And is
evidence
this a tool that you
with
have utilized in the
the,
course of your career at the Connecticut State Police?
with the
And
judge.
about how often?
So,
Not a lot. I would say I've probably applied luminol 15 to 20 times.
And with respect to the photograph exposure process, how does that work?
So we'll set a
yeah,
camera up on a
I'm convinced that
tripod.
this could have
so
been
it's
done
steady.
before the trial
We'll
started.
put the camera settings to keep the shutter of the camera open for a longer period of time. And then we'll apply the luminol, and if there's a
Indeed.
reaction, we'll open the shutter. The camera will do its thing, and once the photograph's complete, we'll move to a different area.
Is there a lighting on anywhere around?
Yeah, I apologize. So luminol has to be used in a darkened room.
Yeah, I
The
know.
bluish glow is very faint if we have a reaction. So in this case, we close the Sally port door. If there were windows on it, I don't remember if there were, they would be papered over. So we basically work in the dark with flashlights.
If I may have one moment. That would be the state's offer, essentially.
Yeah, briefly cross.
Well, this is just essentially an
Mhm.
offer.
Yes.
So this is how the court understands the offer. Luminol detects blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, it detects, and the court is not certain that this was the testimony, it detects any substance that contained iron. That includes blood. After that, there's further testing. After that, there may be the swabbing and the collection and essentially the KM test. That's how the court understands the testimony. The photos that are viewed at this time are time-lapse photos. In other words, this isn't a snapshot, as the court understands it. The time-lapse photo. The blue as it appears on the screen, as the court understands it, is bluer than what would be seen typically, because the testimony and the offer was that the blue is very faint. Here on the screen, the blue is not very faint.
Mm-hmm.
So during this offer, the court will ask you, detective, is the color of the blue on the photograph darker than the blue that would appear after the application of luminol?
That's what a positive reaction looks like, Your Honor.
So you would describe that as faint?
It's faint where if it was in natural daylight, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Oh, well, because it's against the backdrop of essentially a dark backdrop, it looks more vivid than it would look.
That's fair, Your Honor.
Well, the defense is concerned, Attorney Schoenhorn, you may indicate
Very briefly, the latter comment by Your Honor, this isn't how it would appear even in in the detective's visual appearance of the back of the vehicle. But my bigger concern is there wasn't, this luminol is not a detection of blood, it's a detection for iron. This is the back of the vehicle. It detects steel, iron. I understand it also can detect copper. It also can detect any vegetables or that have iron, such as turnips and horseradish, those kind of root vegetables, and a number of any other kind of food that might contain like meats and whatnot, or hamburger if a child was eating a hamburger in the back or it spilled a little bit in the back. So more so my concern than more so even than the concern I have about the Castle-Meyer test, where there's an observation, it was a test was performed, a presumptive test, and then it was passed on. Here, there was no confirmatory test whatsoever. Therefore, and when the DNA from these areas was later tested, there was no DNA that was determined to conform to the DNA of Jennifer Dulos. So in addition to the concern I have about it being misleading, the additional concern I have is that in light of what is going to happen later, there is no relevance to it whatsoever. And I'll just note as an aside, my other concern is that the court allowed in the Castle-Meyer multiple times, suggesting that, well, I can take care of that in cross-examination. My concern, Judge, is that's shifting the burden to the defense to go over each and every time there was a claimed presumptive test, when it's going to determine that many of them turned out to be negative when they were tested in the lab. But my concern here is different, at least in the other, my other objection. There was, at least as I understand it, the court said there was a visible item that was being tested, and that was why the witness did what he did. Anything else here, he's already testified up until this point. There were items he swiped. He can simply testify that he did take additional samples in the back without getting into what luminol is, what it does, and since it doesn't test for blood, it tests, and I left out bleach is another substance that glows when luminol is applied. I don't know how that's going to, I don't even know if the state would then not put on evidence of the what was done in the back of the car, and therefore that leads to the defense having to call laboratory people to say, no, it was negative. It leaves a false impression that this wasn't blood, when I think the court is correct. It only tests for things that have iron in them, and I would know copper is not iron, but it also tests copper. But in a motor vehicle, all of those things, especially in the cargo compartment, would likely be found. And I'll just incorporate my prior arguments so I have to repeat anything.
Well,
If I can just clarify.
The court can address this right now. The, again, issue of false impression, essentially giving life to what may be considered to be misleading, is not evident here. Not only is the luminol application far from conclusive, it is not even at the level of presumptive. It detects many more things than blood. It detects iron. Then there's further testing to get it up to the point of even being presumptive. So the court sees no danger for unfair prejudice or misleading evidence. The court is going to allow the evidence.
Could the court at least, what I'm not understanding, the court's, I'm not understanding Your Honor's ruling, because what the court said is it has essentially no evidentiary value, and then the court rules that it's admissible. The court at least articulate how it gets to that position. I'm just trying to understand down the road, since we're going to be having this happen more often than you think.
Court did not say it has no probative value. Relevant evidence is evidence that has any tendency to make a material fact more likely or less likely than it would be without the evidence. The court did not say it has no probative value. The state has the opportunity to present the case the way the state wishes to present the case. If it wishes to present evidence of luminol and latent blood that falls below a presumptive finding, that's the state's determination.
I'll just ask the court to note my strong exception, since I'll just remind the court that State versus Moody said that luminol has no probative value. So the fact that the court says it does, I don't know where to go with that other than to just enter my strong objection.
You can bring the jury back.
This should be allowed. Yeah, just let the jury decide. How's that?
Just
Simple.
prior to the jury coming out, Your Honor, those 3 photographs are still ID only. May I just inquire, they moved to be full exhibit at this time?
They're gonna allow it in. Good. They should allow it in. I think this defense attorney is always going to argue that should not be in.
Would counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes.
Oh,
Your Honor.
good. They're going to lunch. I'm hungry.
Do you wish to make your offer of those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, I would. This would be States 9, file 14. The offer involves photographs 14, 15, and 16.
Objection, Attorney Schornor.
I stated my objection.
Thank you. Overruled.
Uh,
Which numbers are they, please?
They are States 9, file 14, numbered photographs 14, 15, and 16.
States 9, file 14, photographs 14, 15, and 16 admitted as full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, if I can, I'm going to draw your attention. Here.
Lunch, please.
States 13, look at it, sir. Is that, where is that located in the Chevy Suburban?
That is in the rear cargo compartment of the Chevy Suburban. That would be on the.
Are they going to lunch now?
With respect to the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban, did you do anything to, in the course of processing the car with respect to that area?
Yes.
What did you do?
So we conducted a search for not only visible blood-like stains, but latent blood-like stains.
What do you mean by latent?
Latent just means that you can't see it. It needs something to be developed.
And what did you do to develop that?
So we utilized a chemical called luminol that we get from a chemical supply house. It's a liquid that you spray onto a surface in a darkened environment, and it will react with the iron contained in blood.
No.
and glow.
I wish they were going to
particular
lunch
glow.
now.
And with
I'm
respect
hungry.
to reacting with the iron in blood, does it react to other things as well?
It reacts with a lot of different things.
Can you name a few, please?
So it reacts with iron, or anything with iron in it. It'll react with bleach. So it's a limited use in the bathroom. And it will also react with some foods. as well. There's a laundry list. We utilize it as a search tool.
I'm about to go to lunch
We
soon.
have to do further presumptive tests, and then, of course, any samples that we collect, we have to send to for confirmatory tests.
And just for the record, the photograph 13 behind you, was that KM tested as well?
That exhibit was KM tested.
And seized as exhibit, what exhibit number did you see?
State Police Exhibit 120.
With respect to the pink arrow, what does that depict?
That's the area where I took those evidentiary swabs from.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 14. What does that depict, sir?
That is a time exposure of our application of luminol.
Of it. Well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Of
This
what?
is, sorry. This is the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban. While it was still parked in the Sally Port, we closed the doors, we make it a darkened environment. And, you know, we sprayed luminol throughout the rear cargo area and took several time exposures.
where do you get the luminol from?
We get it from a forensic supply house.
And how do you, I guess, apply the luminol?
So it comes, the kit that we get from the chemical supply house comes with a bottle of solvent, and then luminol comes in powder form. We mix those two together. We attach a spray head, and then we do a test on our known blood samples, or either pig blood or horse blood, and see what kind of reaction we get. Then we will apply it to an area of interest and see if we get any reactions. If we get reactions, we'll go ahead and test those areas with the Castlemeyer test, and then determine whether or not we want to take evidentiary samples.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. How did you, or I guess, how did you take a photograph?
The photograph is a time exposure. So basically we put the camera on a tripod and either set the automatic settings or set shutter settings. So the shutter stays open on the camera for a longer period of time. Since it's a darkened environment, it takes that amount of time to take in enough light to make a photograph.
And were you, well, I'm going to show you behind you states 15. What does that depict, sir?
That was taken during our luminol examination. That's, again, the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban. I believe that's more focused on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And states 16. What does that depict, sir?
Again, taken during the luminol examination, and that's the passenger side of the rear cargo area.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the Chevy Suburban at a later date?
Yes.
When was that?
June the 26th of 2019.
And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that was to try and search for additional biologic material to aid the medical examiner's cause and manner investigation.
Did you look at a specific area of the vehicle?
The undercarriage specifically.
And by undercarriage, what do you mean?
The underside of the car.
File 16, show you picture 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Chevy Suburban, Farber Dulos's Chevy Suburban.
Where is the location of this? Where was the location of this processing?
This was processed at Troop G Bridgeport.
Picture 18. What does that depict, sir?
That is the passenger side of the Chevy Suburban. You can see the black metal of the door on the upper part of the photograph.
If you wouldn't mind, again, sir, if you can get up and point to the photograph, please.
So you have the vehicle here, and here is the undercarriage. This is the underside of the step bumper, frame rail. And this is some blow-like material we found on the edge of the undercarriage.
The word written on the white side, what does that mean?
So that was placed there by the photographer to designate which direction is the front of the vehicle. Because, you know, the photographs can get a little confusing.
Picture 19, what is that?
Oh, God.
Okay, this is an item of interest that we found during examination of the undercarriage. Again, this is on the passenger side. We're looking at this clearish little specimen right there. So, and we designated this as item A. Our
I'm sorry. I'm doing. Oh my gosh! I didn't mean to do that. Here. I didn't mean to do that. Where is it? I lost my string. I didn't mean to do that. Can you guys see me? Where is it? I lost my string. I didn't mean to do that. Can you guys see me? Where is it? I lost my string. Can you guys see me? Where is it? I lost my string. I'm so bored that I just clicked it. Oh my! Can you guys see me? Where is it? I don't want to do this one. I want to show this one. Here, get rid of me. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Okay. Better? Yeah, it is. It is. This is a baby boomer moment. Is everybody awake?
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your exhibit report?
Oh, God, you gotta love me. Oh my God, looks like an ultrasound. Right, when you're showing it, I'm being slap happy right now, you guys. I can't help it. It was early in the day. Is everybody awake now? Lunch.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as ID, states 12. If you can, just take a look. And please don't
Oh,
resend it. Let me know when you're done.
yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Did that refresh your recollection, sir,
Yes.
as to if there was a swap done of that?
That is funny.
Yeah, so this is the exterior side of the vehicle's tailgate. This is the bottom edge right here. And during our examination of, you can see the application of fingerprint powders. Right, so There's not a lot of,
Oh,
there's not
yeah.
much detail here
The
whatsoever.
peanut classroom.
However, it was handled.
Just here, everybody.
so
Let me
the,
just
swab
screen
of
my own screen.
Or I took 2 swabs that were moistened with sterile water. Swab.
I don't know how I wish
collected
guys,
and
I was
designated
bored.
Is state
I don't know what else to
police
say.
exhibit 113.
And picture 24, sir.
This was taken during a latent print exam,
Oh,
the exterior of the vehicle. Again, we're running sequentially with.
I'm bored. I
latent
can't
print
imagine
numbers,
how
so
everybody
latent
else
11,
is right
State Police Exhibit 114.
now. The host.
And again,
Hi, Moon Fox. You just
China market, arrow for-
you just missed me. Live stream my own channel.
Picture 25.
Go rewind a little bit.
Appears
We
us
can
to
have a
be
good
like
laugh.
multiple
I think I might do that
on,
after this.
not sure where exactly this was on the Suburban.
Would it refresh your recollection? You didn't take a look at your report?
Yes.
And just for the record, I'm almost done with this section. And one more question after this.
Well, it's the answer, the length of the answer that concerns me. So the court.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
Lunch recess after this.
After this, I would love to go on a cruise.
This is this was developed on the rear
That
edge.
does
of
look
the
like
Great
ultrasounds, doesn't it?
So, kind of near the
More
window.
pictures.
And so, again, designated as latent print number 12.
Well, yeah, we're all doing something besides listening to
Marked
this,
in-
right?
In the same manner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we approach our luncheon recess.
Oh, yes,
Plan to resume at 2 o'clock.
Lunch.
Please do not discuss the case. Thank you.
lunch time. We're coming back. Ooh, excuse me.
All rise. This honorable spirit court now stands in recess until 2.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was totally boring there for a minute. I entertained you guys a little bit, right? Oh. Oh, yeah. I love water. I love to swim. Okay, so with that being said, they're going to lunch. And we should have John back pretty soon. Yeah, it was funny. I'm just thinking about keeping chat alive, or how should we do this? Let me see when they're expected back. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go on Long Crime and see when they're going to be back for lunch. I promise I will not. Okay, here's the deal. They're going to go on, they're going to go to lunch until 2 o'clock their time. So it's like 1 o'clock here. It'll be 1 o'clock my time. And okay, so it's only 11 here. So we're going to be back within an hour. So how's that? And I will start a new screen. Or should I just keep this one on? I don't know. You guys tell me. Because I don't know. I'll just keep this on. All right, I'll be back. I'm hungry.
I can probably take a nap. I have to shoot pool tonight. Here's the point. Donald Trump, he doubled his with his turnout, right, from 2016. This is the key. He got the endorsements, but let me tell you, this is ironically, even though the voters have lost, they did not follow the leadership per se. They followed their guts, right? Because so is trial going the way you think?
It's too early to tell.
The rest of the category, the non-white evangelical voters, they still went. They supported Donald Trump 48%.
He just outperformed in every way possible. And a lot of people don't know how to do it.
Thank you. Quick town hall. We'll be watching for that.
That's great. Live audience.
Well, I'll let you go. Not much with me.
Yeah, not much going on here either. I'm just
Right.
out.
All right. Bye.
Okay, you have a good day.
You
I'll
too.
talk to you later.
Oh no! What did you learn? Oh my gosh! A hot mic. Oh, funny. How many people actually heard that? I totally forgot I was on. Oh, shoot. I'm really not the streamer today, aren't I? Oh, was I? A little bit. Oops. Don't hold that against me, please. Please, Mommy, don't hold that against me if you don't, you know. I think my brother had that on. Oh, gosh. Please tell me you don't hold that against me. Okay. Well, I hope you don't hold. I mean, if you're think the opposite, I just, I respect everybody's opinions. Wherever you're going in direction in life. Yeah. I am just. Yeah, that's true. But this is not a political chat room, so I apologize if this is my trial room where we talk about trials. I guess that's a trial. Well, I don't want to be controversy. I'm just not in the mood. All right, good. Well, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh gosh. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I just don't feel like I have my whole groove on today. I know. I don't know what it is about this trial. I mean, one more blood stain. I am just. You need ham? You know what I need? I need this trial to go quicker. All right, how many days do we have this guy up here? I need this to go quicker. I had some chicken noodle soup. I need John's madness. I need a ginger snap right now from him. I need for him to come on and ginger snap. He's not missing much. I just told him that. Oh. Oh boy, you guys, what do you think, huh? What do you think this whole thing? We're going to give this another day and see what's going on. I don't know. Oh, mommy, go get something to eat. You want, yeah. Yes, I am. I should go to the liquor store and do that. Maybe I'll feel better. Oh, I know. Rainy makes people sleepy. Cold weather does that too. Having 3 degrees weather makes you really sleepy. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute this in case I get another conversation. I'll be right back.
If you've been seriously injured, call Barry Law.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we have in store for us today, this afternoon, part 2.
So is Detective Riley still on the stand?
He is, Your Honor.
We can bring him in now, and then we will bring the jury in.
Yeah, just in time. I was goofing around on the internet trying to take
We
a
can bring the jury in.
state quiz on the seals. Yeah, flunked it. Yeah, what states I live in. Not the ones I'm watching now, but I got Florida and the state. I gotta get it right. I think just a little better than this. Oh, Michelle, you want to try to look savvy. Bring the jury in.
The jurors are not ready to come in. They're coming out of the.
Yeah, you're right. I think so too.
So we will just take a brief recess.
I do it with sunglasses, but not reading. Just saying. What? This is really beginning to be a very annoying trial. I don't know what it makes her look like. Weird. No, the juries weren't ready. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Have them. Oh, yeah. All right, so far, 3 days. 3 days. It's dry and it's boring. And my friend texted me and said that. It's dry and it's boring. Come on. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm snapping. I'm doing coffee snaps. Wait till we have the ginger snaps in here. This gets really heated. All right, come on. Does she think she's smart when she wears glasses and goes like this? Here, I can do that. I need some Bailey's cream to put in my coffee if I don't quit this. Should I stream me again? Oh my God. Well, look at the attorney. Oh my God, it looks like he just got out of Matlock episode, doesn't he?
Picture 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just briefly, with respect to this photograph, there is a arrow at the bottom right of the photograph. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that arrow supposed to do?
That arrow basically designates up, or it helps orient the print.
And last photograph on that file, 14, picture 26.
That is another latent print
I got an 8
lifted from the
right out of 50. How funky is that?
To the, was this also designated a number, an exhibit number?
Yes, this was latent print number 13,
cares?
State Police Exhibit 116.
With respect to the Chevy Suburban, was there another day that it was examined or processed?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yes, in June.
Okay, so in the June processing,
And I kind of feel bad for him, really.
That entailed
And everybody
examining the undercarriage of the vehicle.
closed and
was there a third time that vehicle was processed?
Yes, that was sometime in September, I believe.
oh my God, look here.
2019, correct.
2019.
Who's
Where was the
here?
vehicle located when it
Well,
was
hello. What fresh hell have you brought me today?
At
What?
Troop L Litchfield.
What fresh hell have you brought me today?
examination?
That was to obtain more swabs from the interior of the vehicle, more swab samples.
Hell,
And were any swabs taken?
you're going to hate me.
So what were those swabbings?
I seized swabs from the steering wheel,
Here, I'm just so used to having you up here.
gear shift,
It's okay.
I believe seat
Uh,
adjustment controls.
Oh my God.
Right. When there's an actual break,
Recall what
I need to know
Not off the top. of
what
my
it
head,
is
no.
that I walked into.
I may just have one moment.
I can tell you now. Anybody want to type?
Hey, everybody in the chat. Good to see y'all.
I may just have one moment.
We can tell you now. We saw like 45 photos of blood on cement, right, you guys? Then we saw a photo of the garbage can, maybe with
But
somebody's.
what does
finger.
any of that prove?
Nothing. Oh,
I'll
so you're
withdraw that, Your Honor.
you're okay for being late.
For that one.
Okay, then I understand exactly what I did not miss.
May I just have a moment?
Yes.
Can I just have a moment? Then you miss Nancy's coffee rants. Who is?
I'm sorry for missing that. That would have been fun.
Yeah, then you missed Nancy's, i.e. you screwed up. I think I'm gonna stream myself.
Well, and there's nothing necessarily wrong about that. I don't know. Behind the scenes, I told you why I decided to not necessarily take today, but that's okay.
That's why I told you to take your time this morning.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Behind you, sir. What does that vehicle depict, please? Or I'm sorry, what does that picture depict?
That's the front of
That's
the
a
Range
car.
Rover. That was garage. at
That's a
69
car.
miles.
Just recognize. That's a car.
Picture 2. What does that
Okay,
show?
we're not going to ask the second question.
Of the Range
That's
Rover?
the side of the car.
And I'm gonna draw your attention actually down to and scroll in. Here's the here where there's a sticky and
Oh,
mark
you know what? I'm going to
forward.
show her this
Can you
car.
That's a sticker on the car.
Here you go, John.
I can't
I'm
see
gonna
now,
have to
but it's
suffer,
marked
so
up.
are you.
in a similar
Okay.
manner.
All right. I mean, I knew I was walking into a shit
recall
show,
what
but
slabbing that was?
Huh?
I knew I was walking into a bleep
Take a
show.
closer look at the screen.
That's
Yes,
okay.
Would it also refresh your recollection and take a look at your report?
That would be better.
If I may just approach the correct.
Oh, I'm trying to get rid of this one.
We're gonna have 3 weeks of this.
Holy shit, I can't believe they zoomed that in.
11 for ID.
Oh, I don't know. I just been laughing all morning.
That's okay. Honestly, it's better to laugh than to cry.
I put it this way: the whole chat was so boring. We decided to talk about crocheting.
Really? Oh Lord. All right. Well, I'm kind of glad that I missed that.
Don't go anywhere now, please. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Unless.
Yes, that is a tire
Did that
with
refresh
a
your
marker on
recollection,
it.
Yes.
If you could, what, if you wouldn't mind getting up and pointing to the screen again. I
Oh,
apologize. Could you
another
please identify,
car.
if you could, to your knowledge.
No, that's the same car.
What markings those are.
Another picture of the
that is,
car. It's a picture of the same car.
Yep.
Oh, wow. She did it.
Front door. And 62 is on the rear door.
And with respect to those.
It's
exhibits-
2 o'clock. Is it? It's your channel today.
Yes, they were
Is it too early for me to start drinking?
Why?
the same manner
What do you want
as the
to
other
do?
stains in the garage.
And was that 2 swaps?
Two
How about
swaps
having
for
a smoke?
evidentiary collection.
Go ahead. You can do all you want on my channel. I don't care.
Cam was.
I'm not the
fine.
one who's. I don't care. I'm not making any money off of this.
State
David.
picture
So
3.
go ahead.
What is that,
Whatever
sir?
you want.
That is another blood-like stain found on the Range Rover.
Yeah. Well,
As far as location,
Then I would just have a photo of blackness.
Sir, please.
Great, thank you. That's deeply informative.
And do you know the location of that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that was a blood-like stain we found on the left side of the hood.
I brought you
Sure,
back.
why not?
That's
I mean, I can't tell what the hell it is, but
Field test
maybe
swab been collected.
And the results of the field test?
Field test was
I
fine.
brought you back for this.
Sir,
he was recalled.
out of file 15, I
was?
believe. What is that picture?
I need to get drunk.
So that's the exhibit
That's a
61.
sticker that we
That's
put
what
on
we
there
have
as
on the-
trying to identify it as evidence,
door.
even though it doesn't prove anything.
Excuse me,
How long
left
has
front
this,
door of the
how
Range
long has
Rover.
this dude been up here?
And you can see the.
It's
the
1
appearance
o'clock
spanner
in
pattern.
somewhere.
I
Oh my
don't know.
God. And I ran out of
Collected.
wine. Damn it.
Same questions with respect to the the seizing of it as an exhibit, please.
Yeah, so that was, field
Yeah,
tested,
Baca.
it was field tested positive, and then it was collected in the usual manner.
And that's 2 swabbings.
2 swabbings, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, chat room saying have at it.
Picture 5.
That's a blood-like stain found on the.
Hang on, so
rear
you're
door of
saying
the
that
Range
your
Rover.
expert is saying that there is evidence of
And it
the
was,
DNA
field
of the
tested,
person who everybody agrees
came
drove the
positive,
car?
and it was collected with
Okay.
2 swabs.
Okay.
That
Similar to all the others.
Proves
What do you say?
nothing.
Or which side of the vehicle?
That was.
You mean the person who owned the car and drove the car on a regular basis drove the car? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Picture 6 is the
I think we should
left
pause
front
this and just kind
corner
of talk
of
about
the bumper
stupid
of the
stuff.
Range Rover.
Jeez.
State Police Exhibit 60 was a swabbing.
I love the look
There
on
were
your
2
face when I say something
collected
really
It-
from the stain that the arrow was.
Yes, I love you to death, but you know I only have so much sanity.
And Exhibit 69 is a sample of the
Blood-like stain.
If it keeps us up, we
was
might
found below it.
stop early.
Both items were field tested. They field tested positive, and both were collected in the.
Wait, you mean that they had DNA of the person who everybody agrees drove the car on a regular basis? My God, that's
Oh,
absolutely mind blowing.
oh, I learn something new every day.
The location of which escapes me now.
If you could refer to your.
I mean-
report, please. For the record, is stage 11 Friday.
That'd be like sitting there, being like going through the testing of my bed sheets and being like, yeah, he slept there.
Yeah.
Of
it's-
the Range Rover.
Like, okay,
It
and
was also field tested
And
positive with the KM test. It was collected with 2 swabs in the usual manner.
I don't care how many swabs you take. The reality is that if you decided to swab my bed sheets, yes, I did in fact sleep in my bed multiple times.
Is a latent print taken from the Range Rover.
Latent print number 9, Exhibit 93.
If I could double check the location.
Because, you know, that's where I go to sleep. Generally speaking, I don't kill somebody while I'm asleep.
hey, check your private message.
Oh, Lord.
He's being a smart ass.
And latent print number 9 was lifted from the front fender.
And just with respect
Now
to the
everything
link
is
number
perfectly
9,
kosher.
walk us through the
I
process.
know.
of
You know I
taking
still
the
love you.
print
I
off of
am
the
a
vehicle.
respectable
So
Christian
this
now.
print, again, once it
Yes,
was
you
developed and marked, photographed, we would take adhesive acetate, something clear. Probably in this case, I used a gelatin lifter.
But I had
Objection. Objection.
It's a thin layer of gelatin.
Why are you not objecting?
Backing. It kind of molds better to the curves of the car.
Why are you not objecting?
Picture 9.
Seriously? No, there's no objection.
That is a photo of Exhibit 58, which was a sampling of the blood-like stains found on the grill.
He literally said, I probably use an acrylic, somebody probably used an acrylic acid.
Oh, probably.
Object.
Object.
doesn't
Give
know what the hell
the-
he's saying.
What did you designate 58 as?
It was these,
I
blood-like
probably
stains.
used an acrylic acetate to
And did you
take that and make it more clear.
or anything on those stains?
But you don't know that.
With the cam,
That could be tomato soup.
which was a positive test.
Actually, if you could, what about up here?
It could be somebody having a nosebleed 20 years ago. Who cares?
I believe those scales were.
I don't know how many
placed
times I
there to
predicted
I
document,
believe those scales.
The apparent spatter found up here. Probably-
Please object. Somebody object. Can I object for them?
Any, samples or swabbings, I should say, for anything above
Yeah,
the.
object
the
for it. Go
rover
right in that
or
screen and
the
say,
rover.
God bless it. Where did you go to law school?
Picture 10.
Can I screen through Zoom?
Yeah, it could have been roadkill.
So with respect
Look,
to
that doesn't look like blood. It looks like
Yeah, it looks
tomato.
like blood.
Does it?
I guess
Anybody?
the
It doesn't look like blood.
Or the
Oh, it looks
label
like
be
tomato soup. Somebody
Exhibit
really got
58.
kind of
Was that the area
carried
that was
away.
swabbed? Or that you're designated as Exhibit 58, or is it, my other question is it above the grill? Is it
Sorry.
separate?
I apologize, Giselle. I will try not to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get loud too. We're just
Sorry, can I refer to my exhibit report?
If you can.
we're just being Nancy and John and Nancy. We're
But
weird.
doesn't that look more like rust than it does blood?
Yeah. It doesn't have that red.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It looks like corrosion.
This
Absolutely.
wasn't a blood swab. We were
That
treating
doesn't.
this,
That doesn't look like blood. It doesn't have that like dark crimson.
A print and blood-like material that we found on the grill. We photographed this in the usual manner, in a manner similar to
Here.
The way we did the prints on the floor. So.
Yeah, okay. You know what though? Yeah, really.
If that's a theory of the case,
Just to be clear, there was not
Yes.
swabbed in this.
I did not swab this.
Okay, and it was not tested or was?
Okay, so the question is blood doesn't
I
always
believe,
have to stay pure red.
I'm just asking to
Well,
clarify, Your Honor.
I don't know.
so
I'm
one
not
thing that makes me think,
Question is,
when blood oxidizes over time,
and the response
it starts to look more rust colored. However, this car was, correct me if I'm wrong, allegedly confiscated within a couple days of the
And
incident.
with respect
I
to
think
any,
it was.
any testing on it.
So
do you recall
that's
if there was
kind of a
anything on
problem.
Exhibit 58?
Because it takes more than a couple days for it to oxidize to that red rust color.
And a photograph.
Okay, I can
11,
buy into that now.
does depict?
That is more blood-like stains on the grill.
Okay, so how did blood get to there and then goes to the fender
That is.
Or the kitchen.
Another photo.
or the
of
kitchen?
Blood-like stains on the.
So we're
back rear
connecting-
of the Range
Trying to
Rover.
connect the dots here, you guys. You know what I'm
What
saying?
about This.
Here we have blood here.
I guess in the middle
Okay,
of
so-
The camera.
And
Gosh, you know what I mean.
along the
We have
side
blood
of the car,
here,
you can
we have
see.
blood there, and we have blood
bone
to the
crime
kitchen.
here.
Yeah.
You know what the argument that would be best for the state, in my opinion, right now, is he motored down with the car, dragged the body into the kitchen, dismembered her there, and then proceeded to go on a dropping shit off spree.
The Range Rover.
Now, with respect to the range.
But they're not
Rover,
Oh,
selling
wait a minute. She was in the car at first
Additional processing.
because she just pulled in
Yes, we processed this in a.
and he got
in a
physically
manner of
violent.
processing the vehicle.
And then she tried. So, I don't know. Okay, yeah, it could. I guess it could happen that way. And then maybe she tried to get something,
Oh,
trying to go to the, into the garage to get something to
That's true. Thank
maybe
you, Eric.
protect herself.
Sir, if you could just
And
describe.
he got
um,
glove and me.
What you see in the
I don't
photograph,
know.
please.
I'm just
This
not
is
making
state
sense.
13.
Sure,
I don't know.
I am doing way too much work to try and help the state.
not the rubber tire. So I'm looking at these, I'm referring to these blood-like stains inside the metal. of the-
All right, so he ran her over with the car,
Pointing to
which
where on the.
contradicts
Um,
that he killed her with a weapon.
in the approximate center of the photo.
Lori makes a good point. They should blur
Do you
the
recognize that?
license of the
What is
vehicle.
that?
That's the.
That license plate is
We
absolutely
examined
going to
this
be
along with the,
discontinued forever.
Chevy
Yeah, that's
Suburban,
true.
the true coverage for it.
You won't get much information out of that. It's probably,
It was
For similar material, additional biological material from the undercarriage.
But that's not a fair point. That is a fair point.
picture
it is a fair
15.
point. Well, we don't really know how it's
This
been
is an
connected to Michelle,
overall,
like I said before.
view of
Michelle
the
could have been there, but
material,
not
the
physically in the
seams,
garage or the house.
Yeah.
You can see on this L-shaped scale here.
I mean, how many times did I say yesterday? I have no idea.
Top of the screen.
I remember I'm just shooting things out of the clear blue sky. There's a lot of things I could say to my statement.
Picture 16.
Does she have surveillance camera near the house?
This was,
Oh, the neighbor
this
did.
is
That's
from
right.
the lower area of the Range Rover.
Okay, well, here, let's look at this one. How
Again,
about this
this
one,
was
John?
scraped into a paper.
Husband is selling to his wife in the garage. He called the mistress to help him. His car was used to transport her, and Michelle drove Jennifer's car.
And item E.
It looked like she ran away.
I'm sorry. Picture.
I mean, in theory,
To item E on picture 17.
do you think I have anything? Do you think I have anything close to beyond a reasonable doubt on that?
No, but I don't think he called her. I think she was already there.
Item E is designated by the arrow. This material was
Okay.
scraped into a paper fold, and later the area was swabbed.
Again, it's a perfectly fine theory.
17, please.
It doesn't answer the blood in the
Yeah, just
kitchen.
another photo of.
I think they knew I think she knew all along. They had that so-called alibi somewhere.
I want to go back
And
a few more questions about
I
that.
think
October,
collectively,
um,
you, me, and Chad
October processing
have a
of
pretty
the
good idea of what
Chevy
happened that
Suburban.
night,
Do you recall?
but they
how
have
many exhibits
no
you
way to prove it.
took, if any, out of the car that day?
Not off the top of my head now.
I can.
I think that he probably struck her with the car, or she was trying to leave the car while it was still moving.
Yes.
Either way is not good. Ran into the house, then she was attacked in the kitchen by a weapon, caused her to be injured. The friend of the self-deletion defendant was present and helped remove the body into the car where she was dismembered and dispersed. Can anyone tell me that that's not what happened that night?
no,
That doesn't mean I can prove it.
I think she was there, but maybe she was somewhere hiding somewhere, like not really hiding, but you could be there, but not be there.
Yeah, sure. Fine. What difference does that make?
It makes absolutely no difference at all.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. With respect to that processing, how many swabs were taken out of the car that day?
There were
Who
6
cares?
containing anywhere between 2 and 4 swabs.
And what were some?
Yes,
of
there's
the-
DNA of the wife in her own
So,
car.
Do you recall exhibit 370?
Yes.
What was that swabbing of?
Okay.
That was a swabbing of the steering wheel, and that was complete with 4 swabs.
And are you?
Wait,
utilizing
you mean the
report to
wife
refresh
might
your
have
recollection?
driven her own car?
Exhibit 371?
Shocking.
371,
I'm
again,
just absolutely
4
dumbfounded.
swabbings from the steering wheel. These were from the areas with visible blood stains. The item before that, 370, was taken from unstained areas or apparent unstained areas.
Attorney Manning, the court heard that there was a third processing in September 2019, and counsel made reference to a processing in October.
If I may inquire, Detective
Well,
Bradley,
that
Your Honor.
normally asks a
Is
very
there
good
another
question.
processing
Why are
in
we at trial
September?
for this at all?
No, the processing where we took the extra swabs was actually the property.
The
was
answer
in
is
October
that
18th.
she did it, she's guilty,
Thank you.
I
but the
apologize.
state doesn't have a case,
And
in my personal opinion.
with respect to exhibit, how about exhibit 372?
372
I prefer
was,
not to
4
do it, yeah.
swabs taken from the interior side of the left front door.
Do you recall where that was on the door?
It was, I ran the swabs around all areas of the door in an effort to pick up as much genetic material as I could.
And
Dear God, this is why it's going to be 3 weeks long,
That
because
was
they keep asking the
taken
same
from
question.
the left front seat adjustments. This was 2 swabs.
And by front seat adjustments, just what do you mean by that?
So they're the side buttons on on the
Gisela,
driver's
you're
seat used to
right, and if
adjust,
they cannot prove that
adjust
last
the seat
clause
for the driver.
of
And
your
374?
statement, they have nothing by
374
law.
was swabs taken from the rear view mirror.
But you're absolutely right.
75.
And 375 was swabs taken from the rear seat controls in the
This is
cargo
why it's
area.
going to take 3 weeks, because the prosecution doesn't know how to ask a question.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination, Attorney Shaw.
No, thank you, Your Honor. But of course he's going to speak because he loves hearing himself talk.
You know, that looks like Matlock's suit he used to wear, remember?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Good afternoon, Mr. Riley. You're retired, right?
I think as a lawyer you need 2 suits. One is black and the other is a dark gray.
Let me ask you a few questions. Let's start with this presumptive testing that we've talked a lot about here.
That's right.
It's my understanding, as you testified, that when we're talking about these chemical presumptive tests, there are at least 2 that you talked about today, right?
Yes.
The first was
I'm gonna
called
start calling him that.
Castle-Meyer, begins with a K.
No, we're doing this again.
It's like hyphenated 2 names.
Yes.
And the second one was something called Luno, right?
Yes.
And Castle-Meyer, you said, is made up of 2 chemicals. One is phenolphthalein, right?
Yes.
And the other is hydrogen peroxide, right?
Yes.
Now, phenolphthalein is the stuff that they use to test.
I hope you know, Nancy, how much that I love you, that I decided to come back to my
So you're
office
not an
for
expert
this,
in
opposed
science, you're not a
to
chemist.
what I was previously doing.
No.
So when you said you had some
Oh,
training
well,
in it,
of
you're
course.
trained in how to administer it.
Yes.
You don't know anything about the chemistry.
Sounds more
itself,
exciting
why
now.
something, shows pain or flows or changes color at all, right?
Correct.
And the training, you said,
You
you
know what?
also received from the lab.
Well, what's going to drag you back to this?
In order to administer.
I mean,
Yes.
And
Fair enough.
phenolphthalein is a liquid, isn't it?
Yes.
And so is hydrogen peroxide, right?
Yes.
Now, hydrogen peroxide, that's the same chemical that you use maybe if you have an infection, maybe to disinfect, right?
Yes.
And I guess some people might even use it to bleach their hair.
Yes,
right?
he does.
In the day, right?
That's my
People have
understanding.
peroxide hair where they really white bleach blonde. Is that the same stuff?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. But in any event, you also said that there are things, when you talk about presumptions, right? You're trying to see if there's a place that you're going to do some swabbing or photography, right?
Giselle, I'm not familiar with.
Or the Castle-Meyer,
If you want
It's
to
more,
introduce me at X or
we do
send me an
our
email,
searches.
I'll
Yeah.
look.
Okay,
wish it
so
was
you
on
see
tomorrow.
something that looks like a stain, right? You maybe do a little.
Right, I get a lot of people sending me cases,
or
and most of them I
collect-
just don't think are all that
You do a
important.
KM test, and if it comes back negative, do you still take a picture of it?
Sometimes.
So we saw a couple of those. You tested a stain on the floor of the garage, and it didn't even come up with a presumptive test, right?
Right.
But in any event, if it comes up presumptive, one of the things you indicated that it's presumptive for is blood, right?
I'm going to let
Well,
John pick the
test
next
is
case.
Presumptive for blood.
That's what I mean. The test is presumptive for blood by putting the 2.
I'm
chemicals
picking
together.
Miracle on 34th Street.
Yes.
And you did mention a
The
couple of
Miracle on
things that it
34th Street?
Also is presumptive for, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Animal blood is one,
Yes.
and of course, there's also.
I used to bring a little bit of joy.
Yes.
Doesn't distinguish between one animal or another, does it?
No.
I think you also mentioned horseradish.
I'm thinking
Something
the
that,
miracle getting through
that's
this
possible.
trial.
That's one of the classical examples.
Okay.
It's
Now,
going nowhere.
Are you familiar with some of the other things that it tests positive for?
I don't know why you're giving a defense.
Turmeric, right? Now,
Right.
doesn't it also test positive for
What?
tomato?
I don't know why he's giving a
What
defense.
about rust, iron rust?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
How about bleach?
Oh shit! He doesn't know whether it tests for rust
How
or
about
blood.
copper?
That's actually huge.
You don't know.
Oh,
Is that what you're saying? whether it'll show a presumptive positive for copper.
John commented on that.
He can't prove that it's
I
blood.
don't think so, sir.
How about mold?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Or a milkshake.
That I don't know either.
Aren't there, in fact, 16 different food groups that test positive using Castlemaine?
I don't know, sir.
Absolutely true.
You have to have somebody who's like a scientist that knows this to really answer those questions, right?
Yes.
But if we're talking about a presumptive test, if you wanted to be presumptive about the presence of horseradish, this would be the test you use, right?
Horseradish?
Yeah, because an acetylcholine group.
Something was horseradish, sir.
Well, the presumptive test is not what you think, it's whether it turns pink.
He's not doing a great job of explaining it, but he's actually winning this.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm following your question, sir. I mean, it does react in a positive manner with horseradish.
I'm only following him because I have a basic
stain
bachelor's
in
degree
cabinet
that involves civil
horseradish, I might
chemistry.
use this.
If you really wanted to.
Exactly. And so let's say I don't know, spilled hamburger, piece of hamburger juice, that would test positive, right?
I don't know. I
Yes,
never
it
tried
would.
it on hamburger, sir.
Well, hamburger is basically animal meat, right?
Yeah, but I've never tried it on hamburgers.
Fair enough. But it would also test positive for, I don't know, a cat, blood from a cat, right?
Oh, yes, animals, absolutely.
Mice. Right?
Squirrels?
What do you think hamburger is if not
Yes.
blood of a cow?
But you would also agree, would you not, that you would need a confirmatory test done by a lab to see whether the presumption or assumption turned out to be correct, right?
Yes.
And you know that in your, never mind this case, but in your experience, some of the things that you show a positive presumptive test turn out not to be blood at all, correct?
I've never had that experience.
Well, you don't.
You have
do
no
the actual
experience.
test.
You've demonstrated that.
No, I
through
mean, when I
examination.
learn of the results, I've never had that experience.
So you don't know that in this case, that was in fact, several of these items turned out
Stop
not
hitting
to
him.
have
He's
any,
already dead.
evidence of blood in it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
You didn't even test all of the spots that we just saw.
I don't know that was appropriate.
Me personally,
No.
I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, he's crushing the state.
Let me ask you a few questions about luminol. We saw some pictures in the back of the Suburban, right? Including a couple in the dark where you see this little purple glow, right?
Blue glow.
Giselle, if you want to email me, it's at jroadline@gmail.com.
With those photographs were taken with a time-lapse photography, right?
Yes.
They appeared brighter than they might with the naked eye, right?
I can't say for sure, sir.
And you use that in order just to choose where you might take another spot.
That's okay.
Yes.
I don't want to be spammy.
Now, you said that luminol tests.
I spam them all the time.
Right?
Yes.
So you know that a car is made out of steel, or most of them, right?
Yes, it is.
And steel is an iron alloy, is it not?
It is.
So it would stand to reason that in a motor vehicle, there might be some exposed metal places that might test positive using luminol, right?
Correct.
Yes.
So if you wanted to see if your car was rusty, you might spray some luminol on it and you would have a positive glowing result, right?
It would even glow on the non-rusted parts.
Right, but it would glow on even the non-rusted parts because you're in a car, right?
Yes.
And if you're talking about, let's say, a car where there are children that have been passengers in that car, there might be all sorts of other things that will test positive for the presence of iron. Isn't that true?
Possibly, yes.
You know that I think turnips
He's
also
destroying.
test positive for
witness.
luminol, don't they?
I
Don't
know if we
You
get
know, a lot of
very
root
boring.
vegetables have iron.
He's destroying it. That's what I'm saying. He's bashing the state.
You know that,
I do
right?
know.
And it's actually they're good for you to eat, right? Am I right?
I'm gonna object.
Oh
Your Honor.
my gosh.
Well, the question's not relevant. Sustain.
If you wanted to see if you maybe dropped a turnip on the ground in the back seat of the car, you might use luminol and it might glow, right?
He knows he's,
Objection.
ooh.
Brown.
Irrelevance and assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, the line of the.
Yes, you heard him right, Mommy.
Is number of substances or fruit or vegetables contain iron. This is just an extension of that line overruled.
Good for you, Judge.
I think you'd be able to see it turn them. It would need.
I think this judge is good.
But the luminol might illuminate it, right?
I was not happy with him yesterday.
I don't know.
No,
I've
but I like him.
Bleach also will glow. and-
But no, I disagree with him.
Right there.
You already mentioned horseradish for K and M.
There's certain things you can probably disagree with him, but for the
Uh,
most part, I like him.
I don't know.
That's always going to be the case.
Of course, it's case with life. You're not always going to agree with everybody.
So if a child
But
has
for him there.
the back of the car, some of that maybe scratched off on the back seat, that would
Objection.
test positive for luminol, wouldn't it?
Well, here's an objection. And it calls for a hypothetical, but the hypothetical isn't developed in such a way as to aid the jury. Essentially what the question is since there are ice skates have metal, probably steel is an alloy of iron. In other words, it's an extension, but the extension is becoming very thin. So the court is going to allow the question.
Mm.
Oh my God.
You could just answer that question.
I would love this jury. At any time
Yes, it's
that I want to do a defense case, I want this jury. I want this judge.
I told you you like him.
Photographs that we've seen.
I want this
were
judge.
Various angles of. the
Or did I?
very
I can't
same
remember if I did or not.
spots. Isn't that right?
No, you did not.
Yes.
But
I
yeah.
thought it in my
So
mind.
just by looking
I
at these
want this
photographs, you have to look very carefully.
I thought it
see
in my
whether or
mind.
not,
You would like him.
3, 4, maybe even 5 photographs were of the same location.
Mentally,
that
I told you.
did a swipe
That's okay.
swap. Isn't that right?
I'll take it as given.
Okay.
No, I just swabbed from the areas that were marked as exhibits.
Oh, no, I understand that. I'm talking about photographs from different angles to a certain extent of the same areas that you had swabbed.
Yes.
I also want to be clear about the measuring tapes that are in many of these.
I don't like the way that the defense attorney presents himself, but
Centimeters and
he is
millimeters,
absolutely
And I believe it's inches.
destroying this
Well,
witness.
yellow, isn't the yellow?
He's a good attorney.
Clearly.
You
I
said
have
white tape?
no argument there.
Yeah, doesn't the white tape say metric on some of them in those pictures?
He's a Matlock good.
I don't know. I would have to look at the pictures.
All right, fair enough.
I bet he
But
eats
if
hot dogs.
You're familiar with the fact that there's a distinction between the metric system, which uses centimeters and millimeters, and the American measuring system that uses inches.
That would be me.
Yes.
Cheap lunch, home Walsh. That would be my maiden name. You
I want to
know.
ask you a few questions about the paper towel.
Obliterating this witness.
And the first thing I want to do is.
He's
pull up
destroying
the
them.
pictures That was on the. exhibit.
Absolutely nothing wrong with hot dogs. I lived on them when I was on the streets in New York.
There never has been, and
No, I wasn't living on the streets,
For
but you
your
know what I mean.
edification, this is the image where you put the.
hey, Streetwater hot dogs are the best hot dogs on earth, and anyone can fight me.
Look at that screen behind
The hot dogs I used to get when I was in New York.
Yes.
And I think you testified that this was.
Something about a hot dog on a
that you
real.
examined, you did some kind of a.
You get those hot water dogs
Yes.
from a bread cart with a little bit of sauerkraut. Beautiful.
The cheap
happy.
ones.
Oh yeah,
When
for
you
a buck.
came into the house.
My
that
husband hates them,
day,
but I
this would be
love
the
them.
25th, correct?
Yes.
You just don't
Was
know how to
this
wipe pour it.
Exactly when you went in the location where you found this.
Some days that was my all I had for lunch.
Not
I
the
was
exact
skinny back
location,
then. Oh,
Was moved around?
It was in that general same corner of the sink, sir.
Did you move it so that somebody could take a better picture?
No, I
But
moved
I
it so
went to
could
one of the
examine it
breakfast
and
carts.
test it.
My preference
When this
would have
picture was
been
taken,
a
you put
Kaiser
that
roll
little
toasted with a little
tab
bit of
next to
cream
it.
cheese.
Is that the location you found? it?
Actually, I like
Or
the
you have to do
dishes.
that?
Conditions were good too.
This is
No, I don't
fantastic.
believe so, sir.
I
Where was it when you
know.
first observed it? If you can just point it out on this.
I do condition with a little bit of
Remember
mustard
that
for lunch,
general corner of the
and
sink,
I'd be
sir.
happy.
Me
So
too.
you
I
said
like
in
a
the corner
blueberry
of the
one
sink.
too.
Was
Have
it
you ever had a
off
blueberry
the,
one on the
No,
boardwalk?
I haven't. That
It's
sounds
the,
great though.
the metal
Mm.
device that the paper towel roll is standing next to.
I
Good on New
believe
York.
so,
food.
but I'm not sure, sir.
Did you observe anyone
I
else?
miss
Your
the food.
street food is pretty
No.
good.
Pizzas.
And just so that we're talking about the same thing.
I
right?
mean, dollar slices.
I'm referring
Pies,
to this
slices.
item here. That's to
I
the
used to eat
left
those a
of
lot when I was
towel.
drunk in the
See that
city.
there?
Yes,
You recall seeing that there, right?
yes.
But when you got there, that paper towel roll was not on that device, the dispenser roll.
Oh, so this is
I think they
now
were separate, but
evidence
I'm not sure.
tampering that he is arguing.
Well, if you're not sure, do you not recall seeing someone physically remove it?
Objection.
Well.
Hey, all of you,
the response was
hit the
he's
like
not
button.
sure if
There's
it
8 of
was
you.
on the whole.
It warms our heart.
And the question was,
Remember,
if you were not
it
sure,
was
can
different.
you recall
Trust me.
someone seeing, can you recall seeing someone move it off of the holder?
No, I didn't see anybody move it off of the holder, sir.
So
it
there
wasn't
is a
placed there
tampering.
in order for you specifically to examine it in that location. Is that a fair statement?
No, I searched that area of the house, sir.
Okay. So.
Yeah, we are.
I'm
yeah.
gonna,
Now, your last question
ask
would
you
be,
now, I had a couple of screenshots taken from, I think it's exhibit 7. We had,
the question then would be, when you searched that area of the house, was the towel on the rack or
I'm
not?
just gonna show you.
Yes or no?
If I can.
Excuse me, may I have a moment with council?
Ooh. State's not liking this very well, John.
What they're proving is that the state staged the scene. And they're doing it fairly well, which is very difficult to do. To prove that they actually moved stuff around before they took the photos.
Oh, okay.
And that's what he's proving, is that they moved stuff around before they took the photos.
Oh, they tampered it.
That's the tampering argument. And that is really, really tough to prove. But I think that
I'm gonna
this
show you.
attorney has broken this witness, and it's open.
Those, that's this one, or this one?
Yeah, that's.
This one.
What's the temperature in
No
Florida
objection.
where you are?
What's the marking, please?
Today
That's exhibit A.
we are
Wednesday,
at
admitted
a chilly
So we could,
73 degrees.
Oh, we're at a
Before
chilly
we show you the
3.
image, before you got there, you know that Detective Cloudy was also on scene. Is that right?
Chilly 70
Uh,
degrees.
Well, we were there at the same time.
Oh,
Fair.
oh,
Did you all arrive in the van or did you come separately?
No, we came.
I want that chilly
You recall
70.
seeing there,
Yes,
you knew that he was assigned the videography.
That'd be a
for
heat
that
wave.
scene that day?
yes,
Did you observe? him
Major
doing
one.
any videography?
yes.
Colder
Did
than
he
the
do
witch's
that
left tit. That's
overview
right. That's what it is
before
here.
you
You
got
can
to work?
customize.
Any-
Oh, by the way, you can use cuss words on my channel. I don't give a rat's ass.
Yes.
YouTube.
Right, so I'm gonna show you a
Huh?
couple of screenshots.
Fair enough.
From that video.
I'm not here to make money. Now, if we go to John's, we got to be a little more careful because we do want you to make a buck.
Not in a long time. sir.
I am perfectly fine as long as everyone behaves themselves before 7 minutes. After
Oh.
that, I don't care.
That's what I mean. We
Hey,
just,
by the way, not for nothing, Lauren Prime copyright struck me for last night's,
See
but
that the
whatever.
paper towel
They did?
is on the dispenser.
They claimed it, not strike.
Correct.
I got to be
My
careful.
question to you was
But
that how it
that'll
was
probably
when
be
you observed it,
resolved
or was
in
it
2 days.
already off the roll when you examined it?
Objection. Asked and answered, Your Honor. He
what a
indicated-
beautiful house.
The response has been he does not remember.
Does that help with All right. Does looking
That's
at
actually
this
not a bad
image help
objection.
you refresh your recollection as to whether
All right,
or not,
I'm going to give the
was
state credit
on
where
the
credit is due.
dispenser when you arrived?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Again, he's been asked and answered. It's now a full exhibit.
Now she's going too far.
I'll withdraw the question. I'll withdraw the question.
Mm.
I'm going to show you another.
All right, that's professional courtesy from both sides. Like, I liked seeing that, genuinely.
This is from the pantry. Do you recall looking in the pantry at the, in that kitchen, between the kitchen and the mudroom?
Yeah, you have been, mommy.
Between
He's
the mudroom
trying to
and the
prove
dining
that his
room?
independent recollection is
yes.
different from the
If
photos
you would just
that
put
were
up that
presented to
image,
the
this is
jury.
also from the same exhibit. Do you recall that this was the view of that pantry when you looked at it?
And that's how
yes,
you,
yes.
that's one of the
Did
very
you
few
take
ways
any
you can
swabs
prove
or
evidence
collect any
tampering.
evidence from what's shown in that image?
I did not.
Yes, Wombat Mavi, you have been absolutely fantastic on your use of language.
We haven't. I know. I gotta clean my pouty mouth once in a while.
It's okay. I think that he's thoroughly damaged the credibility of this witness.
Mm-hmm. And he knows it. Look at the look.
I would offer exhibit.
He just wants to get out of there.
Yeah, I'm fucked.
No
Oops.
objection.
Oh shoot.
It's your show. You can say whatever you'd like.
Oh, but am I gonna get in trouble?
No. Are you expecting YouTube to pay you?
No.
Then you're good.
Well, okay, Giselle, but I don't know.
Again, I try to restrain myself a little bit.
I know. I try. I know. That was just a.
It's okay.
It's a baby boomer blunt or.
Like I said, it's your show. You can say whatever the heck you want.
I know, but still.
All right, I'm going to show you an image that was taken from the
Oh, he's not done with this guy.
Ooh.
officer who arrived at New Canaan Police from the New Canaan Police Department on the evening of May 24th.
This guy's already rattled.
All right. So we can
He wants to
have that.
rattle him more.
Yeah.
Go, Matlock. Do it. Oh, he reminds me of Matlock now.
No, if you don't recognize.
That's where
the
the paper towel roll is still on the rack.
No.
And
So
also,
somebody
the
moved
time
it.
is indicated
No,
at
not totally
5:24:19
professional.
At 1957.
There's a little smut in
33.
my.
This is from State's Exhibit 1, I believe. Which
So
was
there's
video
there's
that
one
was
photo
on
where the
camera.
paper towel roll is on the rack.
One
There's
of the
another where it's
officers
off.
is there that- Okay.
So which is the actual
So
representation
again, I'm just going to ask
between
you to
at the time?
I can understand that. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you the whole thing.
Did you ever see the paper
I'm gonna hear
towel
them
roll
crash him,
on the
but
dispenser?
bash him. Oh, here, I gotta put this up closer.
I don't remember.
Oh,
Now, I'm also going to show you two other images.
that's kind of like, what's the difference between this picture and that picture?
X8, please.
Yeah. There's a picture where there is the paper towel on the rack. There's a picture where it's not, and that's the one that has the actual markers.
Ah,
They
Have you
moved.
good.
seen any of the items that
I gotta admit, this attorney is good.
here
That's
during
pretty
your-
good.
Your
Oh, it's
investigation
right
on
here
May
now. Can you guys see my
25th,
cursor?
2019 inside the home.
Specific
It's
items?
not, but
Any specific items in the
we know what you're
picture
talking about.
that we're seeing here?
No.
I'll show you the next picture.
Oh, they
please.
use Western oil.
Image 0065, or just calling it X21 for my Does this particular roll, did you observe this roll of paper towel in the pantry at Wells Lane when you were there collecting it?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Point is that they moved the crime scene around. Alleged crime scene. And I think that he's killing it with
Let me
that.
show you a couple of pictures from the garage that we've already been through and.
Oh, we're going to
described where
we're
you
gonna
observed,
blow up the
swabs.
blood on
The
this
first
thing.
picture I want to show you is from your disc exhibit, which I believe the whole exhibit is, I think, 7. Sorry, I'll just have a moment.
I've got to be honest, this defense attorney is doing a fantastic job.
Yes.
No, the one we put in yesterday. That.
Yes.
It is 9. Okay.
9.
Sure. I'm going to show you some images from Exhibit 9, if I may. And the first exhibit I want to ask you about is marked on your Exhibit 9 is 12-362. If that, we could have that up on the screen, please.
He's doing a fantastic job because he is at least throwing doubt on every piece of evidence that
Recall,
the
this
paper
is the
for this
exhibit
guy.
that you marked as A16, or somebody marked as A16, correct?
I don't think that was an exhibit. I think that was just for documentation purposes.
All right, so let me also get that clarification. If there's a yellow placard, then it was seized as some kind of an exhibit for your purposes of your investigation. Is that correct?
Or it was marked on a similar label with EX.
Oh my God, that's
So
a
the
terrible.
A letter, was that your writing on this document, on this image?
No.
This would be something that whichever detective was placing these markers down would have noted. Is that right?
Yes.
And I asked you this when we were first putting some of these pictures up. If we look at this image here, when you saw this particular marker, did you note the marking on the sticker itself?
The answer is going to be no.
No, I didn't note it.
You did not?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how that got there?
Specifically, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you another image. This one is 13-363. It's in the same series. And this is also one of the images that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you specifically about the mark on the middle of this document here. Was that present when you were examining that particular spot on the ground?
I don't recall.
I don't remember it.
You don't recall seeing that?
No.
And you also testified, if I'm not mistaken, that there was also a fair amount of, you called it vegetative matter, seeds or leaves and whatnot on this garage floor, correct?
Yes.
And did you gather any of
He's
those?
always been asked for a directed verdict. It's going to be denied.
I'll show you one more in this series. This would be 14-157. Once again, I'm just going to ask you whether or not you recognize or saw this item on the placard.
Looks like a
when
fingerprint.
you were, looking at this particular location on the floor.
I don't recall it being there.
And when you talk about
Oh.
other items, whatnot, seeds and whatnot on the floor, are we talking about, if we look at this picture, are we talking about all of these other specific items, dots and whatnot that we see on the cement floor in a close-up? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
There are also some larger
kinda
leaves,
does.
correct?
Larger leaves,
That's the
stones.
same ruler as the
And
previous.
what else?
Small stones.
Before you
all
proceed-
just on what you might expect to find on a garage floor.
Before you proceed, counsel, the court needs to clarify something that is quite subtle. Detective Riley, on the previous photograph, you indicated you did not remember whether you saw that spot on the measuring marker, correct?
That's what I said, yes, Your
But
Honor.
then you said, I don't recall seeing it.
Good on you, Judge.
It may sound the same, but there's subtle differences. I don't remember whether I saw it. To this court means I don't remember whether it was there or not. I don't recall seeing it means, in this court view, I don't remember that it was there.
Good on this judge.
It was the former. I did not take note of it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good on this judge.
Regarding
Jesus.
the,
I am
the,
so
Sammy,
happy
you said that you
to see a judge that
sent
actually
back
gives
to
a
take
damn
additional
about the testimony
samples in
of a witness
October
like
of
that.
2019. Is that correct?
A lot
Does it
of
make it up?
a lot of lawyers would not. A lot of lawyers would be mad at this judge. I'm proud of him.
Additional samples.
He's trying to keep the record
of
clean.
steering wheel
Yes,
from the interior of the left front door,
yes,
from the front seat adjustment control.
yes.
I am so proud of this judge today.
From the cargo area,
Yes.
from the rear seat controls.
Weren't those one and the same, sir?
Well, that was going to be my next question. Were those separate places, or did you take them from the rear seat controls in the cargo area because the seats were down?
Yeah, I believe what I remember, the rear seat controls were in the cargo area.
Because
It
that
is so rare,
second row of seats
Nancy,
were
honest to
not
God, that
up.
I am proud of
Yeah,
you.
is that why you entered that?
What?
I don't.
It is so rare that I
You
am
were
proud
sent
of.
back to do additional swabs.
I know.
Because the first set didn't produce.
Aren't you
any
glad I brought this case to you?
Information about.
No, but
Objection.
I'm getting
No.
closer.
Well, the question is.
You're
you
getting
were
better?
sent Back,
I'm getting closer.
take additional swabs because the first set didn't yield anything of evidentiary value. And what's the objection?
It's a mischaracterization.
Hold that thought.
of Evidence assumes facts.
I
not
can
evidence.
answer that. You can answer that, honestly. I don't need to be there for that one.
Well,
And it calls for a hearsay answer, Your Honor.
let's take them.
Um,
one at a time.
All right, let's go back to her objection.
That's one segment.
Kind of
Because
seems that way, though.
what you swabbed the first time did not yield anything of evidentiary value. Well, whether it was sent back or not is not material. The second section, because what you recovered the first time was of no evidentiary value. Well, that assumes, in this court view, facts that can be interpreted differently, but in this court view specifically, it's misleading. Sustained.
The purpose of going back in October was an attempt to get biological material from those locations in the suburban, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And whatever you did, you made the same.
We might have to go back through that colloquy,
type of activity that you described earlier.
but I don't think I disagree
You
with the
sent
rule.
that on to the state lab at some point, right?
Me, I don't know if I did personally, but that's the usual process.
Well, let me just, I skipped a step, all right? So you gathered it and it was then sent into evidence, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, that was done for the purpose of at some point having it examined by the state forensic laboratory, correct?
I believe so. Not sure though, sir.
Well, whether these particular items were then sent on or not, that would have been the purpose of collecting it, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Just have a moment.
I was laying the foundation to overturn the objection argument, or at the very least to let them hear what was the objection.
Just a couple of questions, if I can. Detective Riley, do you recall Attorney Shohern asking you about the other items that a presumptive test could test positive for? Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. I think some of the things he questioned were about radishes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. In the garage floor, did you find any evidence of radishes anywhere?
No.
Okay. What about cheeseburgers? Anywhere on the floor?
No cheeseburgers.
What about on the undercarriage of the Chevy Suburban? Did you find any cheeseburgers or radishes there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What about the undercarriage of the Land Rover?
This is a very
Cheeseburgers
weak
or radishes there?
rehabilitation.
What about turmeric? Any bottles of turmeric or turmeric sources on the floor of the garage?
No, ma'am.
The Land Rover?
No.
The Chevy Suburban?
No.
All right. With respect to the cargo area of the Chevy Suburban, did you find any evidence of car seats? Any evidence that children were sitting in the trunk area?
In the back? No, ma'am.
With respect to that cargo area, did you see a lot of exposed steel in rust areas?
No.
With respect to, actually, that's all I have. Thank you.
Good.
Just a couple of
That's a good
questions.
redirect.
Those areas starting at the garage.
It's weak,
You find
but
evidence
it's not
of
great.
rust stains?
But that's just almost
Not that I remember, sir.
Do you notice it, whether or not under the undercarriage of the vehicle, there was some rust?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Oh, good.
All right.
All right.
The time is now 3:10. You have another witness for this afternoon. do you
We
not?
do, Your Honor.
Judge, we do
Well-
have to take up a couple of matters
Correct.
in advance.
So what the court is going to do is allow the jury to take the afternoon recess now. Well, how long do you anticipate your argument on the matter?
What's that background music?
I think probably 15 minutes.
I don't know. I don't work for long run.
So we'll allow the recess now. It may be that the recess, ladies and gentlemen, will be a little more extended than usual. We hope you're not disappointed. We'll stand in our
I like this judge.
afternoon recess.
I do too.
I wasn't sure about him yesterday.
I know you weren't.
Well, I'm not sure about him today, but
I like him. I like him from the
I
very
think
beginning.
he's doing well. All right, so the idea is they're now going to be taking their recess. So what do we do with this? I don't know. I guess the first thing I would ask is, can you catch me up on what I missed from earlier today? I have some opinions, but I'd like to be a little bit more informed.
Well, they were basically talking about the evidence and the fingerprints in the garage. Just, you know, not anything exciting. Just, yeah, we're laughing.
Well, that was kind of my thought when I first hopped on. Was
Seriously, there's really nothing like gun smoking.
what is the reason for this taking 6 weeks?
Well, that's a good question, John. Because we listened to this witness for so long. I mean, it's what, 2 days at least?
And the state went on over and over and over
with these
questions.
with these pictures, don't you think, Chad? I mean, really? I mean, everybody?
At some point, it does seem cumulative, and
I hate to sound like I'm not paying attention, but I mean, it was hard to.
But my thought at the end of the day is this is my personal perspective, and there are very, very talented lawyers that disagree. But I think if I'm going to force somebody to listen to another person for more than 3 hours, they're going to start to dislike me.
Mm-hmm. They're going to lose interest.
Yeah, I would go a step further, but at the very least, yes, they're going to lose.
They're losing interest. The jury is losing interest. If I mean, really, seriously, I mean, if you're hostessing this show, right, this trial, and if you are kind of like drifting away from it, what do you think the jury's doing?
But I think that works a little bit differently when you're in the defensive posture at the first half of the case, because the state's the one forced them to listen to you.
That's right.
And if I can tear them to shreds in the course of, in this case, I think that he pretty much tore this prosecuting witness to shreds in the course of about 45 minutes. I think that that's the point where you're like, all right, no further questions. Everyone's got the point. He has no idea. Everything was different when he saw it as opposed to what's in the pictures he just testified about. And, you know, I trust them to not be so stupid that they don't recognize that. Am I totally off base? I mean, I think they made that pretty clear. He has no idea what the hell the actual scene of the site was. Site of the scene. Either way, whatever. He doesn't know anything. He testified to photos that he saw later. He was at the site. Fine. I guess he testified to that. Maybe I missed it. But he has no idea if they had moved shit, if they had done anything different, if before they started taking pictures, like I said, things were moved, evidence was tampered with. He has no idea. So he's basically a nullity. Why do we have him here? He can go home. He hasn't moved. He hasn't moved in my mind the needle at all.
And our next witness is.
Well, I think they have one more for the afternoon. So we'll see. But who do you guys in the chat think would be and Nancy as well, who do you think would be a good witness? Because generally speaking, this is just pure trial strategy. You want to end the day giving the jury something to go home to think about. So who do you think would be a good one for the state to bring out to give the jury something to go home when they fall asleep, they contemplate about it at night?
You mean like who? Like,
yeah. You have one more witness today. Who do you want the jury to go home thinking about?
I would say the nanny.
All right, tell me more. That's a really good answer.
Because she's the one the nanny, because she was the one who noticed her more. Because okay, I was a nanny years ago in another lifetime. You know the habits of the family. You know where all this their little routine. And well, here, yeah, that one too, mommy. But here's what I'm saying. And she missed multiple appointments. The nanny probably sees more than you can really realize, and there could be a lot of questions to ask the nanny.
Okay. Mommy makes
Mommy said yes. There was. I'm sorry. Yes. Here, this is another good one too. The neighbor. Yes. the neighbor had the surveillance cameras, right? Not
That's
so
maybe
maybe the
like
neighbor.
a Ring or some sort of like home cameras.
I just think somebody close to the family would be something that would be like, oh, because there's going to be questions on how she suspect him to be with her. I mean, really seriously. I mean, I could see this as the beginning of the trial right now is boring. I get it, but I could see some really interesting characters coming up in the future.
Well, so that's kind of the point that I'm trying to get to is
You want that person that the jury is going to leave, and they're going to say, "Whoa."
I want
A wow
them,
factor, right?
I want them to not bore the jury to death.
Well, so far they're doing a pretty good job
And
of it, in my opinion.
And again, yeah, I tend to agree with you because he, again, is necessary to introduce the evidence. I get that. That's not the fault of the prosecution. They need somebody through whom they introduce the photographs. They want the photographs to speak for themselves. I think the defense did a fantastic job
Of
of undermining this guy. He's like, you don't even know who was the one taking the photos. So who are you? Why are you here? And I think that's what the defense was basically arguing. Am I totally off base? Like I said, I like getting other people's feedback.
No, but there's also, like witnesses with Michelle's friends, even. I mean, there's people to talk to get a grip on how what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to piece Michelle involvement in this. I'm trying to figure out, where does Michelle fit in all these photos that we're seeing, and all, you know what I mean? I am trying to fit her. I think the best scenario, because the nanny would know if she was around the kids.
That's true.
I mean, really, I was a nanny. I knew who was around the children all the time. And that's where I think, and then also her good friend Laura and the nanny are the ones who called the police.
Yes. But here's where I had the same problem that I had yesterday. And I don't think that the state moved me away.
No, the state hasn't moved me yet. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Fine. So Michelle was part of the throuple. There was some sort of menage a trois going on.
Michelle is the piece
But
of
does
the
that prove anything?
No, Michelle is the piece of the puzzle is not fitting anywhere at this particular moment.
Okay. Okay.
I can't fit her anywhere. Do I think she has an involvement? Well, intellectually, yes. She might
have been romantically involved in some way. Who cares?
No. I think she knew the whole thing. Do I think she knew the whole thing? Absolutely. Because who in the heck will go into a car and to have 30 sacks in the back seat of somebody's truck and not ask any kind of questions?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm right there with you. I think that, like I said yesterday, and I've said it, I think, earlier today, I think you, me, everybody on earth knows what probably happened.
Right.
But how has the state moved the needle to?
Well, they haven't moved any needle. And what are we sitting on, day 3?
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't we have any idea where they're going? And you know what, John? This is why I think they didn't do an opening. I think they didn't do an opening because they wouldn't have to be committed to follow a path of the direction they're going on this case.
Well, isn't that exactly what I said yesterday? Is that they
Yes,
want
it is. It is.
imagination of the jurors to
Mhm.
fill in the pieces that they don't have.
Because we're not giving them pieces. They are not giving them pieces. They're giving a piece that
we
doesn't
don't
fit.
have them.
They're given a piece that doesn't fit, and that piece is Michelle.
Correct.
Oh, they didn't do opening Giselle. And how shocked were we? Okay, I listened to a fine attorney, and she is a Harvard attorney, and her name is Lee, and she was even shocked. She was even shocked.
I did check her out, by the way, and I have nothing but respect for the way she presents.
Oh, she is just really remarkable. I mean, even like I'm like, am I missing something? Is it me? So when I listened to her, it validated my whole entire opinion about that. No,
I feel a little hurt that your question isn't, do I text John? But that's okay.
I would.
You're allowed to have other friends.
Oh, John, it's hard to text you when you weren't around.
Fair enough.
Okay, but I love you anyway. So, John, I did ask you about the opening and opening statements. Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. And you're the one that dragged me into this, and you're the one that chose me to be your co-host in this
I always choose you.
unending nightmare.
I always choose you because you're colorful, you're fun. Never know what I'm getting.
I think everyone knows.
What?
I think everyone knows. But no, I think
because
from a practical perspective, I'm genuinely curious because I know Law and Crime is not covering it at the moment. I'm really curious what motions in limine they're trying to lodge before the last hour of testimony this afternoon. That to me is kind of fascinating because it seems like both sides know who the next witness is going to be. And
I personally feel like this judge has no idea why this case is here.
I don't think he wants it to be in front of him.
No, I don't either.
I think he's been doing a really, really good job. And I do not say that about a lot of judges. I think he's been doing a really good job. I think he has no idea why this case is here. I think he doesn't think it should be. However, he is duty bound to obligate his oath to the office and to the state ultimately. And he is going out of his way to try and give the state as much leeway as he can, while also representing the state and the rights of the defendant. I respect him greatly.
Be seated, thank you.
And there's the honorable judge himself. Well, I don't know, Mommy. More to be seen with me with the whole Michelle thing. I just gotta say, I don't know if it's guilty or not guilty. It's too soon.
Honest to God, I genuinely think she's guilty as sin, but I don't think it's taken.
I gotta look at the evidence and look at everything else. I gotta see.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon. May it please
Personally,
the
I
court.
have a personal.
Your Honor, there's actually two matters that
opinion,
we're
although I have a
asking to take up at
opinion.
this time. You'll recall late on Friday, the state inquired about the court hearing the defendant's motion for a reporter hearing with respect to STR Mix, which is a deconvolution software that the state laboratory uses when interpreting DNA results. We did file a written objection on Friday, which I did email to the court.
I'll be right back. I gotta get some coffee. Will you hold up the fort?
now.
Yeah,
at least
I'm
in
still
some
here.
ways,
I'm just doing a little bit of research.
We're intending on introducing
All right.
DNA evidence as early as tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you guys. How did I do that?
I don't know.
Stupidity.
It's okay.
No, it's the second time I've done it, John.
Well, again, you're allowed to make a mistake twice. That's not a crime.
No, but oh, let me fix that screen before I go. Oh, this is Gabba. Okay, better.
No, you're good.
All right, mute. You know what I did actually. Who cares? All right.
If you don't mind, before you get your coffee, hit play.
I didn't hit play.
Nope. And
I did. Oh, for God's sakes, I need a drink.
It's presumptive for, right?
It's okay.
Yes.
Animal blood.
No, it's just been this way all
Yes.
all day, huh, Giselle?
Animals, right?
Yes.
Doesn't distinguish
Okay.
between one animal or another, does it?
No.
I'll be right back.
You
I gotta get
also
some
mentioned
coffee.
Horseradish.
Maybe that'll
is
improve
something
my
that, test positive for?
concentration.
That's one of the classical
Got it.
examples.
Now, are you familiar with some of the other things that it tests positive for?
I'm familiar with turmeric.
Turmeric, right? Now, doesn't it also test positive for tomato?
I don't know.
What about rust, iron rust?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
How about bleach? You know about that?
No.
How about copper?
No.
You don't know. Is that what you're saying? Whether it'll show a presumptive positive for copper, like iodized copper.
I don't think so, sir.
How about malt, like you find in either beer or a milkshake?
That I don't know either.
Aren't there, in fact, 16 different food groups that test positive using Castlemeyer?
I don't know, sir.
We'd have to have somebody who's like a scientist that knows this to really answer those questions, right?
Yes.
But if we're talking about a presumptive test, if you wanted to be presumptive about the presence of horseradish, this would be the test to use, right?
I would need to presume something was horseradish, sir.
Well, the presumptive test is not
I-
what you think, it's whether
All right.
it's pink, right?
He is basically setting up.
Yeah, I'm
This
not sure.
guy-
I like the question, sir. I mean, it does react in a positive manner.
What he's setting up is
So I'm saying,
he,
if I wanted to presume that a stain on my kitchen.
he wants the judge to give the
horseradish, I might
jury
use this test, right?
If
a
you really
statement.
wanted to.
Exactly. And so
There's
say
no
a
doubt about.
spilled hamburger, piece of hamburger juice, that would test positive, right?
I don't know. I've never tried it on hamburger, sir.
Well, hamburger is basically animal meat, right?
Yeah, but I've never tried it on hamburgers.
Fair enough. But it would also test positive for, I don't know, a cat.
Yes, they test
Blood
positive.
of a cat, right?
Oh, yes, animals? Absolutely.
Mice, right, is a garage, right?
Have I personally done it? No,
If you
but
have any
luminol
animals.
would absolutely test positive because it's reacting to the iron.
But you would also agree, would you not, that you would need a confirmatory test done by a lab to see whether the presumption or assumption turned out to be correct, right?
Yes.
And you know that in your, never mind this case, but in your experience, some of the things that you show a positive presumptive test turn out not to be blood at all, correct?
I've never had that experience.
Well, you don't do the actual testing, do you?
No, I mean, when I learn of the results, I've never had that
So
experience.
you don't know that in this case, that was in fact, several of these items turned out not to have any evidence of blood in it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't even test all of the spots that we just saw pictures of, did you?
Me personally, no,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Let me ask you a few questions about luminol. We saw some pictures in the back of the Suburban, right? Including a couple in the dark where you see this little purple glow, right?
Blue glow, correct, sir.
Blue, purple.
Mommy, yes,
Kind of like
generally speaking.
those photographs were taken with a time-lapse photography, right?
Yes.
They appear
My
lighter than they might with the naked eye.
presumption, I could be absolutely
I can't say for sure, sir.
is
And you use
they have
that in
not
order just to
chosen
choose
to
where you might
one of the lab workers to testify.
Now, you said that luminol tests for the presence of iron, right?
Yes.
So you know that a car is made out of steel.
Right. You're generally right about that.
Yes, it is.
And steel is an iron alloy, is it not?
It is.
So it would stand to reason that in a motor vehicle, there might be some exposed metal places that might test positive using luminol, right?
Correct.
So if you wanted to see if your car was rusty, you might spray some luminol on it and you would have a positive glowing result, right?
It would even glow on the non-rusted parts.
Right, but it would glow on even the non-rusted parts.
Look at it back.
Yes.
I got a
And if
snack
you're
too.
talking about, let's say, a car where there are children that have been passengers in that car, there might be all sorts of other things that will test positive for the presence of iron. Isn't that true?
Possibly, yes.
You know that I think turnips also test positive for luminol, don't they?
I don't know that for a
You know, a
fact.
lot of root vegetables have iron in them, right?
No,
You do know that.
I do
right?
know.
And it's actually they're good for you to eat, right? Am I right?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor.
Well, the question's not relevant.
If you wanted to see if you maybe dropped a turnip on the ground in the back seat of the car, you might use luminol and it might glow, right?
Objection,
Brown.
irrelevance, and assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, the line of the cross-examination is a number of substances or fruits or vegetables contain iron.
If you want to
This is
pause,
just
I can explain what's happening.
end of that line overruled.
So what's right now happening is what's called a Porter hearing. This is under, I believe it's section 7-2, but ultimately under State v. Porter, where a person, the defense has the right to challenge the expert qualifications or capacity for somebody, a witness, to speak to items of particular skill and experience. And I think what he's doing right now, or I know what he's doing right now, is he's trying to demonstrate that he does not know enough about the evidentiary process in order to be giving his professional opinion, as opposed, because he's already demonstrated that he doesn't has personal knowledge about a number of things that he testified to. Fair?
Yeah, should we keep on going?
Yeah, we can keep going. I just wanted to explain what was happening.
I think be able to see it and would need.
Can you guys hear this?
But the luminol might illuminate, right?
I don't know.
What the hell?
Fair enough. Bleach
I'm not having a
also
very good day, aren't
will
I?
glow in luminol, won't it?
Yes.
You already mentioned horse.
Don't worry,
flesh for
Chris
K&M.
is not having a great day either.
Positive in luminol, wouldn't it?
Okay, can you hear it?
For sure.
How about
I can
plus?
hear it on my end.
Yes.
Can you guys hear it?
So if a child had, let's say, ice skates in the back of the car, some of that maybe scratched off on the back.
You're not having a good day,
That
John?
would test positive for luminol, wouldn't it?
Well,
I'm doing great.
and it calls for a hypothetical, but the hypothetical isn't developed
Can you guys hear
in
this?
such a way as to aid the jury.
He's quiet, but it's not on your end.
There are ice
Thanks.
skates. Ice skates have metal. Probably steel. Steel is an alloy of iron. In other words, it's an extension, but the extension is becoming very thin. The court is going to allow the question.
And I will then move on, but if you want to just answer that question.
So the jury's not back, right?
Hypothetical.
Yes, it's possible.
Not as far as I'm aware. Generally, the hearing is
A
held
lot
up.
of these
by the-
photographs that
I
we've
don't
seen
think you'll be talking about this in front of the
were
jury.
various angles of the very same spots that you tested, isn't that right?
Yes.
So just by looking at these photographs, you have to look very carefully to see whether or not 3, 4, maybe even 5 photographs were of the same location that you did a swab, isn't that right?
No, I just swabbed from the areas that were marked as exhibits.
Oh, no, I understand that. I'm talking about photographs of different angles to a certain extent of the same areas that you had swabbed.
Yes.
I also want to be clear about the measuring tapes that are in many of these pictures. The white tape is in centimeters and millimeters, correct?
And I believe it's inches on one side too.
Again, what the
Yellow
defense is
yellow,
looking for is the proof that this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and yet
You
the
said the white
court
tape, sir?
Yeah, doesn't
to
the
give
white tape
instructions to the
say
jury
metric on some of
that
them?
he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
I don't know. I would have to look at the pictures.
All right, fair enough, but if you're familiar with the fact that there's a distinction between the metric system, which uses centimeters and millimeters, and the American measuring system that uses inches and feet, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few questions about the paper towels in the kitchen. And the first thing I want to do is call up one of the pictures that was on the exhibit that was introduced through you. And if I could have 8-139. For your edification, this is the image where you put the state police exhibit
Not
number 4.
quite how liminal
Look
works.
at that screen behind you. So
I understand what you're talking about, Mommy.
and I think you testified that this was the paper towel that you examined. You did some kind of a test on it as well, right?
Yes.
And you seized the whole thing or just a portion of it?
The whole thing, sir.
When you came into the house that day, this would be the 25th, correct?
Yes.
Was this exactly when you went in the location where you found this paper towel roll?
Not the exact location, no.
It was moved around?
It was in that general same corner of the sink, sir.
Did you move it so that somebody could take a better picture?
No, I moved it so I can examine it and field test it.
When this picture was taken and you put that yellow tab next to it, is that the location you found it in before you moved it and examined?
No, I don't believe so, sir. Not the
Where
same
was
exact-
it when you first observed it, if you can just point it out on this photograph?
I would just remember in that general corner of the sink, sir.
So when you say in the corner of the sink, was it off the roller? That is the metal device that the paper towel roll is standing next to?
I believe so, but I'm not sure, sir.
This guy really wants to get out of there.
Yeah, he definitely does.
And just so that we're talking about the same thing, right? I'm referring to this item here.
His problem is, if you want to pause it real quick,
Mhm.
the problem that he's dealing with is that the problem that he's dealing with is that luminol is very powerful when it comes to detecting trace amounts of blood. Period. Yes, that's true. And for those who are not familiar, luminol is essentially something you'd spray on. You add, I think it's diphosphorus, but I could be mistaken about that. And then under a lamp, you can see basically trace elements of copper or iron. But the problem that you end up having is that's not legally significant. What you're supposed to do is take a sample and you're supposed to test it with phenolphthalein, which will actually determine whether it is blood or anything else that might have iron in it. I don't know that they ever did that. And I'm not certain that this individual is going to be able to give us an answer that's satisfactory.
So basically, they can't prove it's actually blood.
It's the second chemical test.
Oh.
That's the thing that actually determines whether it's blood.
Oh, okay.
So just because, you spray some luminol and you get out the black light, most of our homes would probably look like a crime scene. What you have to ultimately do is take a sample, you send it back to the lab, they test it with phenolphthalein, and that's what actually binds to the blood cells and tells you, yeah, this is actually blood. I'm not certain that they ever actually did that. Because I haven't heard him say that they did that.
Should I go ahead and put it back on?
I mean, otherwise we could just hang out and talk for...
No, let's just do that.
No, go ahead.
No, it's your call. It's your call. I don't care.
It's your show. Let's finish this up.
Have you had any more thoughts?
I am coming up with them as we go through this test.
Okay, so we will go. With no sound. Now we have
Okay.
Wait a minute, where am I? This is just not a good day.
Yeah, mommy, I haven't heard anyone talk about a secondary test.
I haven't either. You know what? I'm just going to redo this here in a second because I'm not sure if I'm even on the right path. So bear with me, you guys. Keep talking. I think you had more stuff to say.
No, I mean, honestly, I was pretty much done with that thought process. I'm fascinated that nobody talked about the idea that they actually did the secondary lab test.
Right.
And if the defense attorney's harping on it, I'm almost presuming that they probably did not.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's making such a big issue of the fact that, yeah, it could be turmeric, it could be a radish, it could be whatever. Anything that is eliciting either a cupric, ferrous, or in some case sulfuric compound can be picked up by luminol. However, that doesn't make it blood.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. I learned something new every day.
It was following and yelling. That was the nature of it. Then we have a hearsay.
That's the argument that he's getting.
Jennifer told the babysitter that Fotis drove into the driveway recklessly, apparently telling her that he was allowing his children.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna leave myself in the restroom real quick.
To drive the Porsche. These were issues that she found to be unreasonable.
I don't understand why I can't put the sound in here.
Part of the reason that she wanted to leave. And yes, there may be evidence that she, quote, found.
Just a minute, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm having a really rough day today. I don't know why. Maybe it's all the cold weather. Okay. We need to be on the right track here.
One who was involved in the
everybody hear it?
Involved with Mr. Dulos, his lawyers, the guardian ad litem, other people that were aware of it, knew that the report by the independent
no more
evaluator, the custodial evaluator, the psychologist, had recommended that Mr. Dulos was the better parent. That he was a better, more caring parent than Jennifer, and that therefore he was recommending joint equal custody, noting that Jennifer Dulos was opposed to that, and that Jennifer Dulos was refusing to turn over her psychiatric record so we could evaluate more in more detail whether or not she needed some additional counseling and whatnot to help facilitate the transition to joint custody. I submit, Your Honor, that opening up that can of worms is going to permit all of that, including the evidence that Dr. Herman
Looking
testified.
in the bullet's
which is why I was
room.
trying
I
to
remember
get
that song.
transcripts, which the court-
Okay, this is actually interesting.
Well, I submit under Davis versus Alaska now would be relevant to the issue of right to cross-examine anyone who's going to be testifying about hearsay about the distance.
Absolutely right.
Why is that also important, as Your Honor may recall? If any hearsay is allowed in, under our rules, it allows the opposing party to bring in any other hearsay as if the speaker was actually on the stand. All of that would suddenly become relevant. It could actually delay this trial by having a week of testimony about who was the better parent, who was, quote, winning, unquote, in the divorce proceeding, which I assume that's not what we're here for. In State versus a couple of cases, I just want to bring to Your Honor's attention.
No, Davis versus Alaska is exactly, you need to stop there.
There was some evidence about the marriage being discord, but in that case, there was actual violence, and it was relevant because it showed the current state of fear of the spouse when she disappeared. This is something
You were done at Davis versus Alaska.
There was no evidence, none of
Please
recent
stop.
discord. In fact, Your Honor will hear at this trial that there was a party 2 days
Please
before
stop.
at the New Canaan house. I don't know if Your Honor is even aware that this
Stop.
occurred, but there was a party at the house where Mr. Dulos was present, the children were there, the independent evaluator was present as well. And there was a sharing of food between Jennifer and her still husband at that time. So that's going to come in no matter what, that comes in. But to suggest that the babysitter should be allowed to say, well, they were arguing, they were screaming, whether or not he at one point while they were still married threatened to take the children to Greece. That has nothing to do
Sorry.
with what's
go to the
going on.
restroom.
I need you to pause this.
4 weeks of the disappearance.
Oh, all right. I had a feeling you were yelling.
There's a legal argument that I want to kind of talk through with you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. So the defense wants to exclude the statements of the nanny.
Oh,
I think they're actually right.
why? Was
Because,
she next?
because it's all hearsay.
Oh, was she next?
Yeah,
Oh my God, I was right.
you were right.
Oh my gosh. So they want to get rid of it because it's hearsay?
Yeah,
Well,
because everyone else is dead.
it's staff members, so.
Everyone else is dead.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe I
And that's literally what they're arguing right now. If you want to go back, maybe like 10 years or so.
forecasted that.
But they're arguing that this should all be excluded. Her testimony should be excluded because it's all hearsay. Because the people whose words she's using are dead.
Okay. We're back.
That says that Mr. Dulos would be the better parent for these children, but he was recommending equal sharing of custody. There's also the case, Your Honor, of State versus Reynolds, where
I was getting mad because it's a matter of law. State versus Davis, probably Alaska versus Davis should be enough, but is laying it on thick.
Seeking a restraining order.
He
that
really
never
does not
was
want her
filed.
to
It was only application of itself. None of the affidavit, none of the specifics of it, and the court was required to give a very, very specific questionnaire instruction that could not be considered for the truth of the matter.
Oh.
As I hear what Mr. McKinnon.
That's the hearsay. It's only being presented not for the truth of the matter asserted,
Yelling at us, there was argument
but for
going
some
on
other
for
reason.
years. A few years before, not in the interim. It's not, it wasn't like it was ongoing. 2 years before she filed for divorce. And then everything else went through the court. They were using the court process the way it was intended to. She made claims, they were denied. They were in the process of trying to work out issues such as finances. They were working
I don't
out,
find fault in
custodial
his argument
arrangement.
right now.
Mr. Dulos was seeing his children, albeit at that time, there was an order that he had to have an independent supervisor because.
I almost wish I did find fault in this argument because I want to hear Nanny testify, but
I do too.
One of his children to,
but I actually think he's right
the fact that.
as a matter of law.
Mr. Troconis moving.
I think
into
the
the
judge
house
should
with
throw it
their
at
own
her.
daughter. And so
I don't
as a
know.
result of that, they had issued an order.
We'll see what he says.
For a period of time that he could only see his children with an independent evaluator present, which was done, which was documented.
Boy, I watch these trials like somebody would have watched a
So
football
I'm
game.
not suggesting that the state can't bring up that there was an ongoing divorce. Number one, the only thing that.
Doesn't watching court cases suck so much more when you actually know the law?
Talk to the lawyer for Ms. Dulos.
You want to hear what somebody has to say, but you know why they can't?
Again, that's an out of
Yeah.
court statement, testimonial in nature. Therefore, all of that is both a, not only hearsay, but.
He's
it's,
absolutely right.
now right to confront
In
the
every
law.
sense of the word, he is 100% right by law.
That is for purposes of legal process. And it doesn't matter, it's not this case.
He's 100% right by law.
Divorce case.
I'd still love to hear what he has to say,
Let's see if I-
Yeah,
there
me
might be
too.
one more point I wanted to make.
but he's absolutely right by law.
Well, let's just see what he says. It's getting better, isn't it?
I think the judge is going to split the baby and limit
I
questioning.
think the state was trying to argue that when
I think that's what's going to happen.
Ms. Dulos told the babysitter, Ms. Almeida, certain things, I assume he's trying to.
They're
argue
dead.
they
They
were,
can't testify to
uh,
contradict.
spontaneous, excited utterances, but even the way he explained it just now suggested that she later told her about it, and so therefore one cannot even claim.
That's not
that it
excited
happened
utterance.
Under the, without the opportunity for contemplation, that it happened suddenly, that was spontaneous in that sense.
Excellent argument. Oh my God, somebody's
I know
actually
that
making a
the,
hearsay
Reynolds
argument
was
well.
2 months, 1 to 2 months after the prior incident, so it was still considered relevant. This is years later, and it did not involve any violence.
Guys, for everybody that watched the Brooks trial,
Finally, and I
this is how you make a hearsay argument
there was a
properly.
suggestion in
Yeah,
one of the
Brooks did try to
documents
do
by
that.
Ms.
Failed miserably.
Ms. Almeida,
Yeah, I
that
know.
Jennifer told her that Mr. Dulos at one point had purchased the firearm. Now, when the restraining
Yeah,
order
no.
was filed, it was turned into the Farmington.
I lived through it.
It was never to.
We all
anyone's
did.
knowledge.
Well, not all of us, but all those trial
Returned to Mr.
gigs.
Dulos at
But
any
this is how
time.
you actually
I
make
assume
a
since the state
hearsay
says
argument,
There's no intention.
and this is borderline airtight.
Because there are
It's
several
great.
cases when it comes to state versus
I'm
area
officially-
from the-
My evidence professor would give him an
said
A.
that Any mention of
I am
a
officially
firearm
a
and
trial veteran.
evidence of firearms in the case is one of the most prejudicial things that could happen in front of a jury. And I note that especially in this day and age.
What?
Where there's all these mass.
I'm
shootings,
loving this.
all these-
Oh, I just love it. Oh, God, it's
That
happy.
would be so prejudicial that it be blurted out, that there'd be no way, short of a mistrial, that could be remediated.
Yes!
at that point.
Swing that club.
Finally, there's no such thing as transfer.
And knock some more out while you're at it.
So even
So this
if
trial can go
this
quickly.
arguably to a minimal extent and with a very truncated offer of proof was admissible against Mr. Dulos. There's transferred intent is
Yes!
if
Yes!
I
Yes!
throw a rock and I'm trying.
Oh my
to
God, he's making the arguments.
victim A,
I made these
this
arguments
is
yesterday.
victim B, there's
You
a
did.
transferred intent in the actor to.
I literally made these arguments yesterday.
It's not reciprocal, however. It doesn't go to another person who's standing to the side. It's just not.
Oh my God, yeah, thank you.
And it
Please,
certainly
God,
can't be used
please grant
to
his motion.
predate the allegation of a conspiracy.
Will actually be done
or
today.
anything of that nature, and therefore there's no way to attribute that knowledge and those specific incidents to Mr. Troconis.
And Madlock, while you're at it, let's throw some other ones out.
The fact that the divorce.
I mean, if you want to murder me,
is
then
one thing. The
okay.
fact that she said in her statement to the
If he
Well,
grants,
she's out, then
if
what
he
about,
grants permission, we're done.
doesn't mean that the specific acts of misconduct of alleged acts against Mr. Dulos then can be applied to Mr. Troconis.
Yes. Oh my God, that's actually good lawyering.
I'll just mention very briefly, there's been some suggestion that it goes.
He's going to deny the motion. I know he's going to deny it.
Whatever
That's
the
fine.
state of
But
mind is of Jennifer Dulos.
this is
it's not
great
covered in this case
lawyering.
under Either 8-3 subsection 2 or 8-3 subsection 4. Telling her that I'm going to be taking a certain vehicle.
Do you know for 1 second how happy I would be to pick up his better and run to the next appeals court?
I'm only raising it
Mhm.
because that's not the kind of state of mind that would be relevant to
Yes.
the examination. The fact that she's
Absolutely.
going to New
aren't
York.
you glad you came back?
might be, and then
Everything
didn't
is
show up.
right.
That is relevant, but to suggest that one person said, I'm going to be taking one vehicle when you have a choice of
Oh
two,
my God, this
is
is the
not the kind of evidence.
one of my
that
favorite
goes to
arguments.
the State of mind, it's just not relevant or material in this case. Let me just see if I've,
No, you can sit down now. You seriously, you literally hit the book on all covers.
there's one last
You-
point that
If you
Oh,
have,
let's hear the point,
what I
yeah.
see is happening here is the state whole thing so far seems to be that they're gonna tar Mr. Troconis with what happened that may or may not have involved Mr. Dulos directly. If he was on trial, maybe some of this with a cautionary instruction might be admissible, but it's not only so remote as to Mr. Dulos. When you try and drag my client into this, we've now gone so far off the playing field. We're out of the stadium, we're not even in the parking lot, we're down the street by the highway exit. And that is what we seem to be doing here.
This is
None of
epic.
this evidence applies to this.
this is awesome.
Therefore, it is so highly prejudicial. The state has been allowed a lot of leeway. I would suggest more than I believe. You know, I'm not shy about objecting, the court probably has noticed. But in any event, that I believe has already gone so far down, given the state leeway to put on evidence that will later not be connected. And so for them to be able to put on such evidence, leave that speculation out there only later on to show it has nothing to do with Mr. Troconis. And some of it, in fact, has nothing to do with Mr. Dulos either, but I'm not objecting on that basis. But here we have a witness who can testify to certain things that occurred on that week. We're not objecting to any of the stuff that happened during the month of May of 2019, including the fact there were some court proceedings going on. But what happened at them, what the rulings were, what motions were being filed, any of that is both testimonial and therefore it violates the Confrontation Clause of the state and federal constitutions, as well as inadmissible hearsay. Based on that, Your Honor, I didn't hear the state separating out its claim. He just made all these things as if he's going to get into all of that. Some of them I might not object to, but since he didn't say 1, 2, 3, or 4, he just said, this is all what we're going to bring in. I'm not going to suggest which ones he might be able to get into that we would object.
This might have been the best. This might have been the best constitutional argument I've ever
Oh,
seen.
you know, is this the state, John?
I just want to respond to a few things. Firstly, I'm not going to
This
get
is
into,
straight now.
you know, who has a better theory of the case at this point.
That might have been the best constitutional argument I've ever seen.
Jennifer Dulos, shortly before disappearing, ran
In
over
oral
a
argument.
garage that was even cheaper. Okay, so the issue.
I'm going to object to such pejorative, sarcastic remarks. Your Honor. I'm-
Well, before we proceed.
Go! Go!
In the court. The court
Somebody took his vitamins.
understands the cut and thrust of argument. Court is not going to rule on an objection that is not evidentiary. Court can understand that against some comments, counsel, either for the defense or for the state, may take offense.
I really like this judge. He's going to rule against my
Unless
preferred
those
position, but
comments become
I love the
unprofessional.
way he presents himself.
Mm-hmm.
The court is going to allow both parties to ride the wave of zeal.
So
Right, the
Judge,
way of zeal.
Responding to some of the specific things with respect to this issue of remoteness, we're talking about an ongoing discord over the course of 2 years leading up to Jennifer Dulos' death, and even by the defense's own argument at this point.
Zeal means something a little differently in law.
Disappeared,
Okay.
was murdered. There was some report which she was opposed to, thus indicating further animus and discord between the parties. I would also just note, Your Honor, that in terms of the balancing that the court has to do, I think the defense sort of made our argument for us, which was that none of these acts involve a particularly violent act on behalf of Mr. Dulos. So in terms of whether or not this is going to somehow inflame the passions of the jury, I don't think that the court needs to worry about that because the acts themselves are substantially less.
That's not the case that he cited. I know exactly what case he cited.
I did not mention a gun. I did not mention a restraining order in my argument. I tried to keep my offer of proof to what I intend on showing through this witness, and we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about.
He's citing state versus arrest or something like that.
When the defense said that if hearsay is.
Is he running out the clock?
Other hearsay from that person can be admissible. I'm not familiar with a case that stands for that proposition.
I don't know. It's the reality of an attorney that you know enough cases out of your back pocket. I definitely misquoted it, but that inflaming the passions of the jury, that is not the case that he cited.
They have not cited a single case that any of the statements which they've been on notice of that Lauren Almeida is testified to, that Ms. Farber Dulos made to her, are somehow testimonial in nature. So I would ask the court allow us to have the witness testify to the specific acts that we've talked about, and just ask the court to deny their objection.
Thank you. Well, the court is going to scan a few items.
Yes, golden rule argument. Would you like to pause real quickly so I can explain it for the
Yeah, here, just a second. Let me get out of the.
Counsel spent in almost every.
All right, before we hear the verdict, you have what's called the golden rule argument, which is illegal in American courts, period. It's generally speaking something that would inflame the passions of the jury. And there are multiple cases that I could pull up that would cite this rule. Generally speaking, what it is there going to be a piece of testimony that is so prejudicial, so inflaming, and the reason why it goes back to the golden rule is you have two aspects of it. You have, for better or worse, American law is based upon the Christian Bible. It's either something that is so inflaming that Jesus in Nazareth would flip the tables at the money changer's expense, or it's asking the jury to put themselves in the shoes of the accused. Both of which are considered righteous acts by the religious nature of America, but we don't consider them appropriate for jurors of law. That's just the way that it is. I can't change it. I didn't come up with it. That's what it is. but this is basically the argument when he's saying that it inflames the passions of the jury. He's saying that it puts that this testimony does not meet the standard, which the defense is asking that the testimony doesn't come in because it's wrong. What the state is saying is it's not so inflammatory that it would cause Jesus to flip the tables at the temple. That is actually a legitimate legal argument, and fight me if you want, but that is what it is. Sorry, we can keep going. I just wanted to share that aspect of judicial history.
Case of every juror allowed at least 1 hour to determine which jurors would be appropriate jurors for this case. One of the salient questions to the jury concerned
He's going to
ability to
deny
pay attention.
the defense motion.
That was with regard to the anticipated number of hours of video evidence. Well, the court is going to credit the jury with being able to pay attention beyond many hours of video evidence. So the fact that some evidence may hang for a while before being picked up is not a reason for this court to believe that this jury cannot tie up evidence when it is time for
This
them
is why we have
deliberate.
rules of evidence, Your Honor. Jesus.
Secondly, there is a discussion between testimonial and non-testimonial hearsay. So the court has to hearken to Crawford v. Washington. If the testimony is if the evidence is non-testimonial, then the rules of evidence would apply.
Don't apply.
If the evidence is testimonial, then that evidence cannot run afoul of the defense's right under the Sixth Amendment. But we leave that discussion there. It was
No,
indicated
make a
by-
rule, Judge.
It was stated by.
Come
the
on, I
defense
trust
that the
you.
court
I
would have to relitigate
gave you kudos.
the family matter, the dissolution matter. This court in no way litigates the dissolution matter. The dissolution matter involves testimony and rulings concerning alimony, pendente lite, and post-judgment, child support, pendente lite, custody.
This is a
pendente
criminal
lite,
matter.
and after dissolution, visitation, health insurance costs, educational costs.
No, this isn't a civil
exclusive use
issue.
and possession of the marital home, pendente lite, and post-judgment. This court is not litigating the family matter. So that premise is without merit. Under our rules, prior bad acts may not be admissible to prove bad
How is that
character,
relevant?
criminal tendencies, or proclivity.
How is that relevant?
However, prior bad acts may be admitted for other purposes such as motive, malice, intent,
Okay, no,
genetic,
sorry. Judge is gone.
knowledge, absence of mistake or accident, a system of criminal activity,
Don't do this to
common
me.
scheme or plan, evidence that will help corroborate crucial prosecution testimony or to prove an element of the offense.
Don't do this to me.
Nevertheless, if prior bad acts are admitted, the probative value has to outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice. So the court cannot remember the court will refer to it as the grocery list of statements from the next witness. However, the court cannot at this point determine where those groceries will go until it hears more from the witness. In this case,
I'm leaving.
as the court has stated before in discussions with.
Sorry, Nancy. I can't do this.
Hearsay exception of
What the
state of mind
fuck?
cannot consume every thought
The point to
that
this
the
guy.
declarant had,
How do we get his job?
make it available to the jury. Because then that exception
He's like
becomes.
90% right.
Well, we got a
in
ginger
this court's
snap.
view,
Come back.
the then existing mental or emotional condition of
I
the
need a minute.
Get a drink.
has to be.
I'm not going to.
Focus.
That's just going to
In
make it
other
worse.
words, it's not just a matter of what the declarant said under a certain set of circumstances. The exception goes to the mental or emotional state.
Oh my God.
For example,
Is he really going to argue Rule 3?
or anxiety or terror.
You got to be
So
kidding.
simply everything that Jennifer Farber Dulos may have said to the housekeeper, from what the court heard from the state, would not fall into that category.
Oh, good. He might actually get it right.
But the court would have to hear the testimony.
Yeah, he needs to
So
scream. I'll leave it.
concerning the issue of prior bad acts and what may be admissible, the court at this point understands that the testimony can go to malice and motive.
Fuck you.
However, everything that is said does not go to malice and motive as expressed. From what the court understood, the state plans.
Fuck you. You can't unring a bell, you idiot.
Is he going to allow it, John?
So the court
Yes.
would be keen to entertain the objections
Huh?
if it appears.
He's going to let her testify, and he's going to allow the objections.
Simply
When they
everything
object,
Jennifer Farber
he's
Dulos
going
said
to
her
tell the
housekeeper
jury
was
to ignore what they heard. You can't
That is not the
unring a
court's
bell.
understanding of the state of mind exception to the hearsay.
Dear God. I told you he was going to rule
So the
the
court
wrong
is
way.
going to allow testimony of marital.
You don't like him
discord.
anymore, do you?
However, the fact that there is marital discord.
I think that he's
This court
trying to
is
do the right thing. I'm going to give him that credit.
exceedingly probative. It's whether or not the statements by Jennifer Farber Dulos go to motive to murder, her fear, her anxiety, her terror. Not simply whether she did not like something that Fotis Dulos was doing. So the court is going to.
Did you just cut off the stream?
You know what? I should be fired.
It's okay.
There you go.
Do we need to take the Porter factors, and the discussion of Porter is going to take up too much time. However, the state's witness is probably not going to be done today. We still have a half hour. So what the court would prefer to do is take up the next witness tomorrow morning, take up the Porter arguments.
That's fine with the state judge. I'll just note that what we're probably going to do then is not ask the representative from the laboratory to come tomorrow. Depending on the court's ruling, we'd ask that she come on Thursday.
Well, what's the, well, the lineup for tomorrow is probably going to be Almeida.
Alright, so she's not going to testify tonight.
Yeah, Detective
She's
Tom.
going to testify tomorrow
I
when the
don't
court
anticipate this
has
testimony's gonna be-
adequate time to contemplate what is and is not
Ms.
appropriate
Almeida may take
testimony.
a substantial portion of the day.
Honestly,
We'll
that's
start now with Mr.
fair.
Almeida.
A quick question, Your Honor.
I
If
still
the
think he's
court is
wrong,
to allow some
but it's
of
fair.
the marital discord testimony, will the court give a cautionary instruction to the jury about the limited nature of that testimony, and specifically in light of the fact that it's only, well, it's relevant to maybe the allegation involving Mr.
That's
Dulos,
an excellent motion
one
by the
step
defense.
further removed from Mr. Combs in that regard.
Well, the court will consider limiting instructions after both the state and the defense have had the opportunity to cross-examine.
That is an excellent motion by the defense.
I'll wait for the jury, then I'll call them.
I think the judge was wrong, but I understand why he made his decision. He reasoned it out very clearly. Okay, I can work with that. What time? She's being called by the state, so the state's the one that has the opportunity to directly examine her. I presume she's not going to say great things about the marital relationship, and they want to keep that up.
Your Honor, the state calls Lauren Almeida.
Am I about right, Nancy?
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever heard of her being a bad parent.
I don't think that helps either side, though.
No, I mean, but I could be wrong. All right, let's see what this woman has to say. So we get a little bit of her testimony.
Please raise your right hand.
There she is.
Solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely
Now
affirm.
she is going tonight. I thought they
She's-
said they would have somebody else come in.
The whole truth and nothing
She's
but the
cute.
truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and spelling for the record.
Lauren Almeida, LAUREN ALMEIDA.
And your business address?
Well, there's no need for a business address. You may be seated, thank you.
Yeah.
Good for you, Judge.
Ms. Almeida.
That's cool.
Ms. Almeida, how old are you?
32,
And where did you grow up?
Newington, Connecticut.
Who do you currently live with?
Am I wrong, or does she look really old for 32?
And did you graduate high school?
I did.
Which high school did you attend?
Newington High School.
Could you just keep your voice up just a little bit?
Newington High School.
And did you also attend college?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
University of Connecticut.
And what did you study at the University of Connecticut?
Psychology.
Did you
Of course.
graduate?
Yes.
What year did you graduate?
2013.
And you mentioned that you currently live with the Dulos children.
Of course.
Did you know someone by the name of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw?
Really, you want my mommy?
May 24th, 2000.
I'm a year younger than she is, and
Did you know someone
other.
by the name of-
I look really good for my age, or
How did you know Jennifer?
She
I don't
looks a little
know.
older.
I have no idea.
She
how to
looks-
say it.
She looks my age. No, I'm kidding.
Were
I
you
said
ever
she's
told-
like a year younger than me. I'm like, shoot.
When
do I look
you
that
met
old?
them in September of
No.
2012, where were they living?
I'm 30
Off
something.
Jefferson
Yeah, I
Crossing in
guess.
Farmington.
Where was Mr. Dulos originally from?
My attitude is 30.
Did he speak English?
I believe that.
Did he speak with an accent?
Yeah.
Where was Jennifer Dulos originally from?
New York.
My spirit is 30.
And you mentioned the Dulos children. How many children did the Dulos family have?
5.
And what are the children's names?
You have Petros, Theodore, Christian,
Yeah,
Constantine.
I got it from mommy, but do I really look like I'm 31?
Currently,
We're
Petros and Theodore are
Irish.
17.
We look
Christian and
great.
Constantine are 15.
Uh,
And Milos 13.
There's a phrase that I'm not going to use that certain races don't crack. I think we get the benefit of Celtic
So
genes.
the Duloses had 2 sets of twins.
Yep, 2 sets.
Oh, I know. I'm just teasing.
And when you met them in September
Okay.
of 2012, what was their respective age range?
Noel just turned 1, I believe. Christian and Constantine were 4, just turned 4.
I don't think we're gonna get more than the introduction.
How did you get introduced to the Dulos family in 2012?
Where are you going?
I worked at a daycare center.
I'm
for
just
a few
looking out
years,
for 1
and
second.
someone that I used to also babysit outside of the daycare told me that she knew someone that needed help.
Oh, we love you, John.
Question is, how did you end up working for the Dulos family? Well, this is preliminary, so overruled.
You did mention that you worked at a daycare center. Would you just continue your answer?
Really move
Yeah,
back?
so someone that worked for Jennifer and Fotis said that she knew of a family that needed extra help, and I babysat outside of the daycare. So she introduced myself and my sister.
And was your sister also a babysitter?
Yeah.
What's your sister's name?
Ashley.
Jeez, I was never asked
First actually began-
where am I going when I step out of the doorway.
It was
Since I was 14.
I don't know the exact date.
We're
And
just
it was
kidding
my
you.
mother.
Come- John, I'm kidding.
I know.
It started off just like a Saturday or
I
Sunday.
just love giving
I
you.
would usually work Saturday. and my
It's
sister
okay to
would work
join in on the
Sunday,
joke.
we would swap.
I'm just,
And then over
I love
time,
teasing you.
I
You're
started to
fun.
work more and more for them.
I know. We can joke together. It's okay.
Yeah, we always do, don't we?
Yes, we do.
You mentioned that you would work a Saturday or Sunday. What were your typical hours at that point?
It varied, but usually like early morning, like 6 a.m. sometimes. 'Cause no one would wake
And
up
once in a
early.
while, it's TMI.
I wouldn't leave until like sometimes.
Yeah,
9 or
well.
10.
Do you still attend school when
But I
you
love it.
began babysitting?
Most of the people that actually care about us haven't been scared away yet.
What types of activities?
They're
would
not
you do
scared,
with
are they?
children while you
They
were
probably love it.
babysitting with them?
We did a lot of puzzles.
It's the
Magnified,
John and
games,
Nancy
board
Law
games, a lot.
Show.
We like to play pretend and dress up.
I don't know. I don't get a view count.
Spend a lot of time doing that.
And would you actually go water ski with them? What did Mr. Dulos do for work when you first met the family?
He owned his construction.
You never know how they're going to interpret the law.
Or group.
And you mentioned that.
I told you exactly how the judge would rule, and I told you why he would rule and why it would make
He
me
was building
mad.
luxury homes.
And did he
But
roll
I
that?
would
No.
move fast.
Where was the office for Fort Worth?
Yeah, and I also said she
It
was
in
going to be
Fort Jefferson Crossing.
the witness
It's in
next,
their-
remember?
Their home.
Where
I
was
know.
the office?
I was
Right
actually
above the garage,
surprised.
they had a
I was
two-bed
too.
garage, and above that was a space for the office.
She's pretty though.
What did Jennifer do for work when you met the family?
I knew she was a writer.
Yes, she is.
More than that.
Were Mr. Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos ever home when you babysat?
Yeah,
How often would you say they were home when you were babysitting?
most of the time.
How would you describe the dynamic of the Dulos marriage when you met them in 2012?
I mean, I tried not to judge, but he was gone a lot. But I just figured that was just kind of what it was in their house. But overall, when I first started
Thanks,
working for them,
Moonfall.
they seemed
That
very
seems a
nice.
little ingenuine. She's got to come across good because they're probably going to save a cross for
In the
tomorrow.
beginning, they were nice towards each other. I mean, from what I saw, at least in the beginning.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
From what I saw, at least in the beginning.
And did you continue to babysit for the family for the remainder of your final year of college?
Yeah.
And For that final year of college, were you just working weekends?
Yeah, because I was going to school during the week.
I want to direct your attention now to May of 2013. Did your role with the family change at that point?
Yeah, so May 2013, I graduated college, and I didn't really have a job in place yet, and Jennifer offered me a full-time position with the kids.
Okay.
And what days of the week were you, well, I guess I should ask a preliminary question, which is, did you accept the job?
Yes.
And at that point, did you become the sole babysitter or nanny for the children?
I guess I became
Technically a
like the
leading
main one,
question.
but there were still some people that would come in, or sometimes there would be two of us, mostly on the weekends, because the kids were in school, or they were like at least in preschool, so it's easier with just with one. But
And what days of the week were you working for the family at this point, now that you're full-time employee?
I think it was like Monday through
That's
Saturday.
still a
so I
leading
always worked
question. I hate the way that they.
but it was like half a day, so I wouldn't go
Right.
in until like maybe like 11 or 12.
When you say half a day, you're referring to the weekend day?
No, the weekend day was like a full day, from morning to night. So during the week while the kids were in school, I didn't have to show up like as early as I would on the weekend.
And what was a typical work day for you as the nanny?
Well, the younger ones, it's like, helping feed them or helping Jennifer if they had like certain activities that day. Just playing with them, keeping them busy, playing outside, giving them baths. I would help with dinner, help with like cleaning up after them.
During this time period, did you ever go on vacation with the family?
Yes,
Where did you go on vacation with the family?
all the places.
Yes.
So I've gone to St. Bart's with them. I've been to Florida. I've been to Greece a few times. I went to Virginia once with Fotis. We went to Colorado.
Generally speaking, mommy, the answer is no. Not all
Not all of
questions
them.
are leading questions.
And when you say not all.
You might want a specific answer that has to do with preparation.
Did Mr. Dulos ever travel without the children? Or
But
Yeah.
there are points that it makes me a little annoyed
Describe the dynamic between.
because it's so obvious that I'm just asking
Yeah,
her
I
to give a
mean-
canned answer.
When they were younger, they kind of just, they
Generally
listened to whatever
speaking,
their
when
dad
you're
said. They didn't
doing
get a lot of time with their dad, so their
open
time was mostly on
testimony,
the weekend.
you're the
And I
one
was with
trying
them most
to
of the
elicit
time on the
their
weekend,
story.
so,
That's it.
they just.
You
they
don't
did
have
whatever
the
Fotis
same
asked them to do.
incentive as a
Yeah, but this is
cross.
like the main time that he spent with the kids.
When a direct sounds like a cross, it starts to annoy me.
Where I don't know the exact days, but enough where it was, you could tell it was a little odd how often he was traveling.
Could you describe the dynamic between Jennifer and the children?
Yeah, it was very silly, her relationship with the kids. They always wanted to be next to mommy. It was just kind of what it was. And she would sing to them and laugh at them. And she never raised her voice. She was like so soft spoken and never got angry. And she was just like.
What is the relevance to this testimony?
What types of activities did Jennifer like to do with the children?
Oh, she would take them to we'd go to these bounce houses all the time with Jennifer, for around the holidays. Getting the Christmas tree was a really big deal, and going pumpkin picking. And she'd draw with them, do puzzles with them.
Did Jennifer like to water ski?
No,
You had mentioned that the children did like to water ski wherever, correct?
they water skied.
Okay. Did they not like to water ski?
They water skied a lot. So I saw times where they didn't want to, but still had to.
And as you worked full-time for the Dulos family, did you begin to develop a friendship with Jennifer?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
I confided in her with a lot of things, in my personal life. I just always trusted her. She was my boss, but she was someone that, we just connected really well. We just worked well with each other. I knew what she liked, what she didn't. She knew what I was good at. We had a really good relationship.
you ever meet any of Jennifer's family?
Yeah.
Who have you met?
Her mom, Gloria, her father, Hilly, when he was alive, her sister, Melissa. I've met her cousins.
And you'd mentioned your father. Has he passed away?
Yeah.
What year did he pass away?
I think it was February of 2018, I think.
And is Gloria still alive?
Yeah.
How old is Gloria?
Mommy, you're absolutely
Oh, I
right.
think she's 88 or 89.
Why they're allowing
Not
her
young, but she's
to go down this line of questioning right now.
Did there come a point in time when Jennifer began confiding in you?
I don't necessarily
yeah.
they should allow it, but it was allowed by the judge.
Ever
And
expressed to you her
we go
feelings
from
on whether Mr. Dulos was paying enough attention to her?
Objection.
Sustained.
there we go. Point made.
Did Jennifer ever express to you a desire to avoid arguing with Mr. Dulos?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Would you tell the jury what she said?
She just felt like
No.
just like he was harsh and she didn't like conflict, so she could never really like express.
No,
how she really felt.
no, stop.
Looked over.
No. All of the no.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September of 2013.
Okay,
Mhm.
fine.
Did you begin working?
I guess we're just gonna allow that.
Did Mr. Dulos, by the way, did he own Ford Group for the entire time that you babysat and nannied for the family?
From what I knew, yeah.
How did you come to begin working for Ford Group?
So I was working full time for the family from May of 2013 that year. And like I said, I still didn't have like a full-time job, the nannying was. And so he just asked if I was interested in coming into Ford Group and, you know, having this opportunity. So I just decided to take it.
And were you working full-time for Ford Group after you took the job?
No, it was like half Ford Group and half being a nanny.
What type of hours were you working for Ford Group?
So usually I'd go in at like 8:30, 9 o'clock in Ford Group. And then depending on the kid's schedule, I would have to leave around 1 or 2. They would basically like cross the door and then I was with the kids until like 9-ish, 9:30.
Just to be clear, 9-ish, 9:30 at night, correct?
At night, yeah.
How many days a week were you working for Ford Group when you began being employed by Mr. Dulos?
5 days, so Monday through Friday.
And were you still nannying 6 days a week?
Yeah.
Did you have any regular days off?
Yeah, usually at that point I was having Sundays off. But if I needed like another day off, it was Jennifer, it was kind of easy to do that. But usually Sundays were my day off at that time.
What were your responsibilities with Ford Group?
In the beginning, it was really just like office work. I was like organizing folders, things like that. I would really like worked alongside Fotis, so I basically would follow him along to work sites, and he would show me some things because I was totally new to this whole world. And then eventually, in time, I became in charge of the punch list at Ford Group, which was when a house was built, the owners would have a list of things that they wanted to finish off, like there's a chip here or whatever, and I would be in charge of making sure that that gets done.
How did you view Mr. Dulos when you initially began working for Ford Group?
Oh, I saw him as like a role model and a mentor, and I thought at the time he's giving me this really great opportunity. So I considered him a friend.
And did Mr. Dulos encourage you to go back to school?
He did, yeah.
What did he encourage you to study?
Construction management, but he also was pushing for me to get my real estate license.
Was there a telephone number that was associated with Ford Group?
Yeah, it was Fotis's personal phone number.
When you say his personal phone number, are we talking about a landline or a cellular phone?
No, it's like a cellular.
And did you often see Mr. Dulos answering work-related calls or sending emails?
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Dulos kept his cell phone with him at all times during your time
Yeah.
When you were
Isn't
working
it
for
even
Farber,
for the folks here more than I have?
what her intentions were with the children.
Is she
When you were working
another
with Jennifer, ever expressed to you, how she wanted you to
romantically
feel the
involved partner?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What
It
did
was-
she say?
You think she's
That's
romantically involved with Dulos?
I have no idea. That seems what state's implying.
Children during the
I
summer.
yeah, I kind of got the impression she might be.
The question is, did she express to you how she wanted you to handle the children? Overruled.
You can answer.
Okay. Yeah, I would because the kids wouldn't be in school, so I would be with the kids full time.
And how many employees did Ford Group have when you began working for them?
Not a lot. It was very small. So like a handful.
When you say handful, can you just be a little bit more specific for the members?
Yes, I would guess we would have to count. I would say like 5 or 6, maybe.
Was Pavel Guminiani one of the employees?
Yep.
What was his role with, actually, before I ask that, when did he begin working for Ford Group to your knowledge?
Oh, to my knowledge, I don't know. He was.
No, I was genuinely trying to figure that out because the state seems to be implying that she's romantically
She knew the family for a while.
involved, but I thought she was supposed to be the witness to boost the credibility of the wife.
And what was his role with the company?
He was
Am
a
I
project
totally
manager.
off base?
He kind of did everything, to be honest.
Did Jennifer know Mr. Gumiani as well?
Yep.
Would he assist her around the house?
Yeah.
How would he assist her around the house?
He would change out the light bulbs when they went out. He would build. I know he built their.
Okay, I know what their
backyard.
plan
I know
is.
he built that.
Got
He
it.
would
Never
even
mind.
sometimes help
We're good.
pick us up from the airport after a trip.
I got their plan.
Did Jennifer ever work for Ford Group?
Not that I know.
And you'd mentioned that Mr. Dulos
This
was
is
a-
why they won the hearsay argument.
Why did you?
It's wrong, but it is what
When
it
I
is.
first started working, he was just incredibly nice. He made me feel comfortable. He was funny. He, was fresh out of college. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And it sounded like I was getting this really great opportunity, even though it had nothing to do with any of the work I've ever done. And it seemed like he just wanted to push me and make me better.
Oh.
And did there come a point in time when the dynamic between Jennifer and Mr. Dulos began to change from when you first met them?
Yeah.
Could you describe how the dynamic changed for the jury?
The big dynamic change was in March of 2017, which is when Jennifer found out about his affair. And a few months after that, it would totally changed.
So I want to direct your attention now to March of 2017. Did you take a trip with the Dulos family?
Yeah.
And where did y'all go?
The kids had a 2-week break, and so the first week we spent in Aspen, Colorado, and then we flew to Miami for the second week.
Ooh.
Who went on the trip?
The first week was myself, 5 kids, Jennifer Fotis, and his friend Mark Masiello.
And I think you already mentioned this, but why did the family decide to take a trip in March as opposed to?
Oh, the kids, their school vacation, they get 2 weeks off in March. So that's why we went in March.
Where were the kids going to school at the time?
They were going to Renbrook. It's in Farmington.
I'm sorry?
It's in Farmington.
And where in Colorado did you vacation?
It was Aspen.
And what types of activities did you and the children do while on the trip?
Well, they ski. They're very good snow skiers. So they would ski. Noelle, who was younger than everyone else, we would just hang out, walk around the town a little bit. She would ski a little bit. Or whoever was tired, they would basically come back with Jennifer.
Yeah, pretty much, Moonfox.
Do the hot cocoa stuff. But they skied a lot.
And how old was Noelle at this point?
6 maybe?
And where did you stay in Aspen?
Jennifer's father won a house through a charity auction, so we stayed there for a week.
Oh, yeah,
And,
really.
Did there come a point in time during the trip where Mr. Dulos told the group he had taken the children to an adult
Absolutely
club?
right.
Yeah,
Who was present for this conversation?
myself and Jennifer.
How did Jennifer react upon hearing?
I mean, look, I'm fortunate
She,
enough
like,
to have
shocked because they were little. and
family
they were going
members
to a day
with
club.
young kids
Um,
that are able
So she
to
we were both kind of like
take
disgusted, I guess is the word.
They
What
always
was
go
Mr.
together.
Dulos' demeanor like as he was relaying this information?
He was excited that he like
weird.
paid off the people to let his kids into this day club where, yeah. He seemed really happy about it.
And approximately how long did you guys stay in Colorado?
It's about a week.
And at some point, did you travel to Miami?
Yep,
And I assume you flew?
we flew, yeah.
And who went to Miami?
So myself, the 5 kids, Jennifer, Fotis, and then Jennifer's mom, Gloria, met us in Miami.
Not to totally talk over her, but she seems really, really uncomfortable being
Initially, we
a
stayed at the W hotel there.
I get that impression too.
And describe some of your daily activities in Miami. I assume you're not skiing.
We did no snow skiing, but there was water skiing. So they went from snow skiing and they went to Miami to water ski. So really, that was the activity.
And where would the family ski?
It's a Miami ski club.
And who would go to the ski club?
Yeah, she really does
Myself,
not want to be there.
The kids. Sometimes Noelle would stay back with Jennifer. Jennifer would not go, and Fotis would go.
And during this trip, did Jennifer
Absolutely right
discuss
on
her
that.
relationship with Mr. Dulos with you?
She did.
100%.
Well, at this time, did Jennifer discuss her relationship with Mr. Dulos with you? The answer is either yes or no.
And I gotta be honest with you, there is a small piece of me that thinks that she could be on the other side of the dais just as easily.
What did she tell you about the relationship?
I'll rephrase.
And that's actually a different argument.
Relationship.
So she's what?
She could just as equally be sitting here next to my client as opposed to sitting there in the witness
Call
box.
for
Mm.
an answer that could be a narrative. So
I would at least float the argument. I don't know if it would work, but it's not totally insane to try.
You mentioned earlier that Jennifer had found out about the affair. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
What did Jennifer say to you about the affair when you were in Miami?
Objection.
Well, that's going to be overruled.
She told me she
If I'm the state, I probably would better dress a little bit more modestly.
Did she say why
But
she believed
you
that?
know, I'm not.
She just said she had this feeling
That is
he's been acting weird, and I didn't really believe her at first.
When you say you didn't really believe her, what do you mean by that?
At that time, I had a good relationship with Fotis, and I believed him to be an honest.
How does this prove your case?
And I couldn't
Come on.
imagine him having an affair where there's 5 little kids involved.
Am I the only one sitting here that's still thinking of the 3 elements that they actually have to prove?
Ground. But what this witness said.
They have to prove that she's dead. They have to prove that he killed her, and they have to prove that she made a significant act toward the commission of the crime.
I don't know what she's. I don't know.
Well,
So far, any of them are approved.
statement, but this witness is.
We have 3 elements. We can literally put it on a whiteboard. If you want, I'll put it right behind me.
The jury what she told Jennifer.
And we'll see if we can ever actually cross any of those off.
Yeah.
What did you say to Jennifer?
I told her I don't think that's true.
What was her demeanor like during this conversation?
She was very anxious, like kind of tight. And she seemed upset.
Was anyone else present for this conversation?
Yeah, her mom, Gloria.
This is hearsay.
Now, during this trip,
It's double
did you
hearsay.
see someone named Michelle Troconis?
Yep.
Do you see Michelle Troconis in the courtroom?
Yep.
Would you just point her out and tell us what color shirt she has on?
Beige.
Judge, she identified the defendant.
Thank you. The record will reflect.
Ooh.
Where
Well,
did you?
before you proceed, you have about 2 minutes perhaps. This is an appropriate point at which to conclude today because you're about to go into other matters that are more significant than just identification. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today's session. We'd ask that you not discuss the case. Resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
All right, so we're recording again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right. You know what? I think that the best thing to do
All right.
is
This honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned.
I have a chance.
Mr. What?
We're done until tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So what I would like to do is I would like to hear your thoughts. I know what mine are.
Oh, you've been with this witness?
With this witness, with the detective, with the handful of things that I was able to look up over the course of the break, I'd just like to hear what your thoughts are. The great state of Connecticut.
Well, I think there was a relationship between her and Fotis.
I'm starting to think so as well.
Okay, because just the way he was her mentor. It's like, okay, because what I understood with Fotis is that he's charming, he's good looking. He was.
I will say it honestly from my perspective. My family has had au pairs in the past, and obviously nothing went on between them. And none of them would ever think about my father or mother in any similar light that
Well,
she was.
I was an au pair, and I never thought anything with the guy. Ew. But but the thing is, it has happened.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm actually thinking that
I can tell
probably
you're
did.
asking me. You're asking me. You're asking
I'm
me.
saying that it probably did,
What?
given the circumstance that we're looking at.
Should we just shut this thing off? That way we can.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think there's a little bit more to her. I'm going to take this off now, not the trial, because I feel like I'm talking into a tunnel. I think there's a little bit more to this than meets the eye with her.
I agree with you.
A little more to
I
it.
think that actually helps the defense's case. Because the issue at that point is now we have a deceased person who may have been a philanderer on
Not
multiple
necessarily
occasions.
sleeping with him.
Who may have been a philanderer on multiple occasions. And his wife did not particularly care for that.
I don't think Jennifer and the nanny were as close and companion as she says they were.
I don't disagree with you. I think what they're bringing her on for, I think so when you think about just pure trial strategy, right?
Mhm.
Why did the state call her?
To establish a relationship with Fotis and Michelle.
They wanted to bolster the character of Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to give justification to the relationship between the defendant and the deceased alleged killer. Those were their two goals. Did they succeed?
No.
That's a genuine question. You can say they did.
Well, I'm not going to say either or because we're really not done with her testimony. I mean.
But
Because
you
we're not
saw how
done
you saw how the defense dismantled this detective.
I can't really say one way or the other right now, John, because we really haven't finished with this witness. I mean, at the moment, as a woman's intuition, there was something between her and Fotis. Was it sexual? I don't know. You know, I'm not taking.
I'm not trying to presume one way or the other either.
Oh no, I'm not either. Because just because you have some kind of relationship doesn't mean it's sexual. It doesn't mean like no, the husband was not going to hop into bed with her. I don't know.
But my point is,
maybe she had.
Nancy, do me a favor. Write my cross-examination for me right now.
What?
I haven't heard.
I don't. You want me to what?
Write my cross-examination. You know what it's going to be. You could do it in a heartbeat.
You want me to? Do you want me to write questions? What I would ask her?
No, I'm saying if you went home from court tonight, representing
And I was attorney of this.
Yeah, representing the defendant. What are your cross-examination questions? I mean, they kind of write themselves. I don't think I'm asking you to do a whole lot. I can tell you what I would write.
Well, the question remains with the nanny and Fotis. If I was a defense lawyer and I saw her demeanor,
that's why I was so surprised why they brought her on tonight. If she was going to
be, and I would be like, why did they do this? It's here. I mean, then for one thing, okay, you're asking me.
You've given the defense hours to write questions.
It would take hours because okay, here's one thing that I've lost my train of thought because we were.
I apologize. A little.
Oh, yes. Okay. They were asking her. Oh shoot! I just keep like, what was her real relationship with Jennifer? Lauren and Jennifer.
I can't prove that. So I gotta find a little way to get around.
Is this speculation?
What?
Well, we're looking at her and Lauren and Jennifer's relationship. Okay, I'm writing this down right here. Okay, here's Lauren. She's a nanny. They're talking about Fotis cheating on her, right?
That's basically one of the arguments that the defense is going to have to make.
Okay, so they're cheating on her. How did Lauren and Jennifer come to that realization that Fotis was cheating on her?
You'd have to wrap around to it. Because
I can't really just blunt out say that. How do they know?
I'm not going to be able to convince her to say it out loud.
I would twist it around. I really would. I would just make it like
it is very similar.
No.
This is why I'm kind of surprised that the state brought her on as witness. because when I cross-examine, I can ask direct
Okay,
questions.
so mommy, she testified that she
Ask leading
found out.
questions. I'm like, hey, by the way, out of curiosity, just genuinely, was there ever a point there was, excuse me, I would phrase it, I get to lead. There was a point when you felt that Jennifer was jealous of you, yes? And it's a yes or no question.
There was a point where Jennifer was jealous of Lauren.
Yeah. Yes or no?
Yeah. I play on
Okay.
it. I play
All
on
right,
it.
now that we have that, what was the circumstance precisely when you started to feel that way?
Well, when she was mentioning how she said Fotis was her mentor, that was just kind of odd to me. No, see, this is where I was
You see the line of questioning. You see the line of questioning.
Yes, you wanted me to be in the defense mode right now. This is where I was going to go. I was leading on to where this whole thing is. How in the world did they get into the conversation? Oh, honey, I think my husband's cheating on me. Oh, I don't think so. Right there.
Yep. It's like, well, yeah, he's also cheating on you with me.
And then she says, I'm writing this down.
I'm not saying that's true, but
I don't think they are. I don't think he is.
I think he slept with her.
Huh?
I think he slept with her.
I do too. No, I do. Okay. So anyway, we have Lauren's relationship with Jennifer. Okay. Now we have Fotis in a good relationship with Jennifer. Okay.
Yep.
Jennifer says, oh, yeah, he was my mentor. I've never done this kind of work before. Yeah, I can see him with the copy machine. And, okay, this is just my age and what I've seen in life. Oh, yeah.
You don't need to give me this sort of a porno.
No, I'm not getting porn. I'm just setting the stage up.
I think
no,
that
I am not. Now listen to me.
If I'm sitting here as the defense and I'm trying to find out, because we had the conversation last night, we put everyone pretty much together. We have a trifecta. She now creates a fourfecta.
Who? Jennifer. No, yeah. Lauren. We have Lauren now, and we have Jennifer.
I know.
You know how
I need to get my client off.
All right. I was a nanny. Do you know how easy it is for parents to get jealous of a nanny?
I believe it.
You
have somebody that has a greater attachment to your kid.
Didn't like me because the kids adored me.
Again, I genuinely understand the concept of, that sort of attachment issue where you feel like your kids have more attachment to their nannies or their au pair, whoever, than they do to you. I get that. That's absolutely
chicken brown cow. But can we get back to this? Okay, I have this little triangle here. Okay, all right. My triangle now.
I think that triangle just became a quadrangle.
Okay, but I think this is set the stage. Tomorrow should be interesting. So right. we have Lauren. Okay. We have Fotis, we have Jennifer and Lauren, because you're gonna work closely with the mother as a nanny. See, I understand this because I was. So, and then all of a sudden, here comes Fotis, and she graduates from college, and he takes her into his world of his development, right? Okay, and then now we heard her say in her testimony that Fotis was her mentor. That to me,
mentor or mentor?
Let's play with words, right?
Again, I'm just trying to speak what reality is.
Well, okay. And then here's another observation I have. If I was on the defense team, I'd be like, okay, who was more involved? Lauren or Fotis or Michelle?
Okay, so let me go.
That's okay. It's not a love triangle anymore. It's a love square, right? So now we have Lauren.
I refer to it as a rectangle, but yeah.
Okay. Now we're putting Michelle into this equation. Okay, we're putting
Does
her.
that actually help?
Yeah.
Does it help tell the story or does it hurt?
What's going to help? So now we have Michelle comes in, right? So
Yeah.
my thing is, I want to blame everything on Michelle. What
That
about?
would be my defense argument is why does my client have any more motive than Michelle does?
You mean why? Okay, your client's Michelle. Okay.
My client's okay.
I would
my
like
client
to
have any
know.
more motive than Jennifer does,
I would like to know more about this Lauren chick.
or Lauren, or anyone.
So who was? Do you think Fotis was maybe playing them both?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I think that he was actually
So
sleeping.
why wasn't she?
Honest to God, between you and me, I genuinely think he was sleeping with all three of them.
Oh yeah. So why don't we question Lauren?
Great question. Because she has the right to not speak. Because she's the one being charged.
Lauren, what's Lauren? Now I'm going to get to, because I write this down because this is really going to be some interesting material.
Let me know if I'm screwing up the names.
Okay, no, wait a minute.
Entirely possible.
I'm going to have to write out a new key player thing for you. Okay, Lauren. I love you, John. You know that. Lauren and...
I appreciate you so much. You know that too.
I know. We have a good relationship. We have to meet someday in Florida with my kids.
We will.
All right, you like my son. Okay, so Lauren and Michelle, okay?
All right.
What is their relationship?
I don't know if there actually has to be one.
Mm.
Or if there is. Maybe she found out that she was the other woman. That would be the state's argument. That would be a decent state's argument. She found out she was the other woman.
You guys, this is turning into a love triangle. I hate to say that, but it is. I mean, my imagination is just running. Whoa.
I mean, if you're trying to sell it, if you're trying to sell an argument.
Well, they're not sure it was Michelle that was in the truck with Fotis. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet.
The detective certainly did not succeed in that regard.
Well, anyway, so if I was a defense, I would want to know more about Lauren's relationship with Fotis.
I don't necessarily think that I need the photos. I think what I need to do is I need to just break her on the stand.
And break her up and make her, be a little tough with her.
Sing like a canary.
But kind of like, okay, Lauren.
So let me just.
When you have this conversation with Jennifer about.
So you've been the nanny for this family for how many years? Just so I'm clear.
A long time.
Okay, 10 years. Cool. What are each of the children's names and current ages?
I don't know. I didn't write that all down.
Oh, okay. Great.
I don't write really.
No, by the way, just out of curiosity, you referred to what the hell is his name? Mr. Fabio?
Fotis.
Fotis, fine. You refer to him as your mentor.
Better.
So let me just ask you, I understand that you were shortly out of college. How precisely did he mentor you?
Oh, 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 what a bomb question, John.
I'm halfway decent at what I do.
Why did I think of that?
Because you're not a lawyer.
My brain goes, oh.
Again, that's why I asked the first two questions. The
How?
first two questions is to just, lead you.
Why don't you define what mentor is? Yes, yes. Okay, but I did come up to the conclusion where I was suspicious of what kind of mentor, though. You got to give me that.
No, I'm giving you that. But I'm saying,
Not
like,
that.
this is why I asked the first couple questions that are easy.
So I'm going to write these questions down.
And then you ask the question that's not easy.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to follow the testimony with these lawyers, and I'm going to see if they come up with any of the stuff that you and I think of. And chat, if you do it too.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how did Fotis mentor you?
Yeah. So, what exactly did you mean when you meant by mentorship? And then you let her squirm, and she will.
I'll never, ever, ever think of the mentor war with us thinking of what you just said. You're funny. Okay. How did Fotis mentorship you?
Yeah. What did you mean by that? I'm just curious.
What did you mean by that?
Yeah. And she can say whatever she wants, but the jury's going to hear what I want them to, regardless of what she actually answers. So she goes, he helped me in my future career. Oh, now you just open up an entire wormhole. So you told the jury that you had a degree in psychology, I believe.
No, you said real estate. How does that go in? Yeah.
So you had a degree in psychology, and he was mentoring you in real estate. Can you just give me some sort of an idea of how that conversation went? And make it not something that you'd see on Pornhub?
You wouldn't see that in court, would you?
No, I would not, obviously. I probably should not have said on your channel, but
I don't care because we're just being funny anyway. We're making
am I wrong?
Hey guys, don't forget to hit the like button because this is fun. Okay, so we have two questions so far from John. Okay, because we're giving him the ideas. Just a minute, we are. Okay, yeah. How did Fotis mentorship? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by he mentorship you?
Yeah.
I was new into the real estate development.
So how did you go from somebody with a psychology degree and actually very lucrative future? No, hang on. You don't get to talk until I get to finish my question. Excuse me, Your Honor. So you had a lucrative degree in psychology. Obviously, our country needs psychologists. We're dealing with an opioid epidemic. So instead of taking a job in the field for which you've studied, why did you decide to look to him for a real estate opportunity?
Well, at first I needed a job, and so he hired me, and then I got.
Where did you do what exactly?
What?
Hire you to do what exactly?
To be assistant, to do filing, typing, and just to do some research for him. And then everything just kind of developed. I mean, then I got interest in the real estate development, and he became my mentor.
But didn't he hire you as a nanny to take care of his children as opposed to actually do anything with regard to the real estate industry?
Yes, and I also needed. Did she really say that? I mean, I'm just making this up.
Yes.
She did say this.
Yes. This is all on the record.
So I am right.
I
Really?
guarantee, I'll put it this way, Nancy, I swear to Christ, I promise you right now, the next probably 2 hours of today is all of this guy's paralegals going through what she said. And if I remembered it off the top of my head,
So why did you go to
they'll
be
find it.
nanny to a assistant for Fotis?
Right.
What
That
was
also
her
was being which also was being tutored for real estate.
nanny to assistant? That was just kind of odd, wasn't it?
It was.
So
So what exactly was his path? Can we walk through this together?
whose path?
Hers.
Her path.
Her employment history with
I got to start
Fido or whatever the hell his name
writing
is.
a little bit more now with all of this. Okay, 'cause before I was bored. Okay, Lauren. Let's see.
What's her pathway of employment history? If we wanted to recreate her resume,
I don't know. Do you?
I haven't the slightest idea. I know that
Oh,
she
they
said
make
she
shit
had,
up.
I know she said she had a degree in psychology.
Do you swear every damn word? Oh,
Yeah, I suppose I do. But
I'm sorry, mommy. We're just getting carried away.
we're having fun.
We just get this way, don't we?
We tend to at some
We're
point.
sorry. I'll clean up my act. Okay. All right. Lauren is okay. Let's just
So she has a bachelor's degree in psychology.
But okay. Wait a minute. You know what else I got from her?
What?
When she was a nanny.
During her
When she was in college. No, when she first became a nanny, she was not in school because remember, he talked her into going back to school.
I don't know that you're right about that.
I am right.
If I recall correctly, and I could be mistaken, I think that she was between her sophomore and junior years of college. She started with him as a nanny. Then he convinced her to go back and complete the degree.
Right. So was she still in school? Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, so Fotis, the computer Lotus, okay, encourage her to get her degree.
Complete the degree.
To complete it.
Afterwards is when she started her quote-unquote mentorship with him. But
and he thought she should get her license.
Correct. But during that time, I think he employed her continuing on as a nanny because if you think about it, if she was sophomore or junior, that's 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just keep her on?
Because he has a hots for her.
Yeah, I know, and I'm agreeing with you.
She's a good-looking chick.
I saw her in a freaking turtleneck sweater. There's no straight white red-blooded American male that doesn't think that she'd be very enjoyable at some point. That is what it is.
I saw right through that.
But in any event,
I have a good sense of people. You know that.
I know. I'm just saying that the timing of all of it, we're talking about 7 years until they find the corpse, 5 years dead, 4 years
Okay,
How-
7 years to find the what?
Huh?
7 years to find the corpse?
Do I recall? Am I recalling correctly? I could be wrong.
They never found the body.
7 years to file for legal death.
Okay, that's better. I think it was not 7 years. I think it was less than that.
Well, it was at least 5 years after the disappearance.
Okay. So yeah, you could be right. Okay.
I think it was 5 years after the disappearance, 2 years until they actually got the.
So by the time everything comes, yes, it would be 7 years for a legal death.
So we're dealing with 7 on that one.
Okay, we'll go with
We
7.
have this woman that comes on the scene, who is a nanny who has 2 years of college experience, starts being a nanny for these folks. Completes her degree because she's being quote unquote mentored, whatever we want to call that.
Oh, she's been mentor, all right. Mentor.
And then in the meantime, we have our defendant, who happens to also be associated with a biker gang, because of course, we can't make anything easy.
A biker gang?
Didn't you say that? A bike club, but
A motorcycle biker?
Yeah.
I never said that.
I thought you did. I maybe
Yeah,
I
yeah. Can anybody fact check this? If I
No,
said it or not?
let me ask you to fact check real quick. She knew at least somebody who's dangerous.
Oh. Oh.
So now we have one guy with 3 girls, one of whom he's married to.
I gotta put this up. I got it. Just a minute.
Am I totally off point?
I'm gonna fact check the biker stuff. Yeah.
She at least knew somebody who was dangerous. That's the argument, because they're arguing that she called the hit. Alternatively. So we got one guy, we got 3 girls, and we got plenty of people to argue over.
Where are you getting this information? I don't really think
I'm watching the freaking show.
It's a train wreck.
I'm watching it happen in real time.
But she looked like she would know some biker chicks, doesn't she?
I don't know.
Yeah, his theory. Okay, so we have Michelle that comes along. I wonder how we met Michelle.
We have 3 women in one guy's orbit.
I
There's nothing good that's ever going to come of that.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong.
How did Michelle meet Fotis?
I don't know.
Going back to the questions, what was your relationship?
I'm just saying at the end of the day,
Lord, what was your
you
relationship?
have 3 women in one guy's orbit. One ends up committing self-deletion. The other disappears from the earth. And one's on trial and the other is testifying against her. You want to do math, or, do we need to chew 5 gum? Is my math totally off base?
Okay, 7 years. Is there a timeline anywhere? I think I had something that was.
You had a brief timeline.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I could probably send it to you. I think you emailed it to me.
We're gonna have to put that timeline back up on there. Well, shush, Bill. Just a minute. I can get it. Yeah, I mean, I copy and paste it from somewhere, and oh, geez.
It's okay. I might be able to find it faster.
There is.
Okay, you got it first.
Okay, so should we blow this up?
Yeah.
Okay, so Chad, I'm not going to know exactly what you're saying. Okay, Jennifer Dulos, mother of 5, was 50 years old when she disappeared on May 24th, 2019. Okay, she and her estranged husband, Fotis Dulos, were going through a divorce. Okay, so in 2017, an affidavit.
That's 2 years prior to her disappearing.
An affidavit. Did I say that right?
Affidavit.
Affidavit. Jennifer wrote she was terrified her family's safety. And she said her husband has a controlling, volatile, and delusional behavior.
Delusional, but yeah.
Oh, excuse me, delusional. I'm starting to get ahead of
So
it.
in a court filing from his attorney,
Now,
court denied those allegations. Okay. And the day before the hearing, served with divorce papers on 2017. Now, this is what we have to keep in mind. 2017 to 2019. Because all of this happened in 17. She disappears in 19.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So that's the 2 years that I've been adding into it. Because she disappears in 19 and the family has to wait until 24 to declare her missing because they have to wait 5 years. So we're dealing with a 7-year period. During that 7-year period, he is engaged in some way with the nanny and the defendant. Sorry, I totally cut you off course, but that's
No,
why
no,
I'm
I thought
trying
you
to
did.
say why the
I
timeline
don't read well out loud. Okay, wait a minute. I'm just trying to think of some kind of a timeline to this. So wait a minute. So he called 911 with his concerns in June. Really? Fotis
with
called. Fotis, I want to keep calling him.
yeah, which that would have been
Why would it be
that would have been almost 6 months later.
6 months later of
Her apparent not picking up the kids. Unless I have this wrong. No, so June
2017 is when they filed for the divorce.
June 2017 is when he called 911. In a 2017 affidavit, which I don't know if that's before or after June.
That's what I'm kind of confused right here. Can you see? Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
No, I think that he filed the affidavit immediately.
No, she filed the affidavit.
Well, he sent the 911 call, excuse me. I misspoke.
The 911 call in 2017 stating for his concerns of what? The kids?
Yeah, 2 years later, she's gone. What happened in the meantime? We've got 2 years missing. And I've been watching this trial, and I don't think the state has filled in those 2 years. What the hell happened in those 2 years? Am I totally nuts?
No, because I feel like I'm crazy. Okay, I'm worried about my wife and kids because they left to go to New York and I haven't been able to get in touch with them. Fotis said, okay, now here we go better. Now here we go better. God, mailing. Now here we are. And this call, and he said okay, she left to go to New York. I haven't been able to get in touch with them. Fotis said in a 911 call. So that was a 911 call in 2007.
this story drives me nuts because the timeline doesn't make any damn sense.
No, it doesn't. And then Jennifer moved from their shared home in Farmington, New York. Come on. Wait a minute. So what was the house that we were watching?
I think that was the Farmington address. I don't think it was the home in New York. I'm 90% sure, but I honestly, at this point, I could be wrong at any stage of this.
I think anybody could be. Kidnapping. Oh, frig. There's too many hoes in here.
Maintained his innocence and passed away January 2020. So now we're 3 years after the disappearance and the 911 call. Okay.
The call was in 2017, but she wasn't declared missing until 2 years later. Yes.
It requires that somebody not be.
They have
I don't know the Connecticut statute. I think in New York it's 5, but it requires a certain number of years before you.
She did it before the statute because because she wanted her daughter for legal purposes and finances and assets.
Well, we talked about that.
Yeah, that's done.
But there's a difference, and Nancy and I talked about this off stream. There are legal reasons why you want someone declared legally dead, even though you haven't found a body. That is fundamentally different from a legal perspective of can you actually prove the elements of the crime? So that's where we have kind of an interesting legal issue, which came up a little bit today, but not so much. It's probably going to come up on appeal. The issue is do you mind if I do it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So having somebody legally declared dead is
You want me to get this off?
No, you're good. Is actually beneficial because it allows you to settle the estates. So you can settle the estate of somebody who, even though you haven't found the body and it's not proven that they're dead, if they're legally dead, you can settle the estate's inheritance and deal with all of that. Some of that can become potentially suspect because if there is no issue, if there are no natural children, it goes back up to the parents who are the ones petitioning the court to rule them dead. So sometimes that can be a little suspect, but it is the law, and that's why they make you wait so long before you can actually petition the court to declare them dead.
Thank you, baby.
Bye. Good to see you, Wamba. Seriously, it's been a pleasure talking with you. That is totally different from the state being able to prove beyond the reasonable doubt that somebody's actually dead.
Right. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah.
So if the state, for legal purposes says, yeah, I guess they're dead because we haven't heard from them in 5 years. That's very different from we're going to put you to death because we think you did that, even though we don't know where the person is.
And meanwhile, she's on a Caribbean island drinking margaritas.
Like I said, she could be in Tijuana having a couple mojitos and
laughing her ass
perfectly alive. The state's not going to put you to death for that.
Oh, look at them.
Or at least, generally speaking, it shouldn't. But, sometimes.
It wouldn't be a fun way to end her novel. And all the readers are just, oh, shit, I should never have said that. I was like, oh, God.
I mean, when it's all said and done.
And and then she'll be in her nice little...
If the government can't come back and prove that there's actually a dead person, how can they put you to death for murder, much less your sort of side toy who they're trying to argue has conspiracy
Oh,
for
wait,
the
one-
person that we don't know who it is
Oh,
actually. dead.
here's a better one. She killed him.
Why not? Who knows? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. To this day, tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. I don't think anyone in the chat knows. So, has the state presented any evidence of the actual elements of the crime? I don't think so.
Yeah, how's he? Yeah, how about the evidence that he really did die? They both could be in the.
Who knows? Maybe they're both having mojitos out in Tijuana. We haven't found any bodies.
That's true.
Any of them. Did we not find him? I thought that they at least found the body to have the presumed self-release.
Imagine if you will. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to do last smoke?
Yes, I think that's probably appropriate at this point.
Yeah.
I'm starting to lose my mind.
No, we all are.
I'm going through the math and I'm sitting there trying to figure out the timeline myself.
You're not going to figure it out.
All of it's busted. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are more than welcome, Nancy, as well. I will be here with you for the next 5 or so minutes while I finish one more smoke. Any question is on the table as long as it's in relatively good humor and within my ability to answer, I will do my best to answer.
Yeah, this is always our tradition after we have a day of trial. Come on.
You know where I actually started from, Nancy?
Huh?
You know where it actually came from?
Where?
Did I tell you the story? I might have. Yes, the answer is yes, I think so, but I do not know where it got.
Well, John would know because he was looking through that turtleneck. Okay, go ahead. Tell us how you.
So, my junior year of high school, my theology teacher, 3 times over the course of the year, if that, decided he didn't want to write a lesson plan. And so he would just walk in front of the classroom and say, here's what we're going to do for the next hour. You can ask me any question you want, as long as it's in good taste and within my ability to answer, I will try and answer it. And so out of respect to him, my theology professor, of all things, I kept up the tradition.
Oh, that's cool. All right, so John, your first questions, you said yes. She is a hoochie mom.
I already answered that question.
Okay, so
I don't think the state's proven it, but yeah, I think that she probably is. I think that you ended up with a guy with 3 women in his orbit, all of which hated each other, and one survived. Nobody else did.
well, he has good taste in women.
Or I guess 2 survived.
But yeah, so do you think Michelle's a hoe?
Yes.
Do you think you think Jennifer is the pure one?
No.
No.
I don't. This is my personal opinion. I don't think that any rational person gets into a committed relationship without having some idea of who their significant other is. I felt a I don't know about that.
Do you have a favorite book?
Do I have a favorite book? Hard to decide. I had, before my house burned down, I had 3 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. If I could pick one,
You did pick one book. I remember this conversation one time we had off camera.
yeah, I think I did, but I think I
Yeah,
changed.
but what was the book?
I think I changed my mind depending on where I am.
Okay, well, you're entitled to that.
So right now, let me rephrase the question, if that's okay, as to what would be one book that I would like to read again today. And it would probably be The Magician's Apprentice, which is the first book of the 7-book series, The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, which is the 3rd book in the series. If I had one book that I wanted to read today, probably The Magician's Apprentice. If I had one book that I wanted to pull off the shelf and read again, it would be Animal Farm.
All right, so anybody have a question for me?
Yeah, guys, fire away.
Yeah. No.
I remember being 8 years old when I read Animal Farm in one night. But yeah, everybody knows The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, but nobody knows that it was part of a 7-book series.
You know, I'm a Folgers in your cup kind of girl.
There you go. My favorite
any coffee except for Starbucks.
Honest to God, Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, yes.
I'm sorry. It just.
I know it's your question too. Don't never mind. It's our panel, so we can do it. Okay.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, if you're gonna ask me, you can answer too. Go ahead.
But yeah, Dunkin' Donuts or
just don't ask about my college days.
People have heard about my college days.
First time around, second time around, you can. I was boring. I studied.
First time around, 18, was the vice president of fraternity by the sophomore year.
Were you in frats?
I was the vice president of a fraternity, like I said.
You got a sorority, and they blackballed me.
Yeah, no, I very quickly became their lawyer.
Oh, so okay. I never went to college, so never get those references.
Okay. Honestly, you're probably better off for it.
So if you ever go to college and you're in a sorority, there's one advice I really want to give everybody. Do not date one of the sorority boyfriends.
That's not my advice.
Because it will kick you out and you'll be blackballed like I was. Am I proud of this? Yes. Because nobody tells me who I can be friends with.
I've told this story before, so I feel like it's okay if I can tell it again. My first girlfriend, and probably should have been my long time. I should not say that. But I was already part of the fraternity, and she came to our campus because Emory has 2 campuses. One is the academic one, and the other is the main campus, which is mostly a research facility. Men in high school went to each other's proms, and she ended up becoming president of one of the sororities. And that did not go so brilliantly because a couple of her sorority sisters decided that to make up a story that I had stayed at somebody's house in an inappropriate manner. And she challenged me on that. I denied it, obviously, because it wasn't true. And she didn't trust me, and I'm like, all right, fine. If you don't trust me, then I suppose that we just don't have a relationship anymore.
Oh, all right. Here's mine. You can do this too. Who is my favorite podcast? Okay, I'm gonna say something. Some of you may just ew. My favorite podcast is Mark Levin.
You know, I have a lot of respect for that. I'm probably going to make a lot of people angry myself. I still really enjoy watching Tucker Carlson over on X.
Oh yeah, he's a good one too.
And I think that he got absolutely railroaded by Fox.
Yes, he did. You did a segment on that.
He did a
You did a broadcast on him.
Did I actually cover that one? I don't know if I did.
You did, but you didn't talk about it.
Right, fair enough. But did you see the interview that he did with Bill O'Reilly?
No, but I'll look it up.
That might be kind of a fun one because it was interesting. And Bill O'Reilly, I probably should not say this. No, I definitely should not say
Both
this.
of your guilty pleasures.
Let's just say that Bill O'Reilly's family grew up in the same neighborhood that I did in New York.
Oh, wow. Okay. Who's my favorite journalist? I'm going to say somebody who was in the past because I really don't have one this time because I don't really think any of them are worth the. Well, anyway, my favorite journalist back then was Diane Sawyers.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have. Maybe I just didn't have the taste for her. But
what about yours?
Who's my favorite journalist today? I don't know because the term journalist has become so it sort of lacks integrity anymore. Honestly, when it comes to who's actually bringing stories you don't hear about on a regular basis, I gotta go with like the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro's outfit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that I necessarily love everything about how they present themselves, but they will actually bring stories to the forefront that you're never going to hear, even on a Fox or on a Newsmax. So I gotta give them credit that they actually do have genuine journalists out in the field. The other one who I have to give credit to would be Steven Crowder's outfit, because again, he's a comedian. That's his business is not news.
Me too.
But he does actually fund a lot of people on the ground trying to funnel stories that you're not otherwise going to hear about. And I like that aspect of the internet, is that I guess it's basically the internet that ultimately, and social media to some extent, allowed people who are otherwise not journalists to bring you stories that you're just otherwise not going to see. And those are the most interesting. I mean, hell, Nancy, did you see Jelly Roll testify in Congress yesterday?
No, I didn't. Oh, we should. Ooh. No, I didn't.
His opening statements, if you can find them real quick and pull them up, it's only about 6 minutes.
Jelly Rose Testament. And while I'm doing that, I want to tell people who he is.
Yeah. So Jelly Roll originally was, I think he basically started his thing as a rapper and then moved into country music. But he was a drug dealer growing up in rural Tennessee. And he was invited for one of the Senate bills regarding, can I use the term on YouTube? Probably not. Let's say it's the F word in drug mixing?
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I think it was 5 days ago because I'm on here now. I think it was like 4 or 5 days ago.
All right, I could be totally wrong. That was the
Okay.
first time that I got somebody shooting
Okay,
at me.
I'm going to do the, it makes an emotional appeal to Congress to fight fentanyl. This is just really, I like this. Okay, so with that being said,
His opening statement is 5 minutes long.
just a minute, guys. Okay, all right. This is worth looking at.
Giselle, I will answer that question. Let's watch this first.
Yeah, let's do.
I need to think about how I respond to that. Because I don't like disparaging other people.
Yeah, I know. We had to have integrity.
I'm doing this morning. Good morning. I'm a little nervous. I'm used to having a rock and roll band behind me when I have a microphone in front of me.
Musician Jason DeFord, aka Jelly Roll, speaking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill today about fentanyl, something the country music star knows well.
I was a part of the problem. I am here
Here,
now.
can you pull the actual feed? Or I can, if you give me permission to present. Because his words speak for themselves.
Oh, am I gonna get like dinged for
No,
this?
it's all commentary.
Oh, okay. If I do, oh well, I'll just go to your stand until I'm out of jail.
As a former drug dealer,
I brought my community down. I hurt people. I was the uneducated man in the kitchen playing chemist with drugs.
Eric,
I knew absolutely
give
nothing.
me permission to present.
Just like these drug dealers are doing right now when they're mixing every drug on the
Answer
market.
that,
with
give me
fentanyl,
permission to
and they're
present.
killing the
What?
Shut that off. Give me permission to present, and I'll just do it.
You have permission to go ahead and do this.
All right.
Another row. Okay.
All right.
I like
So
to hear
put that in the front room. This is just the basics.
Do I put it on yours? Oh, you're
No,
confused.
just you see it probably in the back room.
This one.
Yep.
Okay.
Welcome for your first committee hearing, I assume.
Forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I'm used to having a rock and roll band behind me when I have a microphone in front of me. During the time that I've been given to share my testimony here, I think it's important to note before I start that in these 5 minutes I'll be speaking that somebody in the United States will die of a drug overdose, and it is almost a 72% chance that during those 5 minutes it will be fentanyl related. Having started that way, Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, and esteemed committee members, thank you for having me. I know this is a bit of a curveball, but I like a little baseball myself. My name is Jason DeFord, but to most I am known as Jelly Roll. It is important to establish earlier that I am a musician and that I have no political alliance. I am neither Democrat nor Republican. In fact, because of my past, my right to vote has been restricted. Thus far, I have never paid attention to a political race in my life. Ironically, I think that makes me the perfect person to speak about this because fentanyl transcends partisanship and ideology, gentlemen and women. This is a totally different problem. And I was speaking outside to the media, and I gave them a statistic that said 190 people a day overdose and die every single day in the United States of America. That is about a 737 plane. That's what about a 737 aircraft can carry. Could you imagine the national media attention it would get if they were reporting that a plane was crashing every single day and killing 190 people? But because it's 190 drug addicts, we don't feel that way. Because America has been known to bully and shame drug addicts instead of dealing and trying to understand what the actual root of the problem is with that. But the sad news is that narrative is changing too, because the statistics say that in all likelihood, almost every person in this room has lost a friend, family member, or colleague to the disease known as addiction. I've attended more funerals than I care to share with y'all. This committee, I could sit here and cry for days about the caskets I've carried of people I loved dearly deeply in my soul good people, not just drug addicts,
Oh,
uncles,
Giselle.
friends, cousins, normal people.
Yeah.
Some people that just got in a car wreck and
Right.
started taking a pain pill to manage it. One thing led to the other. How fast it spirals out of control, I don't think people truly understand. So many people. Equally, I think it's important for me to tell y'all that I'm not here to defend the use of illegal drugs. And I also understand the paradox of my history as a drug dealer standing in front of this committee. But equally, I think that's what makes me perfect to talk about this. I was a part of the problem. I am here now standing as a man that wants to be a part of the solution. I brought my community down. I hurt people. I was the uneducated man in the kitchen playing chemist with drugs I knew absolutely nothing about, just like these drug dealers are doing right now when they're mixing every drug on the market with fentanyl, and they're killing the people we love.
This is why it's such a...
I'll be honest with y'all. My desire is to only get older and only do better and be better. I believed when I sold drugs genuinely that selling drugs was a victimless crime. I truly believe that, y'all. My father always told me what doesn't get you in the wash will get you in the rinse. Now I have a 15-year-old daughter whose mother is a drug addict. Every day I get to look in the eyes of a victim in my household of the effects of drugs. Every single day. And every single day I have to wonder if me and my wife, if today will be the day that I have to tell my daughter that her mother became a part of the national statistic. History repeats itself, gentlemen. Even in the 1990s, crack cocaine had long made its way into my middle lower class neighborhood. And at that moment, even as a teenager, you could have never convinced me in that moment that there would be a far bigger problem on the horizon in the form of a pharmaceutical drug. And then I watched opioids and Oxycontin burst onto the scene. I'm here to tell y'all that fentanyl is going to make the Sackler family look like saints.
For those who don't know, the
And I want to let
family
y'all
are
sit
the
with that
owners
for a
of
second.
Pharmaceuticals.
It is time for us to be proactive and not reactive. We were reactive with crack. We were reactive with opioids. And y'all are taking the first step at somebody in Senate finally being proactive. I truly believe in my heart that this bill will stop the supply and can help stop the supply of fentanyl. But in part of being proactive, gentlemen and women and ladies, I have to be frank and tell y'all that if we don't talk to the other side of Capitol Hill and stop the demand, we are going to spin our tires in the mud. Y'all are taking the first step, but I encourage you to take it outside of this room and you take it to your colleagues and your constituents and you give them the most that you can. I know I've got a few seconds here, and Senator Brown said I may or may not go over. All I want to say is that I not only encourage y'all to do this, I encourage y'all to take it a step further. At every concert I perform, I witness the heartbreaking impact of fentanyl. I see fans grappling with this tragedy in the form of music that they seek solace in music and hope that their experiences won't befall others. They crave reassurance. These are the people I'm here to speak for, y'all. These people crave reassurance that their elected officials actually care more about human life than they do about ideology and partisanship. I stand here as a regular member of society. I am a stupid songwriter, y'all, but I have firsthand witnessed this in a way most people have not. I encourage y'all to not only pass this bill, but I encourage you to bring it up where it matters, at the kitchen table. Thank you for your time.
I
have an hour this week.
apologize.
You can learn 100 songs on the
Okay, hold on.
piano.
Let me get rid of this.
It's okay. I apologize hijacking your stream for a minute, but I just
Oh, no. We're in this together. We're a team. We're a team.
I thought that was worth sharing with.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. I think this is a good point for us to
Yeah, you want to call it a day?
and yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm very sorry about your loss. Yeah, so tomorrow, what do you think?
I would like to see the cross-examination of this woman.
Would you like to be the host?
Yeah, do you want me to do on my show?
Yeah.
All right. And I'll do it on my show. So, please, if into the evening, and you'd like to see more about this ridiculous case, and I've been dragged into it involuntarily. I suppose I'm going to show it and we'll continue. It's so different examination discussion and I'll get there. Otherwise, subscribe to J. Robine Law, and you'll get a notification if you hit the bell.
All right. With that, everybody, good evening and have a wonderful evening and good night. And we are out. Out.